Rules Committee will come to order, and thank you very much for joining us today. Today, the Rules Committee will consider a package of 3 trade bills. The Trade Preferences Extension Act of 2015, the Trade Facilitation and Trade Enforcement Act of 2015, the Trade Act of 2015. I think trade is important because it is the key mechanism to secure good trade agreements, to grow our economy, create good-paying jobs, lower prices for American consumers. I'd like to emphasize good-paying jobs, American jobs. I believe that in free trade, and I know that when America competes, America can win. My home state of Texas is a great example of what competition and trade can do for the economy and for jobs. Texas has used free trade agreements to lead the nation in exports for 13 years in a row. We now sell $289 billion a year worth of exports. Together, trade supports about 3 million jobs in the Lone Star State, and those jobs pay 18% more on average than jobs that are not trade-related. TPA is also important because it empowers Congress. I think it's no secret that I do not trust the President. President Obama has overstepped his constitutional authority many times, which is precisely why passage of TPA is so important. Let there be no doubt, according to the Congressional Research Service, the TPA we developed grants no new authority to the President of the United States. The President possesses inherent authority to negotiate trade agreements with other countries, which means that without TPA, Congress sits stuck on the sidelines. With TPA, Congress would play a leading role in ensuring that we get a trade agreement that is representative of what the American people want, and this is why we are here today. Finally, at a time in which the world is wondering if America is in decline or not willing to lead, this bill represents an opportunity for the House of Representatives to declare to the world that the United States will lead another century of economic growth based upon rule of law. TPA is valid because it assures our allies around the globe that the rules of the 21st century will be established by the United States and not by other countries, including China. For America to continue its role as the lone global superpower, the U.S. House of Representatives must pass Trade Promotion Authority. With us is today my very dear friend and really a real asset to the United States. Its people, our conference, and I believe people who believe in rule of law, free trade, and for sure trying to give everybody a fair shot at a job. The gentleman, Paul Ryan. I will, as soon as I do mine.
I thought you finished yours because you were introducing them.
No, I'm simply going to finish here, and then I always do. I go to you, and then I come to them. So I do this, been doing it for 3 years this way. And I've worked extensively with Paul Ryan, and I know that as he has been the major developer of this process, not only in the House of Representatives, but with the United States Senate, he's done an awesome job on behalf of people all across this country who want and need not only good-paying jobs, but a shot at what tomorrow represents for our country. And I think there's no person who has worked harder on this issue, and I want to thank you personally for our not only friendship, but working to try and move forward in a position to where this body and all the members have an opportunity to be heard from, to answer their questions, and then to allow them that opportunity to make their own decisions. You're to be committed for your leadership. I appreciate you very much. I know we also have here today Sandy Levin, who is the ranking member, who is most insistent that he not only have an opportunity to be heard, and he will be, but that we do listen and understand the things which that he talks about. And I'm delighted, Sandy, that you're here. Now, before we recognize you two, we're going to go, as we always do, to our ranking member. The gentlewoman from New York is now recognized.
I almost never make any opening statement because I come up here ready for work, but I really feel the necessity to do that today. The first thing according to me, this is my own thought. Looking at the history of Trade Promotion Authority, started in the 70s, we were the biggest manufacturers on the face of the earth. I'm pretty sure we always would be. We were as cocky as all get out. We were generous. We rebuilt the economies of Germany, Japan, later South Korea, with our contracts, and we put those economies back in place. And what we said with the Trade Authority was, you just go ahead over there in the executive department and work out a trade agreement with whomever you want, and we'll just vote up or down on it. No committee action, no nothing. That should go. The world has moved so far beyond that, and it's always, we talk about free trade. Lord knows it's free, but what most of us want is for it to be fair. We have never in this, my tenure in the House of Representatives, done anything at all to enforce a trade agreement. I remember the NAFTA fight so clearly that in order to get more people to vote for it, they came up with a side agreement that if we would just pass NAFTA, they would do away with child labor in Mexico and would clean up the terrible environmental degradation of the Rio Grande. Neither one of those things happened. Secretary Roush, who said, talked to him not long ago, said when he would bring it up to his Mexican counterpart, he would say, well, we'll think about it, and smile most graciously, but that was the end of it. And to this day, none of that's been complied with. We've lost over 5 million jobs on that one. So here we go again. So I just really certainly want to make that point that we got this in the middle of the night. We understand a lot of it is the same thing that went through the Senate, but we're very much concerned about it. We want to make sure when we talk about constitutional rights and not abrogating them, Mr. Chairman, that we don't do that here as well with any of the rights that we have and the constitutional prerogatives of where revenue bills should arise. So we're ready to work, ready to go. Welcome, gentlemen. We'll have one of our usual great conversations. Right, Paul? Yes, ma'am. Okay. And thank you, Sandy. Thank you both for being here. Mr. Chairman, thank you for graciously allowing me the time.
Yes, ma'am. I think both of you know that our awesome stenographer does the very best she can. It's a difficult room to hear in, but if you have anything in writing, I'd prefer that you leave it with her at the time you leave, and that will allow her a better opportunity to do a little speed reading along with speed writing. So I want to thank our stenographer for being here today. I know it'll be a long day. Mr. Ryan, we're delighted that you're here. Gentlemen's recognized.
First, I want to thank you, Chairman, for being our partner on this legislation. So I want to thank you particularly. I want to thank the Rules Committee. And I want to thank your staff for being absolutely just diligent in helping us craft this first in its generation type of TPA that gives us so many more powers here in Congress. And it's because of the diligence of you and your staff that we have what I would call the best TPA that we've ever crafted before. The question for us today is, it's really pretty simple. Is America going to shape the global economy, or is it going to shape us? That's really kind of what's going on here. 95% of the world's consumers, they don't live in this country. They live in other countries. So if we want to create more jobs in America, we need to make more things here and sell them there. 1 out of 5 jobs, 1 out of every 5 jobs in America already depends on trade. It's actually a pretty good thing because they pay more. They pay on average 18% more. And while the world's been moving full steam ahead, we are actually standing still. This is the problem. We haven't completed a trade agreement in years. And in the global economy, if you're standing still, you are falling behind. Because other countries, they're already going around the world negotiating trade agreements without us. That's the point here. This isn't a game where we just get to hit the pause button and no one else plays. This is where we have already been hitting the pause button, doing nothing, while the rest of the world has been spinning around and other countries are going around getting better trade agreements for themselves. They're tearing down barriers for their products and putting up barriers on our products. Let me give you an example. Between 2000 and 2010, the countries of East Asia negotiated 48 trade agreements. We were a party to just 2 of those agreements. As a result, our share of their imports fell by 42%. If you just look at the TPP partners, 10 years ago, we were the #1 trading partner. Now we're number 4. China's number 1. China's negotiating trade agreements all over the world. So the rules of the global economy, they are being written. There's no question about that. The question is, who's going to write the rules? Are we going to write the rules by getting an agreement to get other countries to play by our rules, to rise to our standards, or is China going to write the rules, particularly in Asia, to meet their wishes? That will not work well for us as a country. This is why H.R. 1314, the Trade Act, would establish TPA or Trade Promotion Authority. There's a lot of confusion. I mean, I've been doing this for a long time. I have rarely seen this much confusion surrounding an issue. There's a lot of confusion about what exactly TPA is. Let's get right to it. TPA is not a trade deal. It's a process for negotiating trade deals. Why would we care about the process? Because a good process gets us a good result. TPA will give us the leverage that we need to win a fair deal for the American worker. Because when other countries know the deal that they agreed to is the deal that Congress will vote on, then they will put their best deal, their best offers on the table. If a country is negotiating with us and they feel that they're negotiating with 536 people, one at a time, they're not going to give us a good offer. Here's how it works. Congress says to the president, when you submit a trade deal, we'll give it an up or down vote on 3 conditions. First, you've got to pursue specific negotiating objectives, 150 of them. Mr. Sessions, we just added another one dealing with immigration, along with Mr. King from Iowa, so that you cannot put changes in immigration laws in a trade agreement. So Congress is saying what can go into an agreement, what needs to go in an agreement, and what cannot go into an agreement. Second, you've got to regularly consult with Congress. Let us read the negotiating text. Let's see what other countries are offering. Give us regular briefings on the talk. Let us attend the negotiating rounds. And on behalf of Mr. Zinke from Montana, we actually went another step further, which is if we ourselves as members of Congress, because we're in session or whatever reason, can't attend a negotiating round, now we can actually send people on our behalf, send representatives on our behalf to do that. Third, most importantly, this bill requires the president to make the text of every trade agreement public for 60 days before he even signs off on it. 60 days. This has never been done before. So that everyone in America can see what exactly is being discussed. So the American people can read it for themselves. It's the first time we've ever put that kind of requirement in law. And at the end of the day, Congress gets the final say-so. No trade deal goes in effect unless Congress affirmatively votes on it. No fast track, nothing. It's a bill. Congress has to pass the bill for it to become law, to go into effect. So Congress holds the keys to the outcome of this process. Now, I understand that a lot of our members do not trust this administration. I share that concern. That's precisely why I support this bill. TPA puts Congress in the driver's seat. Mr. Chairman, the world is watching. They are watching this vote. They are watching what we are doing. They are watching to see whether or not America is still America or not. Is America leading? Is America confident? Is America going to engage? Or are we in retreat? If we don't do this, we will send the wrong signal to the world that we are not reliable. But if we do establish TPA, we will show the world that America is once again taking the lead. American leadership is at the heart of all of these bills. I want to just mention the other ones we're talking about here. H.R. 1295, the Trade Preferences Extension Act, would reauthorize crucial programs like AGOA, GSP, Help in Haiti. All of these programs would strengthen our ties with our friends in the developing world and show them that free enterprise is the best path to prosperity. And finally, H.R. 644, something that the gentlelady from New York mentioned, Trade Facilitation and Trade Enforcement Act. We need to clean up our trade enforcement. We've got laws on the books that say you can't anti-dump, that say that you can't dump unfairly into our market or transship through other countries, but we really don't do the right job of enforcing those laws, and we don't enforce them on a timely basis. We need to fix that. We need to modernize our customs enforcement and facilitate the flow of American trade. Trade agreements are only as good as our willingness to enforce our trade laws. That's why this bill will make sure that free trade is coupled with strong enforcement so that it's fair. All of these bills would strengthen America. I urge my colleagues to support them, and I just want to, again, thank you for your leadership and your co-authorship of this very important piece of legislation. It's about once a decade when Congress does this, and if we pass this moment, then we are sending exactly the wrong signals to the rest of the world, and we are ceding the playing field to other countries that don't necessarily share our values. We are giving them the pen to write the rules of the global economy, which is not in our interest. And besides that, we need more jobs. I mean, the economy is flat, 0.7% negative growth last quarter. We can do better than that. We need more customers. We need to open up markets. Heck, in Asia alone, 3.2 billion people will be in the middle class in 15 years. These are new customers for our products. Get rid of trade barriers. That means we can keep our jobs here, make our products here, and send them over there and get sales. This is, in my opinion, a no-brainer. I know Mr. Levin's not going to say the same thing, but it's a real moment for Congress. And I'm pleased that it's bipartisan. I'm pleased that we're doing this on a bipartisan basis. Every president has either had or sought this since FDR. Why deny this one this? I yield.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, powerful alderman. I appreciate you being here. You exceeded the expectations already. Great job. Mr. Levin, we're delighted that you're here. You know that you've been before this committee, provided us input and your opinion and representing your party for a number of years, and we are delighted that you've taken time to be able to stay. The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here. I have a written statement, but I ask that it be entered into the record, and I'm going to
No objection. We'll do that.
not read it. It can be read later. I want to summarize it. I come here as somebody who has had the privilege of working on trade issues for now 3 decades. As someone who has worked to try to expand trade, to be sure it's done in the right way. As someone who has tried to find a strong base of bipartisan support, often with much controversy. When the WTO was created, there was strong bipartisan support. Not everybody, but there were over 100 Democrats who voted for that bill. China PNTR that was so controversial, a Republican and I introduced the amendment that was added to the bill, and it passed much controversy, but with considerable bipartisan support. The problem here is not whether we should write the rules. We should. The issue is not whether we should be expanding trade. We should. The question is whether we should do it and are doing it in the right way. And with this TPA, we are not. The negotiating objectives are really nothing but a wish list. There is nothing specific about any of them, except perhaps the one that's being added today in the customs bill. When you go through these issues, currency manipulation is not in the bill at all, except that the president should monitor the issue. Currency manipulation lost several million jobs in this country. First, Japan, that's now part of TPP, and China, that the president says is maybe interested in it. And this TPA says nothing but monitor. Labor rights, for the first time, we're dealing with a communist country, which has no real human rights, including worker rights. When I was in Vietnam, I met a woman who had been in jail for 4 years and 4 months, and her crime was to try to form an independent union. And her colleagues are still in jail, sentenced to 7 years. And on labor rights, this has nothing but something very vague. On investment that has become an increasingly important issue, essentially this has the same language as was in the 2002 bill. On access to automotive, Japan has shut us out. Shut us out. All it says is that the U.S. shall expand competitive market opportunities for exports of goods. It's meaningless. No guidance on rule of origin. In terms of state-owned enterprises, we're dealing now with a country like Vietnam that is dominated by state-owned enterprises. There really is nothing there to tell us where this is going. And in terms of market access for agriculture, all the TPA says is the objective is to reduce or eliminate tariffs. Japan's already said they'll reduce. The issue is whether at long last they're going to make meaningful steps to open up for our agricultural goods. I want to say very respectively, the notion that we're putting ourselves in the driver's seat is mythology. I've been around here quite a long time. And when you pass fast track, essentially you are putting yourself in the back seat. There is a shift of power by definition from our constitutional powers to the executive. And in a sense, the more you distrust this administration, the more do you want to say to them, all right, you do the negotiating, and essentially you'll see us at the end. There's consultation process in this bill, but it is spelled out by the administration 4 months after a TPA passes. By then, there may be a TPP. So it's really incorrect to say that we're putting ourselves in the driver's seat. That isn't the reality. And it's said, well, we have to give power to the administration so they can cut deals. They need that additional power, which means it subtracts ours. There's another way to do this, and that is for us to be a full partner, not 535 negotiating, but a full partner in these last months when they say they're close to a TPP. And I just want to mention one other thing that is often ignored. This is essentially a fast track for 6 years. For 6 years. To the next administration, whose nature we have no idea. I think we have disagreement about what it should be, right? But this is 3 years, easily renewed. It's a 6-year provision. So I want a TPP. It needs to be in the right direction, and it needs to have some instructions from this Congress that are meaningful, not vague and meaningless. So I ask that you put into, allow us to offer an amendment that was our substitute. Now, when we tried to offer it in Ways and Means Committee, the chairman said it was out of order. It was out of order because it was a rule, not within our jurisdiction. Though what you offered was a rule, not within our jurisdiction. Well, I think you had a role in it. I think you had a major role.
Gentlemen, yield. In fact,
Sure.
Mr. Ryan and I did work together on it.
Oh, I don't doubt that.
Thank you very much.
I didn't say you had no role. I think you had a major role. So did Mr. Ryan. That's why I came before the Ways and Means Committee.
Well, if we had
And
division of labor.
so let us, give us the substitute as an amendment. Give credibility to this process. Don't shut us out. As I understand it, we won't even be allowed a motion to recommit? Is that the way we want to handle major trade legislation? I can't remember in all my years here, all of my involvement in trade, all my effort to expand trade, often in a very controversial way, often not in the majority of my party. I can't remember trade being handled this way. So I appeal very much to you. Let me just say a word about TAA. We discussed it in committee. It had a pay for that was unsatisfactory. I think there's work now being done to find one. We should amend TAA, not to do it some other way, and include other provisions that I think should be in there. And I also ask that you allow us to present an amendment to TAA. And let me finish talking about the customs bill. You know, you're amending TPA through a customs bill. And what you're doing is you're going to diminish the significance of the human trafficking bill that passed the Senate that's in the customs bill. You're reducing its effectiveness. I understand the reason, arguably, that Malaysia is now Peer 3, and the way the amendment is written, if they don't change their human trafficking processes, they would not be entitled to the benefits of TPP. I just caution you not to do that. It's trafficking in sex, and it's trafficking in workers. There are several 100,000 workers in Malaysia who come from another country, and often their passports are taken so they can't leave. And they work, I say this carefully, if not as slaves, something close to it, when you take somebody's passport. So I think this is an unfortunate amendment. There's another amendment on climate change that I think is seriously flawed, essentially ties the hands of our negotiators whose hands you say you want to strengthen. It also amends and prohibits any action in terms of immigration-related obligations. This is rather strange. It means even if there's discussion with other countries about more visas for people in the business world to come here on a short basis, that cannot be included within this bill. Also, it strips the Schumer bill out of the Senate bill. And maybe I'll close with this. You can talk about jobs. I've never said the currency issue was a simple issue. But we need to find a way to get Congress into the act when it comes to manipulation of currency. As I said before, it cost millions of jobs. Japan in the 90s, and I worked so hard with others to counteract it, and the administration never did anything useful. My administration. And then with China manipulating its currency, it lost, according to the Peterson Institute, somewhere between 1 and 6 million or 5 million jobs. And so you strip Schumer out of there. So I hope you don't do it. And I hope you'll allow amendments to all of these bills, including the substitute. And I close with this. You know, I've been here a lot before the Rules Committee, and I very much understand your process. And I respect it. I think part of your process is to allow very full debate on the floor of the House. I'd like to think so. And this bill is worthy of discussion in some real order. So for all of these reasons, I ask that you allow a substitute in terms of the basic bill, and also that you allow other amendments to the other bills, and I appreciate the time you've given me.
Ms. Levin, thank you very much. We're delighted that you're here. In fact, you have been here, and many of your observations were exactly correct. That is that Mr. Ryan and I have worked very diligently on the piece parts that we were responsible for, and I'll be quite blunt, I think he did a heck of a great job on behalf of his parts. And our parts, we tried to very carefully work with the United States Senate, mostly a leading Democrat and a leading Republican, where we tried to listen to them about the things, ideas, and processes which would allow that body and our body to have a process by which we could reevaluate and bring up things that we disagreed with, perhaps the administration or any administration on. So I don't think that Mr. Ryan, Chairman Ryan, or I proactively sought some of these things, but we did have to deal with them, and it is correct, I did. And I think Mr. Ryan and I, and this is a major part of what Chairman Ryan was talking about, our staffs spent an extensive amount of time and with the parliamentarian to work through issues that were brought to us, not that we tried to bring to the agreement. And I think it's fair to say that Mr. Ryan did do that, and I'm guilty also. And I think that we tried as best as we could to do that. Thank you very much. Mr. Ryan, there was a discussion here about this agreement and whether we need it or whether we don't, but the President of the United States and the United States Senate at least are engaged in one major piece of negotiating with foreign powers, and that is the Iranians. Mm-hmm. Is this the kind of process that we want, where the President to be without a partner, without instructions, without the body of really not only constitutionally United States House and Senate, but the American people too, to where the President's out negotiating by himself?
I think it's a perfect and a very timely comparison because it's something that is front and center in our minds. It's something that is very much in the news. And so if you take a look at right now what a president can do, look at Iran. The president has been negotiating with Iran for some time now on their nuclear issues. These negotiations have been taking place at a hotel in Switzerland. We don't know what ideas have been traded. There's like a 2-page summary paper that the Iranians dispute the content of, summarizing the status of these negotiations. So negotiations are occurring, offers have been made, paper has been transferred. We don't know what it is. They have a deadline in 20 days to come up with an agreement. Then the president might sign an agreement that is supposed to go into effect. Then, because of the Corker language, which was sort of a last-minute compromise, Congress has an opportunity to disapprove of the agreement after the agreement has been signed and reached. But it's a disapproval, so the president will veto the disapproval of his agreement. And then for us to stop it, we'll have to have a 2/3 supermajority vote in the House and the Senate to override that veto after the agreement's been reached. That's the status quo. That's what's going on now with Iran. If only we had TPA for this. So just to give you a sense of the Iranian agreement, what would it look like if it went through this process that we're providing here with TPA? Number one, at the front end, we would say to the president, here are your negotiating objectives. You know, here's what Iran has to do. Here's what you can't agree to. Number two, we, Congress, I know some of this is classified. We understand it's classified about nuclear material and inspections and things like this. We need to see the documents. We need to be able to see what is it the Iranians actually offered, what is it that we actually offered, because right now it's one of these he said, she said things. It's the Iranians say that they've agreed to this, and our government's saying they've agreed to that. They dispute it. We should be able to see what has actually been agreed to even before the agreement. Then when an agreement is reached, but before it can be signed, it would have to be made public 60 days for the world, the country to see it. Then the president can sign it, but it can't go into effect. It would just be sent to Congress for an affirming vote. Congress would have to pass the agreement. Simple majority vote, meaning to deny it or to pass it, before it can go into effect. That's what would have happened had the Iranian agreement been run through the TPA process, where we could ahead of time stop the agreement from going through if we want to, with just a majority vote in Congress, not a supermajority override. The country would know what's in it, and we could see what is being agreed to as it's being agreed to. That's not what's going on with Iran, and that's why we think this is a better process for trade agreements.
Could I comment on that?
Yes, sir.
We need to be careful because some of the discussions are classified. I'll say this about TPP. The administration, as to what's going on with Vietnam and Mexico, classifies our briefings, at least on the Democratic side, so we can't talk about what's going on publicly, even though in Vietnam they're throwing in jail people who try to be represented. In Mexico, the vast majority of people have no rights today. But there's a huge difference. The sanctions that were imposed by Congress can only be lifted by Congress. With TPA, at the end, we can amend nothing. It's a yes or no vote. That's a huge difference. And one of the keys to the discussions in Iran is the lifting of congressional sanctions.
With lots of waivers and an
Listen,
executive.
I know, but there's no way that can be done without a vote of Congress, not just yes or no, and we can amend the process. That's integral to Iran, and that's the major dramatic difference between that and TPA. Everybody should understand there'll be public comment for 60 days after the agreement is initialed, after the agreement has been reached, and we will not be able to amend it. I've been through that process. When the implementation bill was put together on after the Uruguay round, it was up or down without any ability to change it, and that's been true of every agreement since. The only way to change that is by changing the rule, as we did on Colombia, in essence. This Rules Committee can recommend the change in the TPA rule, and all it takes is a majority of the House. The Senate can do the same thing. So there's a vast difference between Iran and the lifting of our congressional sanctions and our being left with yes or no. You grant TPA without, at this point, on the issues I mentioned, I don't think a single person here, including our distinguished gentleman, chairman, could tell where this process is going to end up on any of these issues, except currency, which will be out of there for sure.
If I could, I mean, not that we're going to have a debate to each other, but I'd say a couple of things. With TPA, we see what is happening while it's happening with the negotiated text, if we want to. Now it's just whatever the administration chooses to give us. With Iran, it's nothing. So we'd be able to go see what's going on with Iran, number one. Number two, with Iran, you have to have a veto override vote of a disapproval in order to actually stop the thing. That's a much different vote threshold than what we're talking about here with an affirmative vote and with a majority vote to stop a trade agreement. As far as, I guess the nature of this whole thing is, can you get a trade agreement without this?
Yes.
Maybe, but you can't get a good one. I'll give you an example right now. We all meet with our allies. We meet with the countries, the delegations that come through. Our trading partners right now in Asia, with TPP, have held back. At the last ministerial, they're saying, we're going to wait for TPA. We're going to wait till we know that you can really negotiate before we put our last best offers on the table. So those negotiations they're already at a standstill. They've already been frozen because they want to know if America's a trustworthy negotiating partner, or if they put something on the table that is very difficult for them to do, make all of these concessions, open up their markets to our products, change their rules to rise to America's standards, if only when it comes to Congress we rewrite the whole thing. They're not going to do that. We're not going to get a good agreement. That's why this is necessary. And that's why, it's not coincidental that every president since FDR's, sought or had this. That's really that. And the question is, in this 21st century global economy, trade it's not just tariffs, it's not just quotas. That's what it used to be. Now it's internet, it's intellectual property, it's regulations, it's phytosanitary standards, it's investor-state dispute, things that we and I talk about all the time. It's much more complicated because the economy is much more complicated. All the more reason why we want to write the rules as the rule book is now being written. That's why you want to get trade agreements. That's why you have to have TPA.
And the "we" has to include us. And TPA essentially takes us out of the picture in a meaningful way.
Well, look, I've not been privy to any of the negotiation that the president has made with the Iranians. I've tried to find out what's available, and even the two sides disagreed about what they were trying to agree upon.
We haven't had classified, we've had classified
Well,
briefings.
there are classified briefings, and you and I have been through these steps. We've even heard the president, in a non-classified way, talk about what he felt like that would be. My point is, we've had a chance. I know there's several articles about, has the whole thing been read? It's in private. Let me tell you what, if you're buying or selling a simple house, you don't put out to everybody what the deal is. You wait till you have a deal, then you release the information that's out there. These are very sensitive operations between two countries, and these other countries ask that we not put forward what their ideas are until we have a deal. Once we have a deal, 60 days, plenty of time. I've done my reading. I've looked at the deal. I've looked at what needs to be done. But with that process comes the other side. That is, if you're going to come look at it, you can't talk about it. And I think that that's a fair deal. Mr. Chairman, I am aware there's a issue now about bills including instructions to the President on climate change.
Yes.
and these issues. Do you mind going through what the latest is on that?
Sure. Well, we believe very clearly and strongly that the agreement adheres to the May 10 standards, which is something that this gentleman right here was a very instrumental part on, so that it specifies what can and cannot be in a trade agreement with respect to labor and environmental standards. And it applies only to those standards that have already been ratified as treaties, meaning you can't put in a climate change policy in a trade agreement.
That does not exist today.
That's correct. But to make it very clear, because legislative text can be sometimes confusing to people, to make it very clear that the administration, through a trade agreement, cannot enter into any agreement dealing with climate change on any multilateral basis. We made that legislative change to simply clarify the goal, the intent, and the result of the TPA bill, that you can't do any climate change legislating or agreement in a trade bill through Trade Promotion Authority.
Could I briefly comment?
Yes, sir.
I mean, this is such an interesting subject. We can go on a long time, and I appreciate your indulgence. You know, Charlie Rangel and I, because the Bush administration was hesitant, essentially negotiated the Peru FTA, the two of us with the Peruvian government. There was labor and environment enforceable, the May 10th agreement. But also there was a major breakthrough in terms of the environment and deforestation in the Amazon. And one of the motivations of that was the impact of deforestation in the Amazon on climate globally. That was our only basis for negotiating those provisions in a trade agreement. It was the right thing to do. Unfortunately, it's not clear Peru is now abiding by those agreements. And I don't think USTR has been on the ball enough, they're now getting there, to keep Peru meeting its obligations. But I think the way this language is written, that kind of an understanding could not be in a trade agreement. That's a mistake.
I'll just say the genesis of this is because members are rightfully concerned that this administration might try to find a way to abuse authority. So we make it extremely clear that they can't do that in this area.
Gentlemen,
Just like the gentleman's, your concerns on immigration, it's the same thing. You, meaning Mr. Sessions from Texas, Mr. King from Iowa, they wanted to make sure that the issue of immigration, that should be dealt with separately by the Judiciary Committee through Congress on its own volition, not through a trade agreement. Same thing here. So it's just making sure that if the administration wants to go down a path of seeking legislative changes in climate change or in immigration, they can't do it through a trade agreement. They got to come straight to Congress and do it the old-fashioned way, not through a trade agreement. So it's really mirrors your language that you requested on immigration, but with climate change.
Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna end now, but I would like to say that I thought that your negotiating style, your tendencies to listen to members, and your agreement to try and work on things, as a matter of fact, has directly been a result of currency, immigration, sovereignty, climate change, dispute resolution, foreign policy, transparency, accusations that were really out of this universe that were not only true, but needed to be addressed. And you took these head on. You did listen to me. You knew I did talk to a number of members, including the gentleman from Iowa who had very specific ideas, and you worked with that group and others. I'm delighted that you have done this, and I think the proof of the pudding is what
I think
you
we've
can-
had, Mr. Zinke had a good idea on how to make
Absolutely.
sure we had some more congressional oversight throughout the process.
And you covered 4 or 5 other good ideas. The biggest one is this Congress has a chance to be participatory and understanding the American people will know 60 days before something. I'm delighted. Great job. Mrs. Fox?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank our colleagues for being here again, presenting bills. I had a chance to speak very briefly with the chairman about an issue that has been briefly talked about, but I don't think has had enough, that enough has been said about it in the public, and that is the issue of how we can curtail what we see as nations discriminating against Israel. And I would be grateful if the chairman would talk a little bit about that, because I will say that is a big issue in my district. And again, I don't think enough has been said about that in this discussion.
Yeah, this is something that we added to the Trade Promotion Authority for the first time ever. This is an issue we've confronted in the past. I was very deeply involved in the Bahrain Agreement, the Morocco Agreement, the Jordanian Agreement, and the Omani Agreement. Middle Eastern Muslim countries who had boycotts on Israel. Back when we did those agreements, through just exchanges of letter and through congressional engagement, we said you have to end these boycotts of Israel if you want us to support a trade agreement with your country. And through lots of negotiations, we got these countries to drop their boycotts of Israel through just congressional engagement. We wanted to take it to a higher level. It's Mr. Roscom's bill, a member of the committee, to put it actually in the trade agreement, in TPA as a primary objective, because our concern, and this is more particularly with TTIP, the European agreement, is that there is a new strategy underway across the globe, which is permeating Europe, which they call the BDS strategy, boycott, divestiture, and sanctions, to try and isolate Israel economically. And so we thought this rose to such a high level of priority that we added this as an amendment to the bill in committee so that not just members of Congress, when we're talking to countries about moving trade agreements through Congress saying you got to get rid of your boycott, we're telling our negotiators, you better get these boycotts, this BDS strategy, out of these countries if we're going to do trade agreements. They have to drop the BDS strategy. They have to drop their boycotts, their divestiture, their sanctions strategy in order to get a trade agreement with us. Then we, as Congress, you, as a member of Congress, you hold the final key to it. You decide whether our negotiators, through a trade agreement, satisfied the standard well enough or not. And that is why I think TPA is very important. We here in Congress decide whether or not to accept an agreement, whether or not an agreement is acceptable enough, and whether or not our negotiators in the agreement meets the standard that we are now setting for dealing with this issue of countries. And unfortunately, I hate to say it, but I think anti-Semitism is on the rise in Europe. And this is something that we think ought to be addressed. And this is so important that we think it ought to be addressed in our trade agreements. That's why we added it here.
Well, I want to say to you that I was on a visit to 4 Nordic countries recently with the chairman of the Education Committee. And TTIP was very much on the minds of all of the people we spoke to. We were focused on 2 issues while we were there. We were focused on education, but also on national security because of the role of Russia and because of the location of these 4 countries who are very concerned with the role of Russia. But in all of those countries, TTIP was a huge issue. And I want to say that while I am not committed one way or the other on this bill, I believe this is a big issue to many people in this country, and that particularly in my district, that we do everything that we can to stop countries from discriminating against Israel. And I think that you're right. I think anti-Semitism is on the rise. We saw evidence of that when we were there. And so I want to applaud you for doing this, and I certainly applaud Mr. Roscom for his emphasis on this issue, because I think it's a very, very important issue. And I'm sorry that it has not gotten more publicity in terms of the discussions on this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
You know, that directly backs up our foreign policy wishes of this Congress.
Correct.
And I think that's a strong point. Thank you very much. I appreciate your meticulous discussion on that issue. Gentlewoman from New York, the ranking member, Ms. Slaughter, is recognized.
I pity the hapless viewer who wonders why we got onto the Iran agreement as we talk about this trade agreement here. It may be helpful a little bit for them to know that we're not just negotiating with Iran, but we're part of P5+1, and that it is the president's job to do it, and the Supreme Court agreed with that just this past week on the passport issue, if you recall, saying that when it came to federal policy that we spoke with one voice, or foreign policy rather, and that voice has to be the president's. That doesn't really have anything with what we're doing here. I appreciate the president. I worked hard for him, but I just absolutely do not agree with him on this issue. I think he's absolutely wrong. It is an embarrassment, I think, to us of what we are doing here. The idea of trading equally with a country like Malaysia, which has one of the worst human rights abuses records on the face of the earth. They just, last week, I think, uncovered graves there of massive burials. A country like Brunei, where they practice Sharia law. I mean, what do we think we're doing here? Except running to the lowest common denominator. And we know that jobs are going to leave here, but what we do know, and the chairman was right, we could go see what's in there, and he did apparently, only if we took somebody with us with security clearance and swore a blood oath, apparently, that we would never tell anybody what's in it. I don't want to be of an agreement part of that as a representative of 750,000 people who count on me to tell them what's in it. I think it's really embarrassing that we're all being asked to buy what we used to call in Kentucky a pig in a poke. We have no idea everything that's in there.
big
But
what?
has leaked out?
Big pick in the poke.
A pig.
Yeah, you said big pig in the
Oh,
poke.
I got a million of them.
I know. She said it in a southern way. She said, right.
It's just understanding that what will be happening to us. The investor state idea. I'd want Americans to know, and I know they understand the small farmers and a lot of small business people are starting to understand that decisions about what they make and what they sell and what they do are going to be decided by three guys in suits that represent corporations and will override us. And as I said yesterday, when we moved today to do away with and repeal the country of origin label, that we were collapsing here like a cheap chair because we were afraid of what was going to happen, that the WTO was taking up a case there. So is that going to happen to us with clean air and clean water? A lot of us think so. And what I'm worried about this Congress is that once something like that happens, we'll give it up so that we can all be homogenous here. And I don't believe many Americans want to do that. In fact, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to put in a statement from the Citizens Trade Campaign of the 2,000 groups that don't like it.
Without objection.
And also yesterday, or this morning, there was an article in the New York Times which was very revealing. As we pointed out, some things have come out through WikiLeaks. We know, for example, that corporations that have had the most effect on this trade bill are financial institutions, as well as Big Pharma. Big Pharma is asking for a 12-year extension on their patents that will cover us and everybody else in the world is in this trade agreement. And according to this article this morning, which I thought was very propitious that would come today, people are really fighting back about it. The cost of medicine is going sky high, and it will continue to go. But why would we let two corporations like that negotiate a trade agreement so that they pick off what it is they want to make them rich and make them richer? And why in the world would we say that we were going to really do this great trade adjustment allowance bill, which is an admission that we're going to lose a lot of jobs, even by when we talk about it, but to pay for that with Medicare, child tax credits, not allowing public servants who are laid off or lose their jobs because of trade even to benefit from it. Why would we do that to make corporations richer? I mean, where does it say in any American creeds or anything that we believe in that that's what we're here for? But that's what we're doing. And I will tell you right now that everybody is going to vote for it. You've got so much to look back on all the trade agreements made by the United States of America and not a single one enforced. And I don't know what kind of enforcement you're talking about, Chairman Ryan, but there's no mechanism for that. We don't do that. As Mr. Levin said, Japan refused to sell American cars. It's not the trade agreement that they break, it's the unseen barriers that they put up with. In all of South Korea, when we did that trade agreement, in the entire country, 26 car dealers would sell American cars. That's a country that we're also obliged by treaty to fight for if anybody should attack them. The same with Japan and Australia for reasons I'm not clear on, but they won't sell our goods. They don't like the way the cars look. They don't care for the way the bumper is, the steering wheels, or whatever trade barrier they want to throw up, having nothing to do with the trade agreement, and we just take it. We just accept it. But I will tell you right now that everybody believes that we've given, we want fair trade. We need international trade. We've got so many wonderful things to sell in this country with the innovation. We're just now in my district beginning to come out of it. We've got some great things going for us up there that we don't want them to lose. Kodak is basically gone. They're down to 4,000. But spin-off engineers from there and a company using 35-year-old Kodak repurposed machine helped create the laser beams that the Navy SEALs used to take down the Somali pirates holding Captain Phillips on 35-year-old machines. They also did the components, some of them for the night vision goggles with 90% vision field. They took down Osama bin Laden. We can do all of that. I'm bringing people in every day to see what they're doing, see if we can scare up some money here so that we can create the innovation that we know we've got, but we're not protecting it within these trade agreements. I'm worried to death now that with Vietnam paying 56 cents an hour, and what we think is the preference on wool, I've not been able to find that out, nobody could tell me, might really threaten the life of Hickey Freeman, which is basically now, from all our gigantic clothing industry, is about the only, there you are. You won't see those anymore. By the way, they're coming down later this month. I'll let you know when they're going to be here. I'm very proud to represent them. But, you know, I've been through this before, and as I said, I've just never seen a trade agreement benefit American manufacturers and American workers. It was just sort of like we put a big sign on our back, kick me, come take my job. And I know that the people that I represent and all of Western New York who suffered mightily from it don't want to see this happen again. And I'm anxious to vote no on it. And let me reiterate what I said a while ago, that I think that the trade authority is long overdue, decades old, unnecessary, and does not apply at all in today. So with that, I will yield back my time, Mr. Chair.
Gentlewoman yields back her time. Thank you very much. Gentleman from Oklahoma, the chairman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to associate myself very much with the chairman's opening remarks about the contributions you've made, Mr. Ryan. I think they're genuinely significant and historic, and have done this country a great deal of good, and I'm personally grateful. Second, I want to remark on something that we don't often point out, but it says something good about both you and the president and our political system, the two people that were on opposite sides of the ballot, literally, at the top of the ticket in a political race in 2012 are here cooperating, setting aside their political differences because they think something important for the country is at stake. And you're both doing it at considerable political risk, and frankly, in this case, very difficult for the President of the United States. And I think we can say whatever we want about the agreement, but sometimes you need to take a step back and just thank people for the qualities and the leadership and the willingness to work together and put differences aside. And I think you're seeing that in a very spectacular way in this particular debate. Now, the trade is always a sensitive issue. And, I'm from a rural state, not a heavy manufacturing state, but we export over half the winter wheat that we grow in Oklahoma beyond the continental United States. And when I always hear about us losing jobs, I always remind people the largest single site employer in my district is Michelin Tire. We make more tires than anybody else in the world in my district, between Goodyear on one end of the district and them on the other. Are those 2,200 French jobs or those 2,200 American jobs? I have 1,000 people that work at an Hitachi plant. Yeah, probably hunts with you a little bit too. I thought so. I've got 1,000 Hitachi jobs. I've got French energy companies that are investing in Oklahoma companies and producing energy inside the United States. So your opening point about 95% of the consumers and really about 75% of the purchasing power being someplace outside the United States are really important. I've looked a lot at some of these trade agreements, and I think there's a great deal of misunderstanding. We always assume that somehow we're represented by people that are incompetent, incapable, and can never negotiate a good deal. And the other side is always represented by wizards and geniuses and people that always take us to the cleaners, and somehow America just can't sit down and negotiate a deal. I think one of the great myths, and I want to ask you to comment on this, frankly, in my view, is NAFTA. We hear this waved around all the time as if it was some spectacular American failure. And it was a Democratic president and a Republican Congress working together. How's that deal actually worked out in terms of the growth on both sides?
It was Democrat president and the Democrat majority, with the majority of the votes supplied by Republicans. And then this is,
Yeah,
the year
correct,
I
correct.
got out of college.
Sorry.
So it's going back a ways. If you take oil out of the picture, we have a surplus with NAFTA. Number one. Number two, this TPP agreement that we're now trying to negotiate, and we will be able to close if we get TPA, raises the standards from NAFTA, because Canada and Mexico are a part of it. It actually brings the standards up from NAFTA, so it improves upon, makes more perfect. And look, NAFTA, believe me, there are issues with NAFTA. This helps fix a lot of those issues with NAFTA. but it has dramatically increased our trade between Canada, U.S., and Mexico. So there are a lot of good stories to tell there. Charlotte and Sam Goodwin's daughter works at the Michelin plant. And I know you know Sam Goodwin.
I do.
Great rancher outside of Madill, Oklahoma. And Twyla, their daughter, has been working there for many years, and she makes a really good living. And that's a very important factory. It's a big employer in Ardmore. But it's important that these kinds of manufacturers that we have markets to sell their products into. And tires is a perfectly good example. Very competitive, made all over the world. And if other countries get better market space, meaning no tariffs to sell their tires into other nations, and we have tariffs against it, we don't make more tires. That's the whole point of these trade agreements.
We actually, in another plant, a Goodyear plant, export tires to Japan from Lawton, Oklahoma. And actually, my good friend Ms. Slaughter and I, because I do think she raises an excellent point about the need to enforce the rules of the road and trade, actually testified together in a case where we saw the Chinese dumping in the American markets on steel radial tires, and they were slapped with a 35% tariff on the imports that were coming in by the WTO. So, yes, you've got to be vigilant, and yes, there are people that will try and game the system, no question about that. But at the end of the day, it seems to me you either have faith in free markets or you don't, and you have faith in American workers and American entrepreneurship, and you don't. And if you don't have faith in them, I don't see the future is going to look very bright.
I think that's a really good way of widening the lens on this. It's about, are you secure in the confidence of your country? And are you confident that your country can do well if given the opportunity? And I am.
Could I just briefly comment?
You certainly may.
Just briefly. I'm confident, provided the rules are written the right way. You mentioned tires. If we don't act, the Chinese inflow of tires is likely to undercut more and more production in this country.
I think that
It's a major dynamic, and we've been through this before because in the China PNTR bill, we had a provision relating to in case there was an influx from China, and it wasn't enforced under the Bush administration, though the ITC recommended it 4 times. It was a provision I put into the PNTR with Doug Beereiter. To the credit of this administration, when it came to tires, they did. Let me also say a word, though, if I might, about auto production. The estimate is that if not this year, next year, there will be more imports of vehicles from Mexico to the U.S. than from either Japan or Canada. Now, some of the parts come from the U.S. They do. But the wages in Mexico are 1/5 or less than they are in the United States. It's not the only reason. It's not the only reason that more and more plants have moved to Mexico, but it's one of them. And if workers in Mexico are not able to raise their wages, that dynamic is going to increase. It's one of the reasons.
Well, I think my friend makes a good point always about enforcement. And I think it's worth noting in this particular case, and as Mr. Ryan pointed out at the beginning of his remarks, we're talking about authority. We're not talking about agreement. And the Chinese aren't even part of the agreement that is coming down the road. This is actually positioning the United States a much better way, in my view, to compete against the Chinese in markets where we establish relationships and common rules of the road. Puts pressure on them.
To jump on that point, this is the kind of conversation we have with the neighbors, with China's neighbors, quite often, which is they're in a region where China is trying to assert its dominance in several different ways. They're building runways. This is unclassified. They're building runways on islands off the coast of Vietnam. They're doing certain things with sikakus off the coast of Japan. But they're also trying to assert their economic dominance. And these countries we're negotiating with, these non-China countries we're trying to negotiate with, are to bring them to our system, to our standards, to our American free enterprise system, our rule of law, our enforceable contracts, our cross-border data flows. And that means we get more countries agreeing to play by these better rules instead of agreeing to play by these worse rules, the China rules that are, China's known for taking our data. They're known for hacking our computers, for stealing our intellectual property, for subsidizing their businesses to compete unfairly against ours, for dumping product into our marketplaces. So the question we ought to be asking ourselves is, do we want more of that? Do we want them to have that model replicated all around the region so we're confronting it from all over the world? Or do we want to engage and get other countries in the area to agree to buy our standards and isolate that practice so that as China rises, we know China's ascending. Are they going to ascend and rise responsibly and transition over to a rule of law system? Or are they going to try and hang on to the system they have now and get everybody else to play by their rules? That is what I see at stake with this kind of, with where we are in the world today and with what is at stake with TPA and therefore TPP.
Well, I very much agree with my friend's basic point, because trade's going to occur and somebody's going to be at the center of the system. And I have no doubt, look, I have enormous respect for my friends who have a different point of view on this issue that are primarily on the other side of the aisle. I don't have any doubt about their sincerity. But I also wonder, if you don't trust this president from your own party, you know, who's got a demonstrated interest in environmental issues and labor standards and those sorts of things, then what president will you trust? Does that just mean we're just out of the trade negotiating business for all time? I think that would be an enormous mistake. My district, according to statistics we have 65,000 jobs that are trade related. That's in the middle of continental United States. That's not what it would be on the West Coast, which I think stands to benefit enormously from this, or with some of the high-tech industries that we have. But we are, you know, an exporting state. We export a lot of commodity prices. We export a lot of oil machinery and drilling and exploration equipment. You know, we export in this country a lot of airplanes. Boeing has a major presence in our district. You know, I just think the world belongs, the future belongs to people that are willing to compete. And, you know, setting up rules and making sure that that competition is fair and that there are appropriate standards, I think, is what you've got to be about. But the idea that you would pull back from it, I think, is just a mistake. You'll lose the future. And at the same time, I have enormous, look, I voted certainly to give President Bush this same kind of authority, and I'm willing to certainly do this for the President of the United States, because I don't see how in the world you can negotiate a deal with Congress. Now, having the veto, I appreciate very much the idea that everybody in America is going to get to see this final product, assuming we have TBA, but be able to see it. And frankly, I understand that in any agreement, there's winners and losers, not as countries, but individual sectors of the economy. That's the whole theory behind Ricardo's comparative advantage. So there's going to be some of that, and that's why, unlike some of my colleagues, I have no objection on my side of the aisle to TPP. I think it's an important thing to try and help people that you know, may be through no fault of their own caught in a misfortune. But I don't see how in the end this isn't a net gain for the country, and I don't see how in the world you can achieve any agreement if you don't trust one person or the administrator to negotiate the agreement, and then make sure that Congress has the ability, an unprecedented ability, to help set objectives, to help set standards, to have avenues for review and challenge that we simply haven't had before. And I thought these things before were still net balance a very good thing for the United States. Good economically, first and foremost, but exceptionally good diplomatically and politically in terms of helping shape a world order that reflects our values and our vision and what we believe the world ought to become, instead of what somebody else. And again, somebody's going to play that game. So the idea that we can be excused from it, I think, is a big mistake. So I just want to thank you for the tremendous work that you've done. And again, I want to thank you, and I want to thank the President for the bipartisanship that you've both shown in this. It's not common that we've seen this, and the fact that both of you, whatever, again, disagreements we have, we'll have our debate over the deal, we're willing to put serious political differences aside and say, here's an area that we can cooperate for the good of the country, and it doesn't matter who won and lost the last election, we're going to find a way to get something done. We need to see a lot more of that around here. And I think in this case, particularly given the fact that you are a vice presidential nominee, you've demonstrated that in an exceptional way. And it's a fabulous civics lesson for the people of the United States about not losing faith in their political system and not losing confidence in the ability of people of goodwill, even when they have serious differences, to come together and recognize the national interest and work together to achieve that, even though I know it's difficult on your end, and I certainly know it's difficult for the president, who's finding himself at odds with his party in this case. He's to be commended for that quality of leadership. So with that, again, appreciate both of you. You're always challenging when you get here, and it's always decent debate and wonderful insight for this committee. So with that, Madam Chairman, I'll yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Mr. McGovern, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so the gentleman from Oklahoma talked about that there's a bipartisan support in favor of this. There's also bipartisan opposition opposed to this. Just a word about the process is that we've only been here now, well, we've been here a long time. This is so far, but I got at least 64 plus amendments dropped on in front of me by members, authored by members of both parties who have ideas and suggestions on how to make this a better process and ultimately a better trade agreement. And not one single one of these people will have the opportunity to do that. There's not even a motion to recommit under this process. It's kind of take it or leave it. When the gentleman from Oklahoma talks about faith in the process, I think the American people are watching what's going on, and they're scratching their heads saying, this is the democratic process where, things are done in secret. Well, yeah, we'll get 60 days to look at it, but if we find things in the agreement that we don't like, tough. You got to take it all or leave it. You can't change it. I understand how difficult negotiations can be, the gentleman from Oklahoma is right. There are winners and losers in all trade agreements. But I guess my frustration, and I think the frustration of a lot of people I represent, is the losers always seem to be the American workers. I used to represent a part of Massachusetts that was booming with textiles. I mean, that was the leading employer in southeastern Massachusetts. After NAFTA, that all went away, almost all of it. I represented a part of Massachusetts that was well known for jewelry manufacturing. After NAFTA, that all went away. And people talked about trade adjustment and all these deals, and we're going to take care of displaced workers. You know what? It added up to a bunch of nothing. People lost their jobs. They lost their homes in some cases, and we moved on to something else. We have these agreements where we say, well, we want to make sure that we can sell more of our products in other countries. Well, when you're dealing with countries that pay slave wages to their workers, those workers can't buy a lot of U.S. products. I mean, Mexican workers aren't making on average more than they were, as a result of NAFTA. They can't buy the kinds of products that a lot of our businesses want to sell, and yet we continue kind of the same pattern where we negotiate downwards on human rights, on labor rights, on wages, on environmental standards. We had an agreement with Colombia, the Colombia Free Trade Agreement, and we were told, oh, don't worry, when it comes to labor rights, we're gonna have a labor action plan that's going to be great. It's going to eliminate all the attacks and threats against unionists and labor activists in Colombia. And I think Mr. Levin can attest to this fact. It hasn't worked. It hasn't worked. People who speak up for the rights of their workers get threatened. They get killed. And yet we're being told that we've moved beyond that. And so I guess I just would point out that I think there are a lot of people in this country who can't quite figure out that why, when we negotiate these agreements, that the only people that seem to be at the table are the powerful or the well-off or the well-connected, and that average workers and their concerns tend to take a back seat. And I think there is enormous opposition to this throughout the country. And I think in many cases it is justified based on the fact that I think workers in this country think they're going to get screwed, as usual. And there's nothing that I've heard here, there's nothing that I have read, there's nothing that I've been told secretly or publicly that causes me to think any differently. So this process, I mean, again, maybe the chairman of the Rules Committee can inform everybody that none of these amendments are going to be made in order as they keep on piling up on our desk. But people in this chamber have some good ideas, ways to strengthen this agreement, ways to, and people who are expressing concerns are not opposed to trade. I mean, we understand the importance of trade. We want good trade, fair trade. But we want trade where everybody wins, where we lift up the standard of living for workers in this country and in the countries that we trade with. And I just don't think this does it. And I'm a big supporter of the president. I vote with him when I agree with him. I vote against him when I disagree with him. And I think the way he's approaching this agreement, I think is wrong. We'll see what happens. But again, this is not about people being anti-trade. It's about the process and about the kind of agreement that we are going to negotiate. And this doesn't seem very different from previous agreements that we've negotiated, and I regret that very much. I thank the two gentlemen for being here, and we will see what happens. I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back his time. Thank you very much. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a couple of questions, thinking about some of the things that have changed in recent days as folks have tried to work with people to make the bill better. We've long talked about 150 plus different negotiating objectives that the House was going to include to encourage the president's negotiators to, well, not just to encourage them, to let them know what our requirements would be and to encourage them to achieve those. When we're thinking about some of the things we've talked about today, immigration objectives, climate change objectives, are those in a different section with a different kind of enforceability? Are those in the same objectives section as the other items we've talked about?
Again, I get added to the top of my head, but the other ones are guidelines, are primary negotiating objectives, and they're written in such a way as to accommodate the fact that we're dealing with lots of different countries. 11 Pacific countries in this particular agreement, 28 European countries in that particular agreement. We're meeting with Georgia and countries on the rim of Russia who want to get trade agreements because they're nervous about what's going on in their neighborhood. So those objectives, which are aspirational about what we want to see in trade agreements, had to be written in such a way as to accommodate the different natures of different people we're getting agreements with. The two you mentioned that we're adding, which off the top of my head I don't recall what section it's getting added into, are prescriptive, as in you cannot put in a trade agreement anything dealing with climate change or changing immigration laws. What it's basically saying is that's off limits for a trade agreement. You have to go do it some other way if you want to go do that. For instance, immigration. That's the Judiciary Committee should have a bill, mark it up, bring it to the floor, and do it on its own, and it should not be in a trade agreement. So it's different in that this says what cannot be in a trade agreement versus what should be in a trade agreement, and then what should be in a trade agreement was written with enough flexibility to give our negotiators, the flexibility to negotiate, but also to accommodate different kinds of countries we're going to be negotiating with. Section 2A. Thank you.
I'll be very brief. It's interesting that the negotiating objectives are written so generally, they're not at all prescriptive. And the entity that judges whether these vague objectives have been met are the people who negotiated them. So they're not meaningful.
Only I would add to that, Congress makes the decision at the end of the day.
Yeah, yes or no?
Congress decides.
yes or
Did-
no.
Do we think you did a good job or not?
Yeah,
Each
that's
one of us has that decision. We get to make
yes
it our
or
own.
no without amendment.
And that's what I wanted to
Without
ask you,
amendment.
Mr. Levin, because you have more experience at this than I do. The process that you would support would be bringing the trade agreement back, having the Ways and Means Committee report it out to the floor, and whether you all are amending it in committee, whether we're allowing amendments on the floor of the House, go through what we would see as a regular process, debating
No,
amendments and
no,
passing them?
No. What we suggest in our substitute is there be clear-cut instructions, and the judgment would be made by the Congress. But at the very least, there would be instructions. I just want to say a word about we all can't negotiate. I fully understand that. But if Congress is not a real party, not just in the back seat, once we vote for TPA, we'll have the kind of back and forth we've had up till now. And that doesn't work.
Help me to
If I
understand.
could just, in that,
Please,
so
Mr.
we
Chairman.
just have a disagreement on that. I believe what we're doing, which is unique to this TPA, is making ourselves a full, complete party. By giving us access to the negotiating text concurrently, by accrediting each and every one of us, and now, because of the Zinke reform, our designees to go to the negotiations, by having ready access to the negotiators themselves, and by having the guidelines like we discussed. The old system was, President goes out and gets a trade agreement, fast track it to Congress, up or down vote. We're saying, whoa, 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 no, no, no. We're going to be involved at the front end, saying what we want to see in an agreement and what you can't put in an agreement. We're going to be involved during the agreements where we see what's going on. We see the text. We see the offers we're making and receiving. We have input with the negotiators themselves. Oh, and we can go to the negotiations if we want. We're accredited to do that, or we can send our representatives to go do that from the legislative branch. And then at the end of the day, so
Okay,
that
but-
we can get a good agreement. This is where we just disagree. I
And
think we
we've
need to have the
always,
up or down
we've
vote.
always had access to the text, members.
Based on the administration's
No, that's not quite true. They've had some limits, and we're not doing that. Together, on a bipartisan basis, we force the administration to allow us to see the text. That's not because of this bill. But the advisory committees that were set up are not allowed to see the proposals of other countries. These are business and labor and other advisory committees. They cannot see what other countries are proposing. And when the administration tells us what they're after, we can't discuss it if they do it on a classified basis. So let no one think that this is a process that is really basically different than it was before. It's somewhat different that we forced more participation. And I've been to the negotiations. To say that we're able to go to the negotiations, I mean, we're not the negotiators. We sit there in a very, very secondary or tertiary role. And I think we need a process where the administration, whether it's Republican or Democratic, has to make us a full participant while they do the negotiating. And that hasn't happened up till now. And no one in this Congress at this point has any idea what is the bottom line of this administration on any of the critical outstanding issues. When it comes to automotive, I have no idea. When it comes to agriculture, there's no one in this Congress who has any idea what is the actual status of negotiations between Japan and the U.S. on the very specific products, what the bottom line is of this administration. I don't want to know I don't want to do the negotiating. I want to know what their basic bottom line is. And that's true as to Vietnam and Mexico as to workers. And that's true as to medicines. There's a new article today, and there'll be more. It's a controversial, important issue. We put in May 10th a balanced proposal. Now the administration is changing it, but we don't know where they want to end up. We should know that.
And ending up with a up or down vote at the end of the day, that's not your objection. You're comfortable that at the end of the day, we have to end up with a straight up or down vote, no amendments by members.
At some point,
of the
because we
body.
can do that by the rule. You can, in this committee, set a rule so there can be no amendments. But in the Senate, it's differently. And I've always said, at some point, but we're now in the midst of the final throes of negotiations. We really, on these critical issues, do not know where the administration is going. And I want us to know somewhat specifically where they're going on all of these issues.
I wish, Mr. Levin, that someone would share with me how it is that we could legislate, get the administration to tell me where it is that it's going. I've been struggling with that for the 4 years I've been in this institution, and I kid you not, it is incredibly troubling to me that your level of confidence in the administration is as low as my constituents' level of confidence in the administration. Right? I mean that really is a challenging bar, which brings us together in a very odd way today.
It's knowledge. It's our participation. It's our real participation. And at this point, in terms of what comes next, there's no assurance we have it.
I will tell the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, this is a hard issue for folks back home because they really don't trust the president. Not as an individual, but that he hasn't had a passion for trade in his administration. There's been no evidence that he's, whether it's defending the rights of workers or whether it's forming new agreements, he's been on the sidelines for the bulk of this time, except for closing a few of the Bush deals that were already on the table. Right. It is only the confidence that folks have in you and your confidence in your conversations with the negotiating team that you have had that give folks the comfort back home that we're heading in the right direction.
My confidence is buttressed by the fact that you will also have the right to decide whether you like an agreement or not. So what I see us doing is getting Congress more involved in the process and giving us more control over the outcome. I won't go into the Iran analogy like we did before, but I think it's a perfect analogy. And I wish we had this kind of assertion of congressional prerogatives in other areas where the administration's out there doing things.
Well, I thank you both for your time today. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the gentleman's line of questioning. Mr. Polis?
Thank you. I'll start off on a very positive note. I want to thank Mr. Levin and Mr. Ryan for incorporating the GSP update, the Generalized System of Preferences update on travel goods in the preferences bill. I had talked to you both at some point about that, and I want to thank you both for working together and with us on the GSP program, and specifically including a lot of the changes that were supported by Representatives Crenshaw, Lowy, Smith, Roscom, members on both sides of the aisle. Particular importance to the outdoor industry in my district, and of course we're very grateful to look at adding travel goods would specifically benefit our ally in the Philippines, which has suffered multiple devastating weather events. And as you know, goods aren't eligible for the GSP program if they're import sensitive or compete with U.S. goods, and that's decided by the International Trade Commission. And having travel and luggage items placed on the GSP eligible list does not automatically give them that status. They still have to show that they're not import sensitive. So I consider this a win-win, and I want to thank both of you and the entire committee for the work on the preferences bill. Mr. Levin, did you seek recognition on that? Okay. Thank you. You're welcome. The question I wanted to go to is around sovereignty, Mr. Ryan. Probably as I break down the concerns that my constituents have with reference to potential trade agreements, the biggest set of them, and this is something that is on the left and the right. It's not really ideological. As I say, how do we know that this isn't going to override our local laws that we have? How do we know that this isn't going to force local or state governments to change their laws? How do we protect our sovereignty And I'm offering amendments in that regard, but I know you also have sovereignty language in the underlying bill. And I wanted to ask how we can be certain that our sovereignty as a nation, the sovereignty of our state and local governments is protected with regard to any trade deals that are negotiated under this authority.
Section 8, subsection A, we make it extremely clear. You cannot violate not only U.S. sovereignty, but the sovereignty of local governments. Only Congress can change U.S. laws. Agreements can't compel us to change U.S. laws. Only Congress can change U.S. laws. I can read it if you'd like.
No, and so I think the second part of that question, so nothing that any president negotiates under this authority, this president or the next president, can overrule
Correct.
any laws.
Not at all.
Period. Strong language. Then the second piece is with regard to how can we be sure that in the investor state process and other processes that foreign corporations don't have rights above and beyond the rights that domestic corporations have under American law.
Yeah, this is a good question because there's a lot of, I guess I'd say, misinformation out there. First of all, we're already a party to 20 of them. We've had 13 challenges and we've won every single challenge. So we have a good track record. Number two, you can only be awarded monetary damages anyway. They're not allowed to change U.S. regulations or U.S. laws, state, local, or federal. Right. Only monetary damages. And we've never lost one. The investor state system, from my perspective, is for Americans, protecting them going overseas who get their property confiscated. When we deal with other countries that do not have the kind of due process, respect for property rights and the rule of law like we do, we need protection when we go over there, and that's what this is for. So if anyone ever successfully sued America, which I can't imagine it happening, it never has before, the result is monetary awards, not changing U.S. laws or regulations.
And of course, in our country, foreign corporations have access to our court system, just as domestic companies do. And I think what I'd like your assurance on is, are there any additional rights conferred upon foreign corporations that their domestic competitors might not have?
Page 4, Section 4. Foreign investors in the United States are not accorded greater substantive rights with respect to investment protections than United States investors in the United States.
Well, thank you. I appreciate those two clarifications. Those have been...
Can I comment on that briefly?
Yeah, I'll be happy to go to Mr. Levin.
I mean, this is the reality about investor state. I'm not in favor of abolishing completely the investor state language. We proposed to the administration a number of changes which they have rejected. Here's the problem. The way investor state works, even if a country has the rule of law, investors can go to arbitration instead of through the court system. That's what's happened in Australia, where their tobacco regulations were challenged by Philip Morris, saying that they went too far. In Canada, Eli Lilly has challenged through arbitration, not through their courts, medicine provisions. And the recent case a month ago, where there was a challenge to a quarry regulation within Canada, the arbitrator ruled in favor of the investor. So the notion, it's true in the past, it hasn't been actively used, but that's changing, Mr. Polis. And we need to recognize that. And in terms of not changing our laws, the monetary provisions can be so immense that it will lead to a change in laws. And also, we're going to vote today or tomorrow on a WTO decision. It's going to overturn the labeling provisions in American law. And essentially, we're now tomorrow going to, I think the majority or today, are going to vote to abolish that law. So one needs to be very careful. reading some language about sovereignty and assuming that there cannot be a local regulation, state or local, environment or health, that could not be overturned, or, if you don't want to use that language, overturned, that could not be subject to arbitration instead of a court system, and very serious monetary consequences result from the arbitrator's decision. That's precisely what's been happening in recent years in Australia and in Canada, and the U.S. is no different.
Now, it's my understanding that we already have a number of these, maybe over 50, 52, 53, something like that, of these investor-state agreements, including with most of the 11 countries in TPP. There might be a few new ones, but I guess I would ask if given that we've already have over 50, and I think perhaps 6 of the 11 TPP countries or more we already have them with, why have we not, over decades, been hearing these horror stories that we're kind of hearing about for the first time?
Because this is a new dynamic, and so much so that in Europe now, they're so worried about this that they're arguing as to how to address it. And they do not want countries within Europe, investors, I should say, let's say from Bulgaria, instead of going through the court system in France, going into arbitration. So they're now saying, well, look, we better have a new system. And so at first, they thought to abolish ISDS entirely. Now they're thinking of setting up a tribunal, a judicial tribunal in lieu of arbitration. So look,
No, that could be, so you're saying that could be in TTIP. When it gets to us, that new concept that you just espoused could very well be what's in TTIP. Is that correct?
yes. And the problem we're having when we don't have any clear-cut provisions like on ISDS, we recommended 3 or 4 changes that would limit, they're a bit technical, but they're important, including, I won't go into them. They're somewhat technical, they're important. Why has this administration refused to work with us who want a TPP to bring about those changes?
And what you have with TTIP is, a negotiation, and so Europe's position and our position, the final text might be somewhere in the middle if there's a negotiation, but it sounds like they are proposing perhaps some changes to.
And that's why, by the way, when Elizabeth Warren raised this issue about Dodd-Frank, she wasn't really just off the wall.
And I wanted to also go to Mr. Ryan. I think there are there some changes with regard to investor state and some reforms that are, while it may be insufficient for Mr. Levin in terms of what the president's seeking and what's in some of the current drafts of TPP, aren't there some additional transparency provisions or civil society provisions that are in the investor state, talking about reforms to the investor state process that are part of the current treaties that are being proposed?
There are additional reforms and transparency mechanisms.
And
But
do
it's
those not-
basically, those reforms go back to 2002, which we initiated. But they're
and
not
what
adequate.
are some of those that are in there?
Yeah, they continue they essentially they maintain the status quo, which isn't
I
adequate.
wouldn't agree with that. I mean, excuse me. if you
Yeah.
don't mind.
Well, I mean, the point, so I'm trying to get, so we have 52 of these agreements, including some of these 11 countries are already under them, 6. So this now, are we in fact changing investor state, and there's some reforms to it to cover these 11 countries, and then presumably going forward, future investor state treaties as well would contain some of these changes?
Those are the 2002 changes. They're not the changes that need to be made to really be sure that decisions like the arbitration decision in Canada don't go forth. They really, it was an incorrect decision.
What is the arbitration decision in Canada?
It's for the investor against the local community.
And so it's a monetary decision.
Yes.
And
But remember, for a local community, you can have such a monetary relief, you change your law.
No, I thought it got passed through to the federal side. I thought that like if it's my town, it comes here to Washington to pay the fine, not my little town.
I'm not sure.
Mr. Ryan, what's your understanding? Okay. So I did want to be clear of that. Okay, well, again, I think we'll have some discussion on the floor around some of these sovereignty issues that are of great importance to our constituents on both the left and the right, and just sort of trying to reach some clarity around what is some of the misinformation that's out there, as well as some of the legitimate concerns that hopefully can be addressed through reforming the investor state process. And I have some amendments that would do that. I'll be testifying about those later. I hope that we will include those in the rule. I hope to be able to debate them on the floor, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman from Louisville, Texas, Dr. Michael Burgess, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Oh, that's all right, Chairman. I do want to thank you both. I know it's been a long afternoon, and you've been very thorough with your answers, and I appreciate that. But Chairman Ryan, if I could get just a little bit more clarification on, when you spoke initially about immigration, you said there was language from an amendment from Mr. King that you were adding.
Yes.
Can you enlighten me as to what that would be?
Yes, so I'm pulling the text up right now. We had a concern. The senator from Texas, Senator Cruz, had an amendment, which we agreed to make sure that it was clear that the U.S. could not place in a trade agreement proposal to change U.S. immigration law, increase visas for this, open visas for that, change visas, anything dealing with immigration changes. Mr. King looked at that language and thought it could be improved upon to just guarantee and make sure that under TPA, the administration could not bring any change to U.S. immigration law in a trade agreement. That's the intent of the Cruz Amendment. That's our intent, but we were more than happy to make it explicitly clear. Mr. Sessions engaged with us on this as well, to make sure that it's very clear. If America's going to change immigration law, then Congress has got to do it. I mean, we can go on about the executive orders, but Congress does it through regular order. It can't be in a trade agreement, and that's going to be under Section 101A.15. To ensure that trade agreements do not require changes to the immigration laws of the United States or obligate the United States to grant access or expand access to visas issued under the Immigration Nationality Act.
Well,
That's the purpose
let me
of
just
it.
tell you my concern. I mean, I spent some time looking at the TPP agreement as we're allowed to do now in a classified setting. And I'm not sure that I understand everything that I'm reading when I read it. And I've got to be careful because I don't want to say what I've read in a classified setting here in an open
But
session.
I think I know where you're going. Other countries might make a request. This says we can't agree to it.
But
So other countries might make a request for more visas for this or more visas for that. What we're saying is, doesn't matter. America, our trade negotiators, cannot honor those requests, cannot agree to those requests in a trade agreement.
Again, and I may not be the smartest person reading the language, but it looked to me like certain executives, that there would be loopholes that could be exploited. This administration, as you know very well,
trust me,
it is a master at exploiting loopholes.
This is why I took a belt and suspenders approach to this, which is, and this is why we worked with Mr. Sessions and Mr. King for that very concern, which is there are those who would like to see us change. I think the prior administration tried to move L visas in the Chilean agreement, if I'm not mistaken. No. So what we said is no. This zero. No, you cannot do this. Oh, and as you know, with rules, we wrote the compliance resolution process, and that means we have what we call an off switch. So we now have a new tool that we can just use unilaterally here in the House, and the Senate can use unilaterally over in the Senate, that if we believe that the administration violated TPA in how they conducted a trade agreement, then we can report to this committee, to the floor, a resolution to suspend and turn off TPA for the said agreement. What I have said, and I put this in writing to Mr. King and Mr. Sessions, is if they violate this language that we have, that says you can't put any immigration changes in a trade agreement, then if they even try to do that, because if they try to do a loophole, or if they try to breach TPA, then we will, in the Ways and Means Committee, move to turn off TPA. We will act to move what we call the compliance resolution to turn off TPA, because we will interpret that as a breach of TPA. Same goes for climate change.
Can a compliance resolution that only passes the House?
Correct. Only has to pass the House to work.
Well, again,
Gentleman yield.
Yes.
I'd love to have you ask the witness in front of you if someone else could, meaning the United States Senate, because it's not solely just on this House of Representatives. I thank the
I
gentleman.
mean, here's the concern we had for prior disapproval motions. It had to go through both the House and the Senate to be affected. And that was our concern. What if we have divided control or something like that? So we said, no.
we've seen it before.
Right. So we wanted to make sure that we could do it just here in the House, and they could do it just there in the Senate.
So either house can do it.
Correct.
That's correct. That's
Without the cooperation of the other.
That's
Correct.
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 Well, I really thank both of you for spending so much time with us today. It has been very educational. I've learned some things, but it's still, as you know, there are people who are fearful of the administration who, because of some of
To
the
that concern,
excesses
I
they've
echo it.
taken in the past.
To that concern, and I think what we have done here is we've taken and we have foreclosed those options in this sphere. So the way I see this is we have advanced, we preemptively have advanced our prerogatives to prevent and deny the administration from going outside the lines, from coloring outside the lines with their actions on this.
I pray that you're correct. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. I would like to add to that, and I believe that, as I stated up front, that the gentleman, Mr. Ryan, worked well with not only myself, but other members to address specific ideas, concerns, issues, and you have done an outstanding job to make sure, instead of saying, well, that's not a problem, no, I'm not going to get into that, you bent over backwards, Mr. Ryan. I watched you do this in working with us, whether it be a request from the United States Senate that was done on a bipartisan basis, or whether it be one of our members. We've tried to work at those things, and Mr. Burgess, Dr. Burgess, this is why I can tout this agreement, because we've tried to go in, whether it's the areas that I talked about, foreign policy, dispute resolution, climate change, sovereignty, immigration, currency, transparency, fast track, presidential power, and more that had previously been addressed. We've tried to thoughtfully articulate a good answer, and Mr. Ryan has done that most favorably, and I think his articulation today is evidence of his knowledge of those parameters therein.
Well, the gentleman yield back.
I
to me for a
would.
moment. And I appreciate all of that, but again, you read through this language down in the secret room, and I welcome the day when
Which,
people,
by the way,
people
because
can
of
read it.
TPA is declassified and made public once it's agreed to.
But this is really tough sledding, and it's not an area where I have a lot of familiarity, and I'm sorry, the language as it's written looks to me as if it is something that could be exploited. I appreciate all the safeguards you've tried to put in place. And with this administration, you can leave no stone unturned as far as putting in safeguards. But I'm not convinced that again, I can't get into the specifics of stuff I've read because of the agreement that I signed downstairs, but it concerns me, and I'll just leave it at that, and I'll yield back.
I thank the gentleman.
A trade agreement.
In fact, the gentleman, Mr. Levin's correct. What we do here, there will be some changes that will have to go back to the United States Senate. But I would like to say with great confidence that to my dear friend, the gentleman from Louisville, Texas, if you still have reservations from your reading of anything, I would encourage you to engage the gentleman, Mr. Ryan, or myself, Dr. Burgess, anytime you'd like. I'm available. Mr. Ryan's available. We've made ourselves available, and we would be as specific on the same level
All
that
right.
you would expect to discuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would you yield to me again for one
I
moment?
would yield to the
I promised I would be on my best behavior today. I am really trying. But it took a long time for me to be able to even see the agreement down in the secret room, even though I was willing to sign the release that said I wouldn't talk about it. It took me a long time to get an audience with the U.S. Trade Representative. It should not have done that. 10 years ago, we did CAFTA. Rob Portman was in my office. He lived there. I couldn't get rid of him. This time, I couldn't get Ambassador Froman. It was an act of Congress, literally, to get him to come and talk to my subcommittee on energy and commerce, which is the subcommittee of Commerce, Manufacturing, and Trade. I mean, that's how difficult this has been. So please, I mean, I thank you for the work you've done in trying to make this an open and fair and iterative process. But my confidence in this administration has been and remains at an all-time low. And I appreciate what we've heard today, but I can't tell you that that I'm mollified by.
All I would say is all the more reason to pass TPA. First of all, yes, this administration is different, and I can jump on the bash bandwagon better than anybody else as far as how they conduct themselves. But right now, without TPA, you get access to whatever they want to let you have access. They decide what access you have, under what conditions, when, and where. Under TPA, we decide we get access. It's under our terms, our conditions. No TPA, you're at the whims of them, the administration. With TPA, there's no ambiguity. We get the text. Just that simple.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back his time. Yeah, just in one retort, I will tell you I share your concerns about the limitation of the time and the difficulty, even when requests were made. With that said, the United States Senate was still coming to the trade ambassador representative to gain access to this, and they went back and forth trying to make sure that senators had the opportunity to read this, since they did do the debated the bill first for a longer period of time, even revisit. So, look, I'm very sympathetic. There were a number of people that wanted to make sure I read the bill, done that. It was not available always at my pleasure either, but it has now been accomplished, and I appreciate the gentleman. We now move to the gentleman from Ohio. The gentleman, Mr. Stivers, you're now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate this hearing. Appreciate the two gentlemen. I know we've had you here a long time. I'll be pretty brief, actually. For me, it appears that I think trade is about American competitiveness. I have a couple questions for the gentleman from Wisconsin. Before I get started on that, though, really what TPA is about is creating a process that's transparent and certain up front, right?
Yes.
So we
It's not a trade agreement, it's a process.
we can all see what's going to happen. We can all know what's going to happen. We can have certainty around how this is going to happen. It creates a situation where there's no ambiguity and much less uncertainty around trade agreements, correct?
Correct. That's the whole purpose of it.
So, you know, I understand America's competitive position has changed over the last 50 years. I'm 50 years old now, and America certainly has a higher trade deficit now than it had 50 years ago. It has less competitive position than it had vis-a-vis the rest of the world. But a lot of that's happened for a lot of different reasons, and a lot of people want to blame trade for that. But one thing I do to look at whether trade works or doesn't work is I look at the countries we have free trade agreements with and the countries we don't have free trade agreements. So if you look at the countries we have free trade agreements with, Mr. Chairman, do we have a trade surplus?
Yeah, if you add
or a
them all
trade
up.
deficit if you add them all up?
If you add them
in
all up,
aggregate?
we have a surplus on
So it's not-
manufacturing and services.
It may not be fair to say we have a trade surplus with every country we have a trade agreement with, but in aggregate, the countries we have a free trade agreement with, we have a trade surplus, correct?
Correct.
And the countries we don't have a free trade agreement with, we have a deficit. So that tells me that one of the things at work here is other countries don't have open markets. We should be negotiating more trade agreements to open up their markets to allow our companies to compete globally. Isn't that true, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman?
and the other argument I make is don't think that the world's not constantly churning and changing, that other countries aren't going around the world getting better trade agreements for themselves, locking us out of markets, which will drive up our trade deficit even further.
Thank you. And so the one specific area I want to get on is, I think Mr. Levin might have said while I was out of the room that nothing in this package deals with currency manipulation. And I know the Senate hasn't passed the customs bill yet, But the Customs Bill does have a provision that would define currency manipulation and require the administration to take certain steps if that definition was met, if somebody's manipulating currency. Isn't that correct?
They did pass a customs bill.
They did, okay.
We're here before you bringing a customs bill.
Okay.
Both custom bills have currency provisions in them. They're different currency provisions. This is one of the provisions we're going to have to reconcile in conference. But it was important for us to go into conference with a currency provision so that we can make it really clear we intend to come out of conference with a strong currency provision. We're going to have to iron out exactly what that is. We want to do it in such a way as to make sure that we can get good trade agreements and that we do it the right way. I think with currency, and I'm not trying to get Sandy into a big debate here because we could do that for a half hour. We just have different opinions about how best to achieve the goal of ending manipulation of currency. No one that I know is unconcerned about currency manipulation. That's not the issue. It's really how best to affect the outcome to prevent and bring consequences to manipulation. And that is something that we are clearly going to have in a customs bill because both the House and the Senate have currency language.
Sure, go ahead. Because I will tell you, the gentleman from Michigan, I share his concern about currency manipulation.
We
and
just need to
but go ahead.
we need to be forthright about this. What this bill does, the customs bill, is take out of the legislation the Schumer bill. It has teeth in it. We introduced it in the House. A currency bill passed the House twice? Once. This takes essentially that bill out of this bill. And the language that's left is just wishful. It's aspirational. And so let's be forthright about this. The position of the Republicans is opposition to the Schumer bill. And I think there is no chance it will stay in the legislation.
May I just add, that's the position of the Obama administration.
It is, and the Obama administration is wrong.
Well, the one thing I would say is,
And the Obama administration is taking the same position as all previous administrations, Republican and Democratic. That was the position of the Clinton administration when Japan manipulated their currency. That was the position of the Bush administration when China manipulated its currency. We lost 2 to 3 to 4 million jobs because of currency, because of manipulation. I never said trade is the only reason for job loss, but currency has been a significant factor. And so we ought to be honest, what we will be left with, if you take Schumer out, is language that is essentially aspirational and is no different than the administration is not doing. It's saying talk, press, but there is no teeth behind it.
well, I share the gentleman's concern for currency manipulation. I hope we can separate pride of authorship here versus what's real and what's not, because it's my understanding that there are specific steps outlined in the customs bill that are prescriptive for the administration to take if the definition of currency manipulation is met. Mr. Chairman, am I wrong?
I'm reticent to jump in the currency debate because we'll go on for a long
Okay.
time.
But there are specific steps, whether it's exactly,
Yes,
it's, I recognize it may not be exactly what the Schumer bill is,
Correct.
but there are specific steps. That's a yes or no question.
Nothing prescriptive, nothing.
So this is where we have a disagreement about whether it's a poison pill of a trade agreement or not, whether it's counterproductive, and whether it will render it impossible to get a trade agreement. Then there's a question in my mind about our sovereignty as the world's reserve currency, about whether or not we want to give more power to the International Monetary Fund to govern or dispute settle these matters, and whether or not we want to add more volatility to the dollar-denominated system by having tariff retaliations. So there are real substantive and economic arguments at play here, and we're going to have to hash these out in the Customs Conference report. But the goal is to sufficiently and address currency manipulation.
Well, and
We
I would just
disagree on
urge,
how to do it.
I would urge everybody to work together on that issue, whether you agree with the exact method, but
Right.
it's an issue for the industrial Midwest.
It's
an issue for America. It's an issue for American jobs. So I hope we'll work hard to
manufacturing issue, so.
address it.
It's not exactly. The difference of opinion is vast. There's no use of obscuring it. There can be language that's pleading. The question is whether there'll be any provision that has any teeth in it, that has any order to it, that has any consequences to it. There's no use of skirting.
Well, I'll pay attention to that. I appreciate both the gentlemen's work on it. It's an important issue. And again, I care less about pride of authorship and who wrote it, but I care about the fact that it's effective, and I hope we'll work toward that. I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman from Georgia, the gentleman, Mr. Collins, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All I want to say is thank you to Mr. Ryman Sanders. You're two of the best presenters of your point of view, very times very different, but I think reflective of what the debate in this country needs to be. I referenced on many occasions the last time you were up here concerning the death tax repeal. I think it was probably one of the best discussions in Washington or on this Hill in probably 15 to 20 years on just true what tax policy means. So I have much other issues about this bill and other things that I have to deal with, but from just a personal perspective, and I think for the people of the United States, the two of you are really shining what this Congress is about. And if more people were able to see this, the ability to know what is happening up here, I think would rise. And I just wanted to say thank you for what both of you do, whether we agree or disagree. And I think the two presenters, Mr. Ryan, of course, and I are much more closely aligned than Mr. Sanders, but your opinion is what makes this country go. I just want to say thank you, and I have no questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
We tell our family what you said. Thank you.
The gentleman has spoken really clearly about the importance of this committee to get into the nuts and bolts of this issue, and I have not seen them sidestep one question today and give this committee an open and honest hearing back. And I want to say that at the end, but thus far, I would completely agree with you. Thank you very much. Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Byrne, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, you got an undecided member of the House of Representatives. You need to persuade me.
Turn your phone off.
And what I've heard so far from Chairman Ryan is all the good that's going to come of passing it. Mr. Levin, you've told me the bad things you think are going to come from passing it. I want to flip it around. What happens if we don't pass it? And to set up my hypothetical, let me give you some facts, not opinions, facts from my state, Alabama. International trade, including exports and imports, support 558,000 jobs in Alabama. Alabama exported $19.4 billion in goods and $4.3 billion in services in 2013. Customers in 202 countries and territories buy Alabama goods and services, and free trade agreements have helped fuel rapid growth from Alabama to partner countries. In 2013, $8.6 billion of Alabama's goods exports, or 44%, went to countries that are free trade agreement countries. Now, that's the facts of my state. I've heard what happens if we do pass it. Now, I want to know the opposite. What happens to those facts if we don't pass it? So, Mr. Chairman, you're the chairman. Let me ask you to go first, and Mr. Levin, I'd like to hear your response.
Your state's similar to mine. Your statistics are really pretty darn close to mine, too, to Wisconsin. Here's what's going on around the world. Other countries don't have this kind of process like we have. So they don't have to wait around a decade or so for trade promotion authority. They're out there cutting deals, getting trade agreements right now, quickly. As I mentioned in my opening statement, just since the year 2000, there have been 48 trade agreements put in place in Asia alone. We were part of 2 of them, only 2. And as a result, our share of the things we make here in LA, Lower Alabama, or, southern Wisconsin, our share of trade going into Asia of their imports has gone down 42%. We're shrinking. We were the #1 trading partner to the TPP nations 10 years ago. We're #4 now. China's #1. And why is this? It is because other countries are getting better deals, 0 tariffs. So, cheese from Wisconsin and boats in lower Alabama. You guys build a lot of ships and boats down there, if I'm not mistaken. The tariff on your products being sold overseas is much higher on an increasing basis as time goes on than what their foreign competitors' tariffs are going into those countries. That's basically the dynamic that's happening. But it's even more pernicious than that, the failure to do something, in my opinion. We're at the dawn of the 21st century. The economy is a whole lot more complicated. Internet, cyber, rule of law, intellectual property, patents. We patent not just like things, but we patent processes and things like that. The question is, will we get the rest of the world to play by our system of free enterprise and intellectual property protection and the rule of law, to stop hacking, to stop subsidizing with crony capitalism businesses to compete unfairly? The only way we get the rest of the world to do that is if we go out and get them to do that. Trade agreements are what we use to do that. If we don't do that at this dawn of the 21st century, when all of these rules on this new frontier of economic openness and freedom and technology are occurring, then other countries that do not share our values, China namely, top among them, they will write the rules. They will use their muscle, they will use their power, they will use their might to coerce and convince other countries to play on their set of rules. And so the people in lower Alabama and in southern Wisconsin are going to see a bad trajectory. More cyber theft, more intellectual property protection, less rule of law, and a lot less market share in other countries to make and sell our things over there. And the thing that I think really affects us is small businesses will hurt the most. Right now, a big company can take and plop a factory in another country if they want us down to that market. That's what a lot of our big multinationals do. If they want to penetrate another foreign market, they can just pop up a factory there, make the product there, sell it there. You do that if you don't have a trade agreement. But small businesses can't do that. Small manufacturers can't do that. They're there. They have their own business right there in our industrial parks. They need trade agreements, because what trade agreements do is it gets rid of the barrier, the tariff barrier and the non-tariff barrier, the regulatory barriers that prevent them from making it in lower Alabama and southern Wisconsin and sending it there. So the big businesses can do fine by making a factory there, outsourcing a job there. The small business that doesn't have that might or ability just doesn't get the sale, doesn't get to send it, doesn't get the output, the exports. So those are the consequences that I see of failure to act. It's already been long enough. If we don't do TPA this year, I highly doubt we'll get it in the next session. We have it now with a Democrat president leaning in on his party over in the Senate, passed by 3 votes. So my personal opinion is it won't happen next session. That means we will have gone 12 years without negotiating a trade agreement. This president passed the ones that the past president negotiated. That's a long time for America to be off the playing field. The last point I'll make is you and I have massive disagreements with the president's foreign policy. I would argue, and I made this point in 2012 a lot, that he is giving the impression, because of his actions, that America's in decline and retreat. That's creating a vacuum in the world. That vacuum is being filled by countries that do not share our values or people that do not share our values. ISIS, Syria, Russia, you name it. And I like to argue that this is because of this administration. These foreign policy fiascos and failures, this narrative that America is in retreat, in decline, that's because of this president. Just like we had Carter in the 70s, which I know this is a partisan thing to say, and some people don't like me saying this, but that's how I feel. But on this thing, Trade Promotion Authority, like Mr. Cole, where we Republicans and this Democrat president agree, where the world is looking and seeing and watching this vote, is America going to get in the game and start writing the rules? Are they going to lead? Are they going to help us get to a free enterprise system? Or are they going to just abandon the field? If we fail to do this, what I see is bipartisan fingerprints on the America is in decline narrative. What I see is a material statement from both parties in this Congress, in this country, to the rest of the world, to our adversaries, our enemies, and our allies, that we're withdrawing. We are in decline. You better go hedge your bets and go somewhere else. That's the big fear that I see of the downside of not doing this.
And Mr. Levin, tell me how not voting against this is going to help those statistics for the people of the state of Alabama.
Look, I very much resist the argument of Mr. Ryan that under this president, America is in decline, and therefore you need to pass this trade agreement to show it isn't. I think that's inaccurate, and I think it's very political. The truth of the matter is, I favor expanded trade. I've written a trade agreement when Congress should not, but we had to do it. I have voted for trade agreements. I voted for China, PNTR, and as I look around, some people in our party voted the other way. Here's the problem. We talk about China. It's all the more, by the way, the assessment of every objective person is that this trade agreement is not going to add very substantially to the GDP of this country. So let's not exaggerate like we did with NAFTA. Let's not, I'm in favor of a TPP if it's done right. So I just say a word about China. I'm not quite sure where you are from in Alabama, but Alabama.
Lower Alabama.
What?
Real lower
Okay.
Alabama.
Alabama is threatened, for example, in terms of steel production from China. China is swamping this country with its steel.
I have 3 steel plants in my district.
And if we're not on our toes, we went through this before with the steel industry, and it refurbished. And a lot of people didn't help it. And if
Isn't there some language in the customs bill that directly addresses the dumping situation for the steel industry?
in terms of the dumping provision, we're taking out, the answer is it isn't very important. It's there. It's not very important. So, I mean, I don't mean to say it's not very important. It's there. It will help a bit, but not the
2 representatives of 2 of my steel mills were
I
just
know,
out in that
I know,
hallway
and
saying it's
I
extremely
favor
important.
that, but it isn't going to be decisive. It isn't going to essentially stop China. We're going to have to be very much on our toes. And I don't know if there's automotive production in Alabama. There's some.
Yes, sir. We have Hyundai, Honda,
Okay,
Mercedes, and a Toyota
look,
engine plant.
I appreciate this time. I want to say 2 things about that. Japan's #1 objective in these negotiations is to end the tariffs on their trucks and their cars. That's their #1 economic objective. At this point, we have no idea what will be the path of that reduction. When they have a completely open market here, completely open, and they've closed their market to our automotive goods. And one last point, why Mexico is important. Mexico, I understand the integration of the automotive sectors, but as I said earlier, come this year or next, there are going to be more automobiles exported from Mexico to the U.S. than from Japan or Canada. Not the only factor, but one of those factors is the fact that the wages in Mexico are 1/5 or less the wages in the United States of America, including in your state.
Well,
So I'm in favor of a trade agreement if it's done right, and on the points I've mentioned, this agreement isn't done right. I think we ought to go back and do it right. We passed TPA with TPP in this circumstance. We're going to end up with a TPP that is not satisfactory for this country, for its workers, for its businesses, and maybe for Alabama.
let me recommend, Mr. Chairman, something to you. You got the wrong name for your bill. It should be called the Presidential Limitation and Trade Transparency Obligations. Plato, pretty smart guy. If it hasn't already been so, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to offer for the record the statement of administration policy, which for
Without
the first
objection.
time since I've been on the committee, the administration says it strongly supports enactment of a bill that's before the committee. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. I would, to our last question, I would just say that the gentleman, Mr. Ryan and Mr. Levin have been here a long, long time, and Mr. Ryan has a meeting in a few minutes, so gentleman's recognized from the state of Washington.
I acknowledge the limitations on my time.
Well, you did a great job on the floor for the Rules Committee today, so you at least got some bit of satisfaction, I hope.
Well, appreciate the opportunity. And I know they've been here a long time. We've been here just as long, so we can, and I've been the last one waiting to get to my question.
Yes, sir.
I will take very short time. Just have two questions. I'm a free trader from the state of Washington. Gosh, 40% of the jobs in my state are tied to exports. It's a huge part of our economy. And so anything we can do to enhance trade, Mr. McDermott would agree, I think is very important. So just a couple of questions to help me understand and maybe give you an opportunity to expound on some of your concerns, Mr. Levin, and your things that you're trying to promote, Mr. Ryan. The one thing that the congressional priorities are set in this, up to 150 of them, correct? There's supposed to be at least 150 congressional priorities that are spelled out for the negotiators to fulfill. So it talks somewhere in here about if they fall short, that there is a process in place that we can take action, that we can, there's a mechanism for us to address that if there's anything that falls short of those 150 expectations. So tell me about that. Could you expound on that process? What kind of power do we have as Congress?
It's a mechanism we wrote with this committee to make sure we got it right, because the prior disapproval process required both houses to act to trigger the disapproval. This is a resolution that just the House can pass or just the Senate can pass to therefore remove TPA protections of said trade legislation that we're considering, and therefore open it up to amendment, which effectively would derail the trade agreement. So it's basically, at the front end we say, here's what we want to see in trade agreements, here's what you cannot put in it, here's the consultation requirements, here's the transparency requirements for the public, and then in order to add enforcement of that, and in order to give the administration a sense that they better do it and honor the faith of it, we can revoke it if they don't, and just do it here in the House, or they can just do it in the Senate. And it's a process written by, basically, your committee authored the process, and that's the process you guys.
So by pulling it, by taking the TPA away, then what in effect?
Well,
does that
then
do?
Sandy Levin can take all his can amend it, which basically says to our trading partners, we're redoing the agreement, and then the agreement falls apart.
Okay.
Just quickly, the problem is the negotiating objectives are very vague. I mean, if you look at them, and the judge of whether the negotiating objectives have been met are the people who negotiate.
I would take issue with that.
Why? I mean, that's what it says.
So the judge is Congress.
No, but we've never, the notion that the Ways and Means Committee is
No, but-
going
but
to, I mean, is going to.
Mr. Newhouse he can vote against the bill if it doesn't meet the criteria.
You can vote yes or no. You
I'm the
can't.
judge.
Yeah, you get to say, you can vote no on the bill.
You can't amend it.
No, but you can vote against the trade agreement. The other point I say is, there's a reason these guidelines are written kind of the way they're written. Number one, you got to give your negotiators room to negotiate. Number two, it's not just like one kind of country. We're not just, this isn't just for TPP. This is for TPP. This is for possibly TTIP, TISA, who knows what else. Georgia wants to do a trade agreement with us. Different kinds of countries with different kinds of issues. Therefore, we have to have guidelines that can respect the latitude of issues we're dealing with. I worked on all the Middle Eastern trade agreements in the early 2000s. Very different issues than, say, the issues we're dealing with Asia. And so you have to have guidelines that respect those differences, in addition to giving your negotiators some negotiating latitude.
All right, look, the negotiating objectives, just read them. They're so general. They don't say anything much. They really don't.
TPA is a process, it's not a trade agreement. Trade agreements are where the specifics occur. This is a process.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I appreciate the complexity of that. And then kind of maybe building on the previous questions from Mr. Byrne, I understand that in the last 20 years, there's been at least 2 periods where we have not had trade promotion authority. About 6 years back in the late 90s, and then from, I think, 07 to today. So then also in that period, we've had times where we've had the trade promotion authority. So what's the effect or the tangible impact of both of those periods of time, of whether having it or not having it?
We don't get trade agreements. We don't do trade agreements. We don't do trade agreements.
Yeah, we did China PNTR without it.
That's not a trade agreement.
Well, it was more than a trade agreement. It was one of the major steps on trade.
We can start talks, we
in
can't
America,
finish talks.
in
We can't
American
bring trade
history.
agreements through.
So
And, but look, this is an unusual situation where the negotiations are so far along that this Congress needs to do more than pass a bill with general negotiating objectives. That's the problem. And on the major outstanding issues, we really do not have an idea where the negotiations are going. No one on the issues I've mentioned can tell us where the administration intends to land. That's even true on agriculture and Japan. We don't know that. And essentially, we're saying to this administration, here's the authority, and we'll be able to vote yes or no. Thank you.
But the impact of the last 20 years, we've had, what, 2 trade agreements? Is that all? And how many have been negotiated in at least with Pacific Rim countries or worldwide? Many, many more than that. Well, I was just trying to compare how many trade agreements that there have been signed around the world, and we've only been a part of a fraction of those, isn't that?
I think off the top of my head, I think it's 140.
Is that right? Wow, that many. Yeah, okay. Well, with that, I think I got my concerns pointed out. Again, I thank you, gentlemen, for taking so much time with us. This is a huge issue, and I look forward to the debate on the floor as well. But thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back and I'll allow more time.
Gentleman yields back his time. I would like to say to the gentleman that Mr. Ryan, myself, are available to any question that you've got, and I know you did reserve this time and want to use this time properly, and it's just taken a longer time, and I recognize that. I want to thank Mr. Ryan, Mr. Levin, thank you very much. Thank you for being before this committee today. I want to state that I was delighted to see Father Patrick J. Conroy, who was here earlier today with us, who came in and was a part of this, and I'm sorry that the father has left, but I appreciate him taking time as a officer of the House of Representatives. I'd now like to call up the second panel. Second panel will include the gentleman from right there, South Carolina, Mr. Mulvaney, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett, the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. King, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Kildee, and the gentleman from Washington, the senior member of the committee, the gentleman, Dr. McDermott. Yes, sir. I had not gotten heard. I do recognize that, and I'll do the next one. I tried to go with the most immediate people who I saw walk in, and Marcy, you know that I would love to entertain you. Did Mr. Doggett not? Excuse me, do you wish to be a part of this? Excuse me, just a moment, please. The gentleman, let the record reflect, the gentleman, Mr. Doggett, chooses to be in the next panel, and the gentleman, Ms. Capter, would be a part of this second panel. You will stay, and Mr. Doggett will be in the next panel. I think we got that right. Mr. Doggett wishes to be a part of the next panel rather than this panel. I had previously indicated that he would be a part of this panel, and now the gentlewoman from Ohio will be at the table. Oh, I think I'm good. It's whether we can all catch on and come to an agreement. Okay. Each of you have been for the Rules Committee. You know how we operate. We would appreciate and respect anything you have in writing that would be made available to our awesome stenographer at the time you leave. We would also like to encourage you to move through the issue that you would wish for this committee to consider. We're delighted that you're here. Dr. McDermott, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I assume you have copies. We brought 30 copies up here.
We do. They've been placed before us. You might want to give us the number if you choose to. If not, we'll guess.
I'm not
There are a
sure.
number, if gentlemen spend just one, please. There are a number of people who have submitted multiple entries, and so I have you as either 16 or 66. I think it's 66. Might be where it's page 38, strike line 16. Is that the gentleman?
Yeah,
what
it
he was
just
wishing to
changes
speak
the
on?
date.
It'd be number 66. Gentleman's recognized.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, we heard a long, extended debate here about the issues that are before us in TPP, but we didn't hear any discussion about TTIP or, as Mr. Ryan threw in at the end, some more initials that I didn't recognize. What we're granting here in TPA is fast-track authority to the Office of the President for the next 6 years. Now, we heard lots and lots and lots of unhappiness with the present administration, but people are thinking they ought to give it to him. I don't think anybody has any idea who the next president's going to be. I mean, well, yes, we do have an idea. We all have an idea. Some think it'll be one person, and some think it'll be another person. But just imagine that you have now voted for TPA for that person that you think is going to be the next president of the United States. Now, if you think it's going to be Jeb Bush, that's one thing. And if you think it's going to be Ted Cruz, that's another thing. And if you think it's going to be Hillary Clinton, that's another thing. You have to imagine what you're doing here. You're not just giving Mr. Obama the decision to what he does and what he brings to us as a negotiated item. If you create this 6-year window, the next president of the United States, whoever they may be, will be able to go out and negotiate from day one saying, I have fast-track authority. I can make a deal with you. And whatever he or she wants to give away in that negotiation, they can turn around and come right back in here and lay it on the table and say, here it is, boys and girls. You get a vote, up or down. And what everyone's thinking in very short terms here, and this is a 6-year program you're putting out there. Not only is it the next president, it's the following president, perhaps. I mean, some presidents don't get but one term. We've seen a few of those. So you could have not only Mr. Obama, but whoever we elect next, and then whoever we elect after that, all having the ability to go out and negotiate agreements and bring them back in and lay them in front of us and say, here, up or down. And I don't, as a member of the House, I mean, I voted for fast track and I voted against fast track, okay? So I've been on both sides of it. I voted for trade agreements. I voted against trade agreements. I tried to be thoughtful about each one of them in what I thought was there. But what we're doing here is giving a blank check to the White House And each of us has our own imagination who's going to live in that White House. And we're saying, well, that's okay. Whatever they want to do, that's fine with me. Just bring me back. My amendment simply says that fast track authority goes to January 1, 2017. That means at the end of Mr. Obama's administration, it expires, and we can talk about this again for the next president, whoever it is or whatever they may want to do. I think in terms of the prerogatives of the House, I think this is the only prudent way to go. I don't believe in giving fast track forever, which 6 years is a long time in what's going on in the world today. So I think that's why I thought, I offered this in the Ways and Means Committee, and it did not pass. So I brought it back here because I want to have the whole House vote on it. I think the whole House ought to have an opportunity to say, yes, we want to give this to the president for the next 6 years. Whoever he or she may be sitting down there at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue is okay with me. And people ought to have that right. I believe in voting. I live by yes and no. I mean, I don't win many these days, but if I win or I lose, it doesn't make any difference. At least people had a chance to put their dime on the bar and say, this is what I believe. And if you think a 6-year authority given to the White House on this issue, given all the things that I've heard said about the president, I'm really kind of surprised by this whole idea of putting it out there for 6 years with the possibility that it might not be the right person that makes it into the White House next. So that's basically what my amendment is. It's very simple. It only changes one date to the 1st of January, 2017.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kaptur. I'm going to let you get that microphone, and Mr. Mulvaney will make sure the green light's showing. Gentlewoman's recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm here actually in support of an amendment that is offered by Mr. Clausen and Mr. Kildee. So I don't know if it would be more polite to allow them to present, and then I'm a voice on behalf of that amendment.
What I would say to you is if Mr. Clausen wants to come move his chair right up there, speak at the same time, the gentleman from Florida would be welcome. And I'm sorry I did not accurately look at that. Everything's good. Everything's good. We'll do this real quickly. Gentleman's recognized. Gentleman's recognized. Either of the three of you, evidently it's a...
Colleagues of more seniority than me.
Well, I recognize that, but what I'm trying to suggest is y'all tell me who you want to speak first.
All right, well, I am here.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
We are here on the issue of currency manipulation and the importance of including an amendment, which is a bipartisan amendment, in our desire to see that that be included and addressed in the Trade Promotion Authority bill. Currency manipulation is the mother of all trade barriers. Over and over again, we have seen that without currency manipulation provision, any of the trade benefits that we might otherwise see can be wiped out due to the manipulation of currency by our trading partners. There are estimates stating that currency manipulation is snuffing out American jobs and killing our export market, costing us up to 5.8 million American jobs and costing our GDP annually up to $720 billion. Joe Heinrichs, the president of Ford of the Americas, said this: when Toyota came out and said half their profits are due to currency change of the yen, that's a big deal. I'm quoting him directly. He said that. Morgan Stanley has estimated that the recent fall in the yen puts roughly $2,000 per export vehicle into the pockets of Japan's 3 biggest automakers. I think many of us who've dealt with that particular country know Japan is a closed market, but its currency manipulation costs American auto manufacturers dearly. For approximately every dollar of profits the Big Three makes, Japan has double profits simply because of its currency practices. Let me also point out for the record, and then I'll turn it over to my colleagues, 93% of the vehicles sold in Japan are made there. Not a single non-Japanese manufacturer makes cars in Japan today. Since 1999, Japan doesn't even charge auto tariffs. Their keiretsu relationships, their close relationships, their control of their supply chain, and the manipulation of currency have created a situation where since 1985, the first year I traveled to Japan, less than 4% of their market, less than 4% in the automotive market comes from any place else in the world. It was back in 1985, that percent remains the same today. So the currency manipulation even does more to harm exporters, not just from the United States, but everywhere else in the world that want to get into that market. I very much want to vote for a trade bill that opens closed markets. I don't believe that the measures before us will do that, and we're imploring the Rules Committee to allow us to debate the currency manipulation issue and make it a part of the Trade Promotion Authority debate on the floor. Thank you very much,
Thank you
Mr.
very
Chairman
much.
and
Who would
members.
wish to be recognized next on this amendment?
That'd be me.
Gentleman, Mr. Kildee, your father distinguished.
My father's also
Excuse me,
quite distinguished.
Excuse me.
but my
Your uncle distinguished himself in this committee on a regular basis. And I want you to know that you come with a great family name. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that, and I will pass that on to him and remark that my father's also quite distinguished.
Well,
and that you
I'll
intended
let
to
you
compliment
take that one on
him as
yourself.
well.
Dale. Yeah.
Right.
Well.
So just to add briefly to what my colleague, Ms. Capter, said, and what Mr. Levin said previously, and others on the issue of currency. I come from Flint, Michigan. Michigan obviously is a community, is a state that has had a long association with the American auto industry, and Flint is the birthplace of one of the great American companies, General Motors. And we are quite dependent on manufacturing, and the concern that many of us have is that this trade agreement, which will be the largest ever entered into, will not deal with what we see as the principal obstacle to an even playing field for American manufacturers, and that is the regular efforts on the part of other countries to manipulate the value of their currency to gain advantage or to offset some advantage that might be gained in a trade agreement. So the concern that we have is that absent strong language in the TPA directing our negotiators to make sure that currency provisions are provided in these agreements, what may be theoretically gained in other provisions for places like Flint, Michigan, could be entirely lost by the lack of an enforceable currency regime. Now, I'll further say this. I have no confidence that the current system, the current regime outside of the context of these trade agreements are adequate to deal with currency, and all I need to do is submit evidence by inviting any of you to come to my community to attest to that. I mean, we have experienced job losses as a result of currency manipulation, and the existing systems have been wholly inadequate to deal with it. So as we enter into what could be the largest trade agreement ever imagined, it would seem not only logical, but necessary to deal with the most significant barrier to an even playing field, and that is currency. So the question, I think we can all stipulate to the fact that currency manipulation is a problem for American manufacturers and affects our trade balance. But we don't seem to be able to agree on is whether the principal manner in which we manifest trade policy should be the vehicle to deal with the biggest barrier to a real free trade. And that's what we are advocating. This is a bipartisan amendment. We have 22 members who have signed on. I won't list them all, but Mr. Clausen has been leading the effort on the Republican side and myself on the Democratic side. We do have Mr. Mulvaney and Mr. Pocan who happen to be here, who are also a part of the group that came together around this. And I just think that the House of Representatives deserves a right to vote on whether they think this provision ought to be included in the Trans-Pacific or the Trade Promotion Authority. We may have different views, but this is a democracy. We all represent different communities, and we ought to be able to have a vote on whether or not this ought to be included. And with that, I'll withdraw.
Welcome.
Mr. Chairman, you have I can't think of a more
there's a lot of it here.
So, you know, you catch some flack, but I want to say not by me. And no matter what the outcome is, full respect. I say today that if we pass TPA, we won't have free trade, but with currency manipulation, because of currency manipulation, we will have fixed trade. Not free trade, fixed trade. A fixed game, and the fix will be in. I believe in free trade. Free trade without free float currency is not free trade. It is fixed trade. And I frankly think that the rhetoric we used is very inaccurate and does our world-class companies a disservice. In 1987, I went to work at a muffler factory, 30 or so miles down from my dad's small place in southern Indiana. And I learned lots of things inside those four walls welding mufflers. First, I started a career in automotive parts, and I never imagined to end up here. But first of all, I learned respect. Respect for American manufacturing companies. Do any of us think we can be great again without manufacturing in our country? I learned respect for the American worker. I learned respect for American industry. And I learned that labor and management, we kind of wanted the same things. We wanted a safe place to work, opportunity to make a little money, fairness. And most of all, we all wanted the same thing for our kids. Go to school, have a good life. This is not a divided territory in my view. But too often, over the years in my career, as I built my career in automotive supply, I saw world-class plants, world-class factories, not yesterday's factories, not yesterday's management, world-class management, close their plants, downsize, and lay off workers. I firsthand, up close and personal, experienced the hollowing out of middle America and the hollowing out of the American middle class, not because they weren't competitive, but because the other guys weren't willing to play by the rules. I saw pain in the eyes of the folks that we laid off and the plants I visited or I managed myself, of careers and dreams lost. I saw the grocery stores close by close up. I saw the barber shops close. And I saw the local public schools suffer due to the lack of revenue because the local industry went away. In short, I saw community devastation, rural and urban, white and black, male and female, all impacted by these harsh global realities due to currency manipulation. During so many of these closures, y'all, I often ask myself, is this fair? Are these closures and these job losses good-paying American jobs? Is that fair? And I came to the following conclusions as a young man, days long gone by. If these closures were happening because of a lack of competitiveness or because some other country's comparable advantage on a level playing field, then okay. Then okay. I don't like it, but I swallow hard and I accept it. But if these closures that impact the families of millions of Americans are caused by the artificial advantage of currency exchange, and we don't even debate it on the floor of this house, the people's house, then that's not right. That ain't right. And I can never accept it. Because even if there's jobs created in other parts of this economy, because we all buy goods at a lower price from outside, what about the millions that lost their jobs because of the artificial and therefore unfair edge created by currency manipulation? And that I can't accept, and I won't accept. And that's why I'm here today. I think that if those words make me a protectionist, then we have a very skewed definition of the word protectionist. I'm not a protectionist at all. In fact, I demand that the others play by the rules of free trade. That doesn't make me a protectionist. I've heard a lot of the figures today in the Rules Committee and in the debates in general about why TPA is good. In my own party, we've come out with 218 reasons why TPA is good. Give me 2 days and I'll give you 218 reasons why it's not. I'll list every one of those closed plants, 218 of them that were world class. Well, let me give you a few others. First, free trade is an illusion without free floating currencies. No floating currency means no free trade, which is what we have today, fixed trade. Second, the U.S. GDP is $16.8 trillion. Y'all, that is 23% of the nominal global GDP. Does our leadership think that at 23% of the global GDP, we can't get in a trade deal if we miss TPA train? Give me a break. At 23% of the global GDP, we can get into any deal we want to be in. The sky is not falling if we miss the TPA movement. Third, eliminating currency manipulation would reduce trade deficit by $200 to $500 billion yearly and put $300 to $700 billion additional onto the GDP. I think the Congress lady, the gentlelady mentioned this earlier. This makes it too important to be in the customs bill. It should be the first thing we talk about. And we're going to slide it into the customs bill? Come on, y'all. Fourth, some members of the Congress and some conservative outside groups call my amendment and my colleague's amendment protectionist. So let me see if I get this right. Because I'm asking our trade partners not to be protectionist, that makes me a protectionist. Is that the kettle calling the pot black or what? Paul Volcker said, trade is more affected by 10 minutes of movements and exchange rates than 10 years of trade negotiations. And y'all, the U.S. trade deficit in 2014 was $524 billion. My office estimations is that's at least 1 million jobs. And sixth, my amendment does not take away any country's sovereign ability to conduct monetary or fiscal policy. Give me a break on that one. If that's not a wild exaggeration, I don't know what is. Give me a break. All we're saying for is an even trade on, or a square playing field on currency. I never imagined myself in the people's house as I spent years of my life making mufflers, spark plugs, filters, shock absorbers. But for whatever serendipity, I'm here now. And sometimes when I travel back and forth from Washington to my district or through other districts, I see some of those people that we laid off or that were laid off by other companies. And they're working at CVS or a retail environment, or they're working for the TSA. I bump into them all the time. Mr. Clausen, any chance that plant's going to open back up? We're having a hard time making ends meet. I'm having a hard time paying for my kids' college. Any chance the plant's going to open back up? And it was a world-class plant that closed in the first place. Now I say let's give the American worker and American company a chance. And I'm asking this committee, no matter what your instructions are, give us a chance. If this isn't important enough to talk to on the floor of the House of Representatives with millions of good-paying jobs in the balance, then what are we doing? I'm asking all of your influence, all your faith, all your emotion, to at least let us have the debate before we vote on this to the general population of the House of Representatives. Mr. Sessions, I appreciate you letting me talk and wind on and on. As you can tell, this is a topic dear to my heart. These are people that have meant something to me. I spent a lifetime with these people. I'm saying let these people have a voice. And I'm asking you to do everything you can to let those folks that are unfairly impacted by this to have a voice through us, through a debate on the House floor. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Does Mr. Mulvaney wish to be recognized as part of this? Does not seek that time. Thank you very much. Mr. King, welcome. I'm delighted that you're here with us. The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will attempt to transition from that compelling speech to another compelling speech here. And first, I'd bring you to this point that I wanted to be here to reiterate, and that is to make it clear that there are some provisions that don't belong in a trade agreement, and immigration is one of them. And I don't know that it's in the institutional memory of this Congress what happened the last time an administration tried to negotiate immigration terms into a trade agreement. It happened more than a decade ago, and it was the Bush administration. And as they negotiated those immigration provisions into the trade agreement, we objected to that. But it was already down the fast track, and it already was a non-negotiable free trade agreement. And it came to us for an up or down vote. And I want to thank, at that time, Chairman of the Judiciary Committee, Jim Sensenbrenner, for holding a full hearing. And in that full hearing, I brought up 2 amendments. I considered them to be real. Technically, they were full amendments. But what we did is we voted out and stripped out as a process that was not technically affecting that non-amendable free trade agreement, the provisions that needed to be stripped out. It sent a strong enough message that we haven't seen this come back to us now in more than 10 years. It's here now. The reports that we get from around the world are that there's already discussions with a potential TPP that include immigration provisions in that, and it causes a significant amount of anxiety on my part, and that I believe I understand. I understand that I share those concerns with you, Mr. Chairman, and also the Chairman of the Ways and Means Committee. I would take us back a little bit further and say that I offered an amendment to the CJS Appropriations bill that stipulated that none of those funds in that bill, made available in the bill, could be used to negotiate immigration provisions. That did pass the House of Representatives a week or 2 ago. I also authored an op-ed about 3 or 4 weeks ago in the Washington Times that laid out some of those same positions. So we have a significant majority of the House of Representatives that has made this statement that we think that Congress needs to maintain its authority to set immigration policy, not hand it over to a negotiating team that would offer us up a perhaps very attractive trade agreement. And so the language that we've come to, and I want to compliment the chairman of the Rules Committee, but also and especially the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, and I appreciate the dialogue I heard here in the hearing earlier today on working with me and being cooperative in getting language that's presented before this Rules Committee and hopefully to the Congress that prohibits the language is this, that to ensure that some of this, by the way, is Ted Cruz's language in the Senate, and we've had those communication dialogue over in the Senate. This would be Cruz language to ensure that trade agreements do not require changes to the immigration laws of the United States, and here's where the King language picks up on that, or obligate the United States to grant access or expand access to visas issued under 8 U.S.C. 1101A15. In other words, it's pretty solid and tight language. I'm satisfied that it is well written. I'm also satisfied that it's well intended. I, like the gentleman from Florida, would just as soon that this were being presented as an amendment to the Trade Promotion Authority legislation. I understand that difficulty, and I have achieved a significant amount of confidence in the process that's been offered up here, and I'm here to encourage that. And I also want to say that as we go forward, and if a Trade Promotion Authority piece of legislation is passed, this language that I'm discussing here goes to all trade agreements that would be negotiated under a TPA, and it goes forward 6 years, perhaps an additional 3 years beyond that. So we could be talking about a 6 to 9 year assurance that an administration wouldn't step into the constitutional authority of the United States Congress. And so from that perspective, I'm confident that the language does what it needs to do. I have a significant degree of confidence that the path chosen is one that will achieve its ends. The other component of it is that how difficult is it to enforce this? Well, the president would have signed this language within weeks or months of a TPP coming before Congress. The Ways and Means Committee is in significant control, but the majority of the House is also in control. And I'm confident that Chairman Paul Ryan will stand with us to defend the provisions that are here, and I think he's confident I'll stand with him. And so I wanted to be here today to thank you for working together on this, and thank you for your cooperation, and thank the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee for the work that he has done. And I hope to look back on this time and realize that we all have to place our confidence and trust in this language, or a set of language, and the enforcement provisions that follow. And I intend to be here to make sure this all gets done, and I'm confident the people I have the chance to work with will also keep up their end of this bargain. And then even the better part is not having to enforce it, having the president honor the language that is before us today. So with that, I would thank you for your attention and yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. King, thank you very much. Mr. Mulvaney, you've been here a long time today. And
Not as long as y'all, Mr. Chairman.
Well, there may be some substance and truth to that, but I really appreciate and respect you.
Well, when you wear your pajamas to work, you can sit around for a long time, so.
I respect you and I appreciate you, and the gentleman's recognized.
I thank the chairman, and I also want to thank Mr. Meadows, Mr. Jordan, Mr. Clausen, who are sitting behind me, who are 3 of the 9 co-sponsors on this amendment to the TPA bill that we're able to get in fairly short order this afternoon. I want to begin by thanking Mr. Ryan. When you first sit down to read this bill, as I've done, there's a lot of really good stuff in it. You start with 150-odd trade objectives that we have, the goals that we set. You go to the publication requirements, you go to the notice requirements, you go to the consultation requirements, even so far, I think, as hiring a chief transparency officer in the office of the USTR in order to handle these things. Looks like we're taking these things very seriously, and I think folks on both sides of the aisle could agree that that part of the bill, taken by itself, is a dramatic improvement over how we've handled trade negotiations in the past. I got sidetracked, Mr. Chairman, when I asked what I thought was a relatively harmless question. We'll lay all of these duties on the President of the United States as part of achieving TPA, or Fast Track Authority. What happens if he doesn't do that? And since it goes for 6 years, we talked before in the previous panel about what happens if the next president doesn't do that. So what happens if she doesn't do that? What happens if the President of the United States doesn't follow the law? And with all respect to my colleagues from the other side, my party has a problem with that from time to time. At least I thought we did. We've accused the President many times of not following the law. So my question was very, I thought, simplistic. What happens if the President doesn't follow the notice requirements? What happens if he doesn't follow the consultation requirements? What if he doesn't follow the publication requirements? Does he lose fast-track authority? And I was hoping to find an automatic cutoff switch. We could have written the bill in such a way as it said, if the President does these things, then he gets fast-track authority. That automatic cutoff switch is not in the bill. There are essentially 2 manual cutoff switches. And when I talked with Mr. Ryan about this the first time, he acknowledged there's 2 cutoff switches. There's one called a procedural disapproval resolution that I think everybody admits is irrelevant. This is a manual cutoff switch. If the President doesn't follow the law, yes, you could flip this PDR resolution, procedural disapproval resolution, and it would cut off fast track, but that takes this committee, the Ways and Means Committee, the full House, the full, Senate Finance Committee, and the full Senate at a 60-vote margin. This is code in our business for saying these things are never going to happen. And I think everybody who's candid will tell you that switch will never be thrown. And it's fine because Ways and Means put in a second manual cutoff switch, and that's what I want to talk about today. That is called the Consultation and Compliance Resolution. And this is the CCR that we've talked about within our conference that says that, oh, the House can stop it by itself. If we determine that the President has not followed the rules, we can stop it by ourselves. CCR has 2 glaring shortcomings that my amendment seeks to fix. Number one, it comes at the very end of the process. It comes after the President has submitted his final implementing bill, as we're seeing now with the TPP. That could be several years into the process. He could give us notice 6 years in advance that he's going to negotiate a deal with India, and we have to wait 6 years before we have a chance to say, you know what, you didn't follow the rules. But the bigger problem with it from a procedural standpoint, from a member of Congress standpoint, the bigger problem with the CCR is that it is only in order if Ways and Means says that it is. The CCR is only in order if the Ways and Means Committee reports out that final trade implementing bill with anything other than a favorable recommendation. So if it's okay with Ways and Means, Mr. Burgess doesn't get a chance to complain about the process. Mr. Sessions doesn't get a chance to complain about the process. Mr. Polis doesn't get a chance to complain about the process. I love my friends on Ways and Means. I can think of no member of Congress who has earned my respect more than Paul Ryan has. That doesn't mean that members of Ways and Means get to be super members of Congress. It doesn't mean, by the way, that Paul Ryan is always going to be the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee. And for us to say, you know what, even if the president doesn't follow the law, as long as a majority of the Ways and Means Committee says that's okay, that we somehow lose our ability to force the president to follow the law. My amendment changes the disapprovals process fairly simply. It changes it from a process of disapproval to a process of approval. The bill already sets out a bunch of requirements, but there's roughly 8 really important checkpoints along the way. The beginning of negotiations, the publication of text, the finalization of agreements, there's 8 of those things. And what my amendment says is that every time the president comes to one of those checkpoints, before he can proceed to the next and still preserve his rights to fast-track treatment, the House and the Senate have to say, you know what, you followed the law up to now. This is great. You've done what you were supposed to do. You may go to the next step. That's it. And any member can bring that motion. Doesn't go to the committee, it goes straight to the floor and says, look, the majority of the House say you follow the law, you may proceed to the next step. That's it. Substantively, the bill is not changed. The goals are not changed. The requirements are not changed. None of the timing is changed. All we're saying is, instead of giving the Ways and Means Committee a chokehold over whether or not the president has to follow the law, all of us get that ability to participate. All of us could look at it and say, you know what, I don't think the president has followed the rules on publication. And how much better, by the way, to have that discussion along the way than have it after 4 and 5 and 6 years when we're staring at a final bill and could do nothing about it, Mr. Chairman. Wouldn't it be a better process to have my children get this at school? My children get progress reports. And if they're failing in one particular area or pulling up short, we have a chance to fix that before the final report card comes in. What's wrong with asking the President of the United States to do that? I think it would satisfy a lot of the concerns that many of my conservative friends have, Mr. Sessions. You've heard it. I've heard it. We give too much authority to the President. We're ceding too much authority to the President. This amendment actually allows Congress to play its appropriate role of oversight. And not just oversight at the end, and not just oversight controlled by a small minority of our body, but the possibility of oversight during the process in a way that is designed to simply require the President to follow the law. My understanding, Mr. Chairman, is that the amendment is not looked kindly upon by the committee, and I appreciate that. I do appreciate the opportunity to come here, and I've told you many, many times before that I wish that we had more opportunities on the floor to just have these amendments. I'd offer plenty of amendments that fail. I recognize that. I don't mind losing. What I mind is not having my say. And while I haven't had my chance to have my say much on the floor in the last couple of years, you've given me that opportunity in this committee, and I will always appreciate that. I'll yield back, but I would ask the chairman if it was in his discretion to allow Mr. Meadows, Mr. Jordan, Mr. Clausen to add some comments if you thought it was appropriate.
Gentleman, Mr. Clausen would be in order, and we would welcome that ability for him to come speak on behalf of this Second Amendment.
In the last several years, as we all know, the United States Fed has really loosened monetary policy to the tune of billions of dollars. We've all been worried about the inflationary impacts of that. And in fact, what has occurred, because the Japanese and the Europeans have printed even more money, is that our currency remains the reserve currency. But why do I say that today? Because through the course of this debate, one of the things that I keep hearing, and that Representative Mulvaney made an allusion to, is that the committee's against having anybody look at any trade deals except for Ways and Means. Because if they do that, you all, our trade partners won't take us serious. So let me see if I get this right. We're by far the largest economy in the world. Everybody needs our market more than anything else. If you don't believe that, go to Walmart or go to Hyundai or Toyota, because where we all go for cheap stuff, right? So because the Ways and Means Committee and the president has to give the people a voice in a trade agreement, meaning the House of Representatives, they won't want to negotiate with us. Does anybody really believe that? That they're going to walk away from Walmart? That they're going to walk away from the electronics industry, from the automotive industry, because the U.S. Congress has to have a say in the process? I just think, again, it's one of those cases where we're saying the sky is falling, and it is purely a mythical fear in order to get this passed. I say let's respect the American worker, and let's respect the American people by having us have a say in the process if we do, in the end, adopt TPA. I yield back.
Jim yields back his time. Thank you very much. The gentleman, Mr. Mulvaney, had given us lots of good information. The gentleman, Mr. Jordan, and gentleman, Mr. Meadows, were signed on with this, and they've declined the opportunity, but they've been here several hours. I want to thank both of them for being here. Let's see. Boy, let me see where I start. I appreciate everybody and would probably try and make this one point that's perhaps on the Mr. Clausen amendment, which would be the same as most of you are here for, and that is what we're really saying is you would like for it to be a stated purpose that as we agree to this, that trade ambassador would make it an important issue about currency manipulation and push rules and regulations or rules on manipulation of currency. Is that the essence of what I'll call Clausen Amendment is about?
If I could, and of course, I refer to it as...
I've read it 3 times, but I want to make sure.
I refer to it as the Clausen-Kildee Amendment or the Kildee-Clausen.
Right. I don't mean to diss anybody.
Well, I think in part, yes, that the amendment would direct our negotiators that this be a stated purpose, but it would go to the extent to say that the provisions would be consistent with existing principles in IMF and WTO regimes, number one, and secondly, that the provisions would be subject to the same dispute resolution provisions of other elements of the agreement.
Okay.
That's
Does the
critical.
WTO have this, and we're simply not saying we want this a part of a trigger mechanism?
The issue here is that we have agreements that may essentially disarm us in terms of negotiated provisions of a trade agreement, and disarm us in our ability to use the provisions of enforcement to deal with currency manipulation and relies simply on the existing systems. And as I said in my opening remarks, I'm unimpressed with whatever administration over time in terms of their ability to pursue effectively currency manipulators in the context of trade. And as we're entering into an agreement that has multiple provisions, all of which can be used to try to achieve compliance with other provisions, we think that the principles ought to be adhered to as they have been already articulated in those other systems, but that the enforcement provisions be robust. And I have seen nothing in our experience outside of these agreements that would indicate that that would be the case at all.
Okay, I think I'm with you. Okay. Now, next question. Yes, sir, Mr. Clausen.
I'd say 2 things in answer to your statement or question. Number
It
one
really
is
just a question.
Yeah, number one is I want to remind everyone here, the folks that manipulate currency don't ask our permission or anyone else's permission before they do that. Those that put their currency in a band just do it. And we don't really need to ask their permission. I say what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And therefore, what we're saying is the first thing out of the president's mouth or whoever is negotiating these agreements ought to be currency manipulation. They didn't ask our permission when they got into the currency market, and it's a 1 to 3% impact of our GDP. That's too big to be in the customs deal. That belongs right here.
Okay, but let me drill down so that you can really get to my question. I think you've got a lot, you've thought a lot about this, and I respect and appreciate that. Would currency manipulation be what the Affordable Care Act did with workers, where it provided them subsidies?
With what? No.
Please explain.
The Affordable Care Act, which we passed, substantially provided subsidies for workers of this country.
For poor people.
Well, they're still workers.
People on Medicaid.
In currency manipulation, the winners of the exporting countries to us are the workers, and the losers are their consumers, because they have an artificially low price of their currency. The imports into their countries cost more than they would if their currency floated. In our country, the winners are consumers that go to Walmart or go to Hyundai, and the losers are the workers.
Okay, then let me ask you.
So there is a in a way a subsidy there, if you will.
Well, we're subsidizing our workers.
No,
The
we're
healthcare.
subsidizing them.
Well, hold on. You'll have your time. I'm for that. How about the gentlewoman will have her time, I guarantee you.
I just can't stand it.
Well, the gentlewoman is recognized.
I am so glad that. All right. I'm going to tell you the truth, I'm just so taken with Mr. Clausen and his absolute
said that 4 times.
mastery of this, and the fact that you really understand what it is we're doing here. Thank you for that. But I just want to say, if you're talking about a side agreement, and I think I understood that from you, that Secretary Rice looked us right in the face on NAFTA and said the side agreement that got most Democrats to vote for NAFTA, that was never enforced. They had no enforcement mechanism to do it. Currency manipulation is so critical that it should have been the first thing I think that we negotiate here, but for reasons that this president and presidents before him have never really been able to call China out on this. Right. In fact, they pretend as though it's not real. And I think if we're going to do this trade agreement, and it looks like, I don't know, if we're voting on it, I guess you got the votes, that had better be in the main part of this bill that we cannot, no country can do that. Right? Now, since China's not in here, and they're the biggest culprit, but my understanding is that China may want to come in to this TPP in the future. Is that correct?
That's everything we hear.
The rule of law, if gentlemen yield, the rule of law would be required, and they are the biggest offender of rule of law by far.
But Japan is also doing it, and I think Korea. Isn't the reason that our trade deficit with Korea has doubled, maybe even more? Marcy's got all those numbers since we signed that trade agreement with them. They haven't sold anything of ours that I can find, but we're doing fine over here with their goods. So I think these trade bills are a subsidy, if you ask me. But if we're going to do it on your amendment, I wouldn't do it as a side agreement, and you hope somebody will say something sometime.
And if I might, Mr. Chairman, if I could respond, and to your question, that was really the fundamental point that we're trying to make here, is that it has to be in this agreement. I mean, if currency is, and it is for many U.S. manufacturers, the major barrier to penetrating markets that are potential signatories to this agreement, and it is not included in this agreement, what we will have is a continuation of a huge disadvantage that American manufacturers have, but we will let down our guard on some of the protections that we have as an offset to currency manipulation, using Japan, I think, as the prime example, which Ms. Kaptur already pointed out. And to your question, Mr. Chairman, the point of view that the 22 of us, and we're joined by Mrs. Dingell, who's also a part of our effort here, and as she has said often, it can be a $7,000 to $8,000 differential for a Japanese-made vehicle, $8,000 to $10,000. The numbers continue to rise, right?
Why should we be that stupid?
But the point, I suppose, is that we we have to have a strong and enforceable provision within this agreement. We need something more than just an aspirational statement. So there is, I know we've heard even today and even in the last couple of hours, some discussion about some kind of language on currency. Well, it needs to be, as Ms. Slaughter said, this ought to be the place we started. It's the biggest barrier we have, and we ought not have something that is tantamount to a poster in the airport saying you shouldn't manipulate currency. It should be a strong and enforceable regime, and it ought to be the first thing out of the gate when we enter into these sorts of negotiations.
Thank you, Pete. You're a gentleman and a scholar.
Well, you talk to my mother occasionally, so
No, I
I don't wanna get in
don't.
trouble there. Yes, you do.
I don't.
We called her from your office one day.
Oh, that's right.
All right, now,
Slaughter,
come on.
I just want to say that I do agree with you. It's just a question of time before China is included. They don't ask permission
For anything.
for anything from anybody. And so when you were, when you were talking, you were singing and I was tapping my foot here. So I'm right with you on the same hymn.
I'm telling you, they built their Navy by hacking in on us. Right?
Well, why
We just
why
put up
we
with-
why we would run a great big trade deficit with somebody who hacks our government data
Daily.
is beyond me from a security perspective. What are we doing?
That's why these trade bills drive me crazy, because none of them ever are enforced. This government does not enforce a single one, ever.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlewoman, seek more time? Gentlewoman has the time.
No, it's your time.
Oh, you yielded it
I
back to
did
me.
yield back, but maybe you'd be nice and let
Gentlewoman
Marcy
yields
say
back her time. Let me see if I can tell you. I was trying to help you out because I don't disagree with what you're saying. I'm trying to clarify that what you were after was the development of rules and regulations that would allow the United States to effectively debate the issue so that they could move forward with rules and regulations saying this is what is bad about currency manipulation. And I think that's all you're trying to do. You're trying to say, please develop a set of rules and regulations as a result of us saying we want to do this, and we want to make sure that the administration does that to where we recognize it as opposed to ignoring it. Now, that was what I tried to get you to say. Is that what this is about? Mr. Kildee?
Yes, but it has to be within the agreement. It has to be within the agreement, subject to the same enforcement provisions that other elements of the agreement
Gentlemen,
would be
yield.
subject.
That's not what the amendment says.
That is what the amendment.
It says the development of that consistent with other people's, other organizations. It doesn't say before a deal is struck. I did not read that. It just says that the let's see.
If I may read.
Please help me out, because I read it 3 times. It says the principal negotiating objective of the United States with respect to unfair currency exchange practices is to target, this is what it's about, to target protracted large-scale intervention in one direction in the exchange markets by a party, I'm reading this, to a trade agreement to gain an unfair competitive advantage in trade over other parties to the agreement by establishing, so you're going to establish a strong and enforceable rules against exchange rate manipulation that are subject to the same dispute settlement procedures and remedies as other enforceable obligations under the agreement and are consistent with existing principles and agreements of the International Monetary Fund and World Trade Organization.
So if
Does it say that, did I just read that, and it must be included in every single deal?
No, but
That's all I'm saying. Yeah, I did not hear that.
All right,
You
I understand
told me
your
it was, and I'm saying that's not. This is why I'm for it. I want us to go and establish an understanding of what really is bad, because I believe it is, about currency manipulation. I'm trying to be on your side.
Could I attempt to clarify?
Gentleman's recognized.
The opening line says the principal negotiating objective of the United States is, as you read, the negotiation is the negotiation of the trade agreement. It refers to the trade agreement. It's not completely out of context. It's not a piece of legislation that stands on its own.
Okay.
It is negotiating
I'm now not negotiating, I'm trying to get the intent of what you're saying. You're saying that it's got to be done before any trade agreement under this deal could be agreed to.
That it would be one of the negotiating objectives of the agreement.
Well, okay, let me go back again, because we're talking past each other. Is it your idea, Mr. Clausen, you're in here together, is it your idea that when we negotiate under TPA, that this has to be negotiated, and a part of it, it's not one of the 150, but it theoretically could become before a trade deal would be agreed to?
Yes.
Okay, now, just so you know, I did not read that, and so I was saying, I think we should go establish this. I think we should empower as a major part of this for us to proactively push what we never have pushed, have a policy, make sure people know about it, and they know what it is. Because in my opinion, just Pete Sessions, that's all, my biggest objection and why I am so fired up about this as Mr. Clausen is one could say Korea, but I would say China. I'm not sure these other countries that we're negotiating are necessarily
Japan is.
hugely into this area. And so you're saying it's a condition of acceptance. And I was hearing you say, Louise, Louise, I gave you your time.
I know.
Now, hold on just a
But it
second.
is the least
But
we
you're
can
not a
do.
witness.
Okay.
You're not a witness. I'm trying to discover the intent of their legislation.
I
and
know what it is.
Mr. Chairman,
Right, hold on.
All right.
Does it say that this is an objective or a requirement? It says
Well,
objective.
All right, but as I listened to you, I thought you thought every time we had to do any kind of
No,
trade with
you
them
told
that
me you
we
had
to
the
do
answer.
this.
Tell me the answer.
The
Is it
answer
an
is
objective
that-
or a requirement?
I think it should be a requirement,
Okay.
frankly, in there, that this be a part of this agreement. Face up, I don't know why we would do any agreement of any sort that would
Chairman,
literally disadvantage us to that extent.
Okay,
It
do you-
doesn't make any sense.
Do you agree with her?
Almost all the time.
Okay, so
How about
just so you
now?
know, as the chairman of the committee, I've now heard from you of the intent. I am not supportive of this. I was when it said objective, that we would go and put criteria and begin the negotiation and talk to people. This could delay the implementation of any of these agreements if we were not able to come up with this for years. I don't know how many difficult issues you go through. All I'm trying to say is, if she told me it's a requirement, I read the word objective.
Okay.
I changed my opinion. I'm now not in favor of this, and I
But they're
appreciate
the authors of it, I'm not.
Well, you're the one that told me you knew the answer.
Well, I think, my understanding is for years, we have had this problem of their manipulation of currency.
I
We
was
can talk
for-
about- And this is, we have an opportunity now.
I
to
was
change
for
that.
objective, not requirement,
Well-
and you
But I
changed,
think
you
the
changed the
important
word.
point
Mr. Chairman, the language speaks for itself.
Well, then you need to tell me it is an objective, and she said it's, Ms. Clausen, help me
I
out.
want it to be a requirement.
Ms.
Let's put it
Clausen.
that way.
Ms. Clausen, it is your amendment. You're the one that brought it in here. You are looking at.
We wanted on, when we originally wrote the language, we wrote objective,
Well, that's what it says
not
here.
requirement. So we think it ought to be on equal ground so that if this objective is not addressed like all the other objectives in TPA, then there's no, then they would be in violation.
Okay.
Objective.
So really, substantively, you've told me this is a process you want done before we bring a deal forward, not something we're going to work on, work with people, go to the IMF, World Trade Organizations, begin pushing an important element of what you believe is unfairness. You want this in the deal.
Along with all the other objectives that are delineated in TPA.
You want this one of the 150.
Correct.
Thank you very much. Mr. King, I am delighted that you came here. Mr. McDermott, I found your testimony enlightening. I'm delighted that you were here. I'm sorry, I read it 3 or 4 or 5 times, and I just wanted to make sure that I got closer to the answer, and I appreciate you. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm thinking back to what Mr. McDermott said when he first came in the room. He said, do you really want to let this authority go on to whoever the next president of the United States is? And I wanted to ask him about that because we've talked to Democrats and Republicans who said they didn't trust the Obama administration to negotiate on America's behalf because they didn't think they'd do a good job at it. I'm kind of hoping that international trade is something that we're all in together as a nation, that it's not a Democratic or Republican issue. We're in it. And we're in it to win it on behalf of American consumers and American workers. And so I would have said that we actually want this power to extend because it's not a power we give to Mr. Obama or Mr. Bush or Mr. Clinton. It is a power we give to the President of the United States and his trade negotiating team on our behalf. Is it your position that it should end with this president because this is the only president you would trust with that authority, and the next president we should reevaluate on a personality by personality basis, or am I right that this is really an American trade objective?
My point is not a personal one. It's not about this president or any other president. It is what is the issue that's going to be before us. And if you're giving fast-track authority to the president to negotiate, what is he or she going to negotiate? You don't know what the next one is going to be. You assume you think already anyone is good, right? I mean, no matter what he does or whoever she is, whatever they find and they come back with, you're going to get a yes and no vote. That's all you're going to get. Because you will have given away your leverage to have all this argument you're having about this one, TPP. You will not say the negotiating objectives or anything else. President can go out and do whatever he or she wants.
Well, as is often true, I hear you and Mr. Mulvaney saying very similar things.
Strange, right?
It is. I did. Mr. Mulvaney, I'd say to you, also worried about the yes or no vote, how it gets turned off, how it gets turned on. I heard you say you had a lot of respect for the Ways and Means Committee and Chairman Ryan, but leaving all the authority there, you did leave out one other option for turning off TPA, which is always available to us, one that we have exercised in the past, and that is that this committee, these 13 members, can turn off TPA absolutely any time for absolutely any reason. It's an expedited procedure here in the House. The Constitution gives the House the responsibility to set its own rules. No law can bind this institution as the Constitution gives us that right. Even though having the Ways and Means Committee and the Ways and Means Committee alone have the authority to turn it off, are you any more comforted if you know that you also have 13 friends on the Rules Committee that could turn it off?
I guess this is my point, Mr. Woodall. Say that every single member of this committee believed that the president did not follow the rules regarding some future hypothetical trade negotiations with, say, India. Okay? Everybody on here said, okay, he didn't follow the publication properly. You could all agree on that unanimously. Unless the bill is reported out of Ways and Means with something other than a favorable report, the CCR is not in order. Now, there may be some magical thing this committee could do, because this committee does magical things all the time that ordinary human beings don't understand. But the way the bill is written right now is that if unless the Ways and Means reports it out something other than favorably, it doesn't exist.
I agree with you that the CCR provision is fairly feckless in its language. The Rules Committee, as it did with Colombia, can simply turn off TPA, right? TPA is nothing more than an expedited procedure through the House. The Constitution gives us the right to set our own procedures in the House. So if we decide, and then of course the House enacts whatever the decision of the committee is, we could turn it off in that moment. But to your point, that still just gives you two bites at the apple. Ways and Means bite at the apple, and a Rules Committee bite at the apple. Is that comforting?
Again, is it comforting? I don't know. Comforting is the right word. I will tell you this. You talk about the purview of this committee. Y'all could bring up TPP tomorrow if you want to on fast track. We close rules here all the time. We get up and down votes all the time. We're probably only going to get up and down vote on TPA.
Well, and
So we can have a longer conversation maybe about the Rules Committee another time, but no, I don't know if that gives me, because I don't understand exactly how they could turn it off.
well, that's actually where I wanted to take you next, because I know you spent a lot of time trying to find a pathway forward that satisfied your concerns. I don't say that frivolously. I say that very sincerely, right? Looked at lots of different ways, talked to everybody in the room, tried to find a way forward. For me, the value in having it to be a resolution of disapproval rather than a resolution of approval is that the Senate has strange things and magical things that happens there on a regular basis, and I'm not comfortable being trapped by Senate process and procedure in order to have something affirmative happen. If we can, having to move something forward, Senate's great at delaying things. What it's not good at is moving things forward. Did you exhaust all the possibilities in those discussions that you had that would have allowed the House to have the kind of authority you're looking at without getting the Senate into that same
I will tell you this, Mr. Woodall. We looked at 3 or 4 different options. We looked at a form of a disapproval that would not have to go through rules, not have to go through Ways and Means, would be privileged to go straight to the floor. We looked at that. In my conversations with members of our own party, they had certain objections to that. It seemed that the least objectionable of the various options we looked at was the one that we brought forward to you here today. But I want to go back to your original question because something just struck me as you were going through your analysis as to whether or not I'm more comforted by the fact that y'all could always turn it off if you wanted to anyway. And I wonder if the way the bill is written doesn't preclude you from doing that. And here's why I say that. The PDR, which is the other off switch, the manual off switch, which everybody agrees is meaningless, actually speaks explicitly to how it works, which is that in order for a PDR to be in order, it must be approved by the Ways and Means, at least in the House, it must be approved by the Ways and Means Committee and the Rules Committee. Conversely, the bill says on a CCR, only the Ways and Means Committee has to check in on the process. So I wonder if we aren't limiting this committee by virtue of the language in the bill that's drafted.
As always is the case around here, smart folks from the back row bring highlighted copies to you in your time of need. That's exactly right. Jim is supposed to be playing that role, or Mark. I mean that's page 99 of 1314. That says, with full recognition of the constitutional right of either house to change the rules so far as relating to the procedures of that house at any time in the same manner and to the same extent as any other rule of that house. And
current language in the TPA that expired years back, that's hardwired in the bill, it's not in my amendment, which is read, is in the actual underlying bill that speaks to the rulemaking authority. I respect that. I guess the only question I asked, or at least I raised in response to the original question is, from a legal standpoint, if circumstance A requires A and B, and circumstance B requires C only, I wonder if that means it precludes,
I understand. I appreciate that. And moving from that,
I'm glad my microphone wasn't on for that answer because that was a terrible response.
to Mr. King, as I said to Mr. Mulvaney, and I know he worked very hard to try to find a solution forward. You worked very hard to try to find a solution forward. This is not the first time that you have done all the work before it has shown up here, and so that it's mission accomplished by the time the manager's amendment or what have you shows up here. I don't think folks realize how much the committed minority can get done if they don't take no for an answer and they keep looking for more and more options. Mick looked and looked and looked and looked and couldn't find something that folks got to. You looked and looked and looked and looked and ultimately did. And we're going to end up with a better process because of that. I'm grateful to you for what you've done, Mr. Chairman. Now you're back.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado. Mr.
Thank
Polis.
you.
Questions.
My questions are going to be for the Clausen Group and Mr. King. If he could resume his seat there. So I'll go to the Clausen Group first. Yeah, and where did Mr. Clausen go? Where'd he go? Oh, there he went. Yeah. And Mr. King, yeah. I know we're doing sort of several panels at the same time. Well, I'll go to Mr. King first. So my question is, I don't, maybe you can explain that just procedurally. Your amendment I don't see as a submitted amendment, or is there one that was submitted to Rules Committee?
It's, I believe, submitted with a manager's amendment language incorporated into a manager's amendment, as I understand it.
Okay, so it is manager's amendment to the Trade Preferences Extension Act.
And it would be, I believe, Section 912, if I remember.
Okay, so not to the Trade Promotion Authority Bill, but to the Trade Preferences Extension Act, is that correct?
We call it the Customs Bill, the vernacular we've been using, yes.
Yeah, I think the Trade Preferences Extension, okay. And the question I have is, did you believe that the language from the Senate, I guess it could be called the Ted Cruz language, or it was his amendment, did you believe that language was insufficient to address your concern?
Yes, that is my position. There's a difference between a prohibition, the Cruz language says, towards a requirement in a trade agreement that would compel change in U.S. law versus a prohibition in expanding the existing visas, which is in my language. So
what, I mean, if the Cruz language was operative, I mean, it sounds pretty strong to me, a prohibition on changing the law, that's the Cruz language. So what could happen under the Cruz language that you would address in your amendment?
Well, we have, for example, L1 visas, which are the intra-company visas, the global intra-company visas that could be negotiated in a trade agreement and not violate the technical language of the Cruz language, but would violate the language of mine.
Okay, and now are those immigrant or non-immigrant visas, those L visas?
I don't know. In the time I've worked with immigration policy, I don't know that I can define the distinction between immigrant and non-immigrant visas since so many overstay.
Well, there's a matter of intent and so forth. Obviously some blur the lines, but there's a legal distinction between it. Any other concerns besides the L visas that are not addressed in Mr. Cruz's amendment?
Well, some of the question is who knows, given the pattern of the previous administration, the Bush administration, of creating new visas and trade agreements, we don't know where they might stop if they take it upon themselves to create visas, expand visas. So I'm concerned about everyone, and this language that goes to 8 U.S.C. 1101A15 is language that deals with the entire, well, it is a long and broad list of visas, so it incorporates everything that I can think of with regard to visas, and we wanted to address all of that since that's the province of Congress.
And why is it in this other bill as opposed to the Trade Promotion Act itself, or why is it an amendment to this other bill?
Well, there's a concern about opening up the TPA and going back to the Senate with language like that. I mean, I understand that concern is procedural, and probably it's a matter of how you expedite legislation through this Congress without bogging it down too much in the Senate. And I expect and hope that there will be a reasonable conference committee and they will arrive at a rational conclusion.
Okay, I'm going to move on to the Clausen Amendment. My question about the Clausen Amendment is, it seems to me in reading it that the final sentence contradicts the intent of the rest of it and the ability to implement the rest of it. The final sentence is, nothing in the previous sentence shall be construed to restrict the exercise of domestic monetary policy. Now, as everybody knows, domestic monetary policy can have any implication you want with regard to the valuation of your currency abroad. So when, for instance, our own Fed manipulates the Fed rate or engages in quantitative easing or buys back bonds, all of those aspects of domestic monetary policy, which seem to be carved out here in kind of a notwithstanding clause, nothing in the previous sentence shall be construed. So any central bank, presumably, of any of these countries can still have all the tools that they want with regards to manipulating currency, including our own government. So how does this do anything if you carve out the exercise of domestic monetary policy, including domestic monetary policy that has influence on exchange rates? Because that's a subset of domestic monetary policy. Any of you, Mr.
The
Kilden?
biggest distinction is that there is a clear distinction between monetary policy that may have an effect on currency value, which of course it would, versus explicit steps taken for the purpose of depressing a nation's currency. And pointing to WTO and IMF principles, there's a series of tests. We had a very good, in fact, Ms. Dingle, who is here, helped to organize it, a very good session with Fred Bergston from the Peterson Institute, who went into explicit detail in explaining the distinction between monetary policy that may have, as a consequence, an effect on currency value, which is quite distinguishable from a nation entering into currency markets for the explicit and specific purpose of depressing its currency to affect its trade value.
So does that mean it's a matter of intent or the rationale that's used by
No,
governments?
it's far more than intent, and I don't have there's a sort of a four-way test that has to do with whether or not there is an existing trade imbalance, whether it's the acquisition of one's own versus other currencies. Like, for example, our QE would not pass the test, and I've not spoken to a single economist. And this, frankly, the reason that language is there is that so many of the opponents to a currency provision have, I think, wrongfully claimed that the U.S. Fiscal policy, or the Fed's fiscal policy, monetary policy, I should say, of QE somehow would open us to a similar claim. Now, there are folks that disagree with the Fed's policy, but I don't think they should conflate that with currency manipulation in the context of trade. And this is a fairly well-established set of principles that I think easily distinguish the two.
And we'll go to a minute, Mr. Clausen. Has it been vetted and run by the Treasury Secretary, Secretary Liu, and do they have they opined on this matter as to whether this would impair any of their abilities to engage in domestic monetary policy?
Well, I think therein lies the problem. Some of those same voices have been pushing back against any currency provision, and we frankly just disagree. And it's difficult, obviously, for some of us who have supported this president on a number of his initiatives, but I think they're just dead wrong on this. And there are plenty of voices, objective voices, who have taken that same position.
Mr. Clausen?
Yeah, let me give a little background here that will cast some color on what you're asking. From a historical perspective, if I wanted to define currency manipulation, I would say there's two, maybe three ways that competitive mercantilist countries go about this. Number one is they have a currency band, which means their currency does not float. Now, we don't have a currency band. And if there's QE1, QE2, and QE 3000, it's going to be reflected on a comparative basis relative to other economies' inflation rate, what their Fed is doing, and by the way, their competitiveness. Those are the things that go into that comparison that then markets decide with an infinite amount of variables. Markets are forward-looking, speculative, and they define what therefore the value of each currency is. Like any other stock, it's a bet on the future. Yes or no? That's how a lot of people lose money and get rich. So for those of our economic competitors, and we have very meaningful competitors that don't allow their currency out of a band, they have answered the question for you, because there is no market value of their currency. The Chinese come to mind first and foremost, but of course they are not the first country that has had explicit currency bans. The second thing, of course, is more common in the case of the Koreans and the Japanese. When their currency becomes a little too uncompetitive, then they at acute moments, they step into the market and buy dollars or buy whatever they have to, sell what they have to in order to manipulate that currency at a given moment in time.
Well, on that one,
Now,
that one though, that exercise of domestic monetary policy, our central bank can also and has you know, purchased our own currency, and presumably the banks in these other countries have other reasons for doing that besides, you know, attempts at currency manipulation.
Now, if you are asking me, is there an indirect impact because the Fed loosens their monetary policy and the Treasury gets in the game, so in effect people are just printing money, because that's what it is. One hand lending and the other hand buying. Does that have an indirect currency impact? Of course it does, except that the Japanese and the Europeans have done even more of that, which is why we are the tallest among short folks, and our currency remains benchmark because we do less of that than others. But I also want to remind the congressman that in a larger time frame, we've been doing this for about 5 minutes compared to the Asians. And so I see all the folks that say, well, we do the same thing. And I say, wait a minute. In 1985 and 86, they were doing that long before we started QE. And so to take this moment in time, when the Fed has obviously loosened monetary policy in order to stimulate internal domestic growth, and compare that to decades of currency manipulation in a race to the bottom to make their product more competitive here, I think is a false comparison.
So, you know, again, but to my knowledge, the reason that the Treasury Secretary and others have expressed concern over these measures is they feel that it's very important that they have these levers with regards to the domestic economy, whether it's in currency, consumption, or growth, et cetera. And just as we've been talking about, you know, we don't want the trade agreement to hamper this ability or that ability or sovereignty here or there. There seems to be, on behalf of the experts actually involved with managing our currency, a great concern that this would reduce their own ability to engage in domestic monetary policy, despite your last sentence, and that seems to be the concern that I'm hearing from many in the administration.
I think that's a red herring. I personally believe that the language is not nearly restrictive enough here to cause that concern. And secondly, I think our international competitors don't even ask that question. They just set their currency where they want it in order to make themselves more competitive. They don't ask us or anybody else permission, and the American worker pays the price.
Well, and most notably, the countries that aren't even subject to this agreement, China.
Of course. But you know, it's my assumption. When I got involved with the amendment, I assume and believe that this is not our first rodeo. We're going to be here time and again, making trade deficits, and we're going to run or making trade agreements, and we will run hundreds of billions of dollars of deficits, of trade deficits. And we'll have a lot of people in world-class companies get their jobs eliminated. And to me, neither one of those things are right. And I don't think this language constricts the presidency. You know, we all got to walk and chew gum here. And this gives him plenty of leeway to be able to do those two things.
Mr. Kildee?
Make one final point. I think the conversation is an important one, but I think it's also important to contextualize what the amendment does and what this agreement does. Nothing let me restate. There isn't any doubt in the minds of most observers that while the U.S. has engaged in monetary policy that may have had the effect of affecting its currency, that it's not comparable, as Mr. Clausen said, to what we've faced in terms of just using the Japanese as an example, currency being used clearly as a barrier to affect the value of exports. But the only question really before us is not whether that condition exists or if, in fact, U.S. policymakers are concerned about whether our QE policy would pass the test for currency manipulation. The question is whether or not there's going to be an enforceable method, an enforceable regime in order to deal with nations that do manipulate their currency. And the question that I have to ask myself is if the largest trade agreement ever imagined in the world isn't the place to deal with the largest trading barrier, currency, I'm not sure what is. So the question is not whether or not the U.S. is manipulating as opposed to another nation. I think that argument's interesting. I come to a conclusion that the answer is no. The question is whether, when it happens, will signatories of this agreement be subject to true enforcement or to a lack of enforcement, which is what we've seen so far.
Thank you. I yield back.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. Gentleman yields back. Yield myself a little time for questions. Ms. Capter, your Senator Portman actually introduced an amendment on the Senate side, similar to what you're introducing here. Is that correct?
Yes, the language is, I think, almost the same, if not exactly the same.
And the fate of that amendment over in the Senate was not favorable. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So it poses a difficulty then, assuming your amendment was made in order and was put on the bill, it then would be different from what has been passed by the Senate.
Well, I'm hoping that the Rules Committee will allow this amendment to move forward, and that maybe the rule would allow conferenceable items with the Senate. This is a very, very important measure, the TPP and the provisions leading to it. And if I could state for the record, Mr. Chairman, some figures that are provided by Fred Bergston and others, eliminating currency manipulation would increase our GDP by between 2 and 4.9%. That is an incredible amount, resulting in the reduction of U.S. trade deficits and expansion of U.S. GDP, creating 2.3 million to 5.8 million jobs, and by reducing our jobs deficit by 28% to 72%, depending on which benchmarks you use, that is a significant result, and one I think that we should aim towards. So,
Gentlelady, we'll
I would
suspend for
hope
just a
the
moment,
rule-
please. Mr. King, you're not leaving, are you? Oh, good. Well, I mean, if you need to take a break, I understand, but I would. Okay, I'm sorry, Ms. Capter, please
Yeah,
proceed.
so anyway, I was saying we believe the significance of this issue is such that it ought to be an objective, as our legislation states. Even though the Senate wasn't able to muster the votes on Senator Portman's try, nonetheless, a number of members over there did vote for that, and I think we should push the envelope on this one. I agree with what Representative Clausen has said, you know, and Representative Kildee and Representative Dingell, all those who are involved in this. This is, you know, the United States has accumulated $9.5 trillion of trade deficit in the last 30 years. That is shocking. People say, oh, the problem with the federal deficit is that, you know, the government spends too much money. The problem with the federal deficit is we've lost too much productivity despite the hard work of the American people because of this overhang of these trade deficits. And the tens of millions of jobs that have been lost, whether it's Indiana, Ohio, Michigan, oh my goodness, these were responsible companies with responsible workers for the most part. And this issue, I hope the House will stand up on. I'm disappointed in the President and the administration for not putting this central in their negotiating objectives. But I think it's so important that we here in the House, we're not the Senate. We're supposed to be closer to the people. We're supposed to be closer to the activities of the country. That's why we were established. So let's do it.
Can I answer as well?
Please.
Mr. Chairman, look, I think you make a good point. As I said earlier, you know, no one's got a lock on the truth in life, and I feel strongly about these issues. But what I do feel more strongly about is that it goes to a vote, irrespective of what the Senate does, irrespective. And for Congressman Polis, I would like to add on, I mean, the reason for these sorts of things is aimed at countries with big trade surpluses, of which we are not, and big currency reserves, which we do not have. So the theoretical problem that you point out, I would be glad that we would have that problem someday. A trade surplus, and B, lots of reserves. Right now, the issue that you take with this is not really relevant because we have an enormous trade deficit and we don't have a lot of reserves. We print money. I yield back.
Technically, we don't print it anymore. It's created electronically. Mr. Bernanke
Only from
straightened
Texas,
me out on
right?
that when I was on the Joint Economic Committee. Representative King, and I do thank you for staying. And first off, recognize you relayed to me one time that if you knew I'd ever be on the Rules Committee, you would have been nicer to me. And that's why I stopped you from leaving, because you weren't nicer to me. No, I want to thank you for what you did in getting this language here. I'm still not convinced. You heard my exchange with Chairman Ryan. I mean, my reading of that Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement, I mean, it looks like there's still pretty big loopholes where, and again, I signed something that I said I wouldn't talk about it, so I can't talk about it, but I'd love to talk to you about it, because it did look like there were big loopholes where executives could be transferred between countries, and that concerns me because we have seen where people have taken license with and played fast and loose with the facts. So I thank you for doing it. I hope the on-off switches that we've talked about at some length up here today, I hope you're convinced about those. Maybe you can convince me, but I just got to tell you, even with the tightening of the language you've done, I'm still concerned about what we could be facing in the future. So thank all the panelists. I need to recognize the gentleman from Ohio.
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, yes, I beg your pardon.
I'd like to be recognized for a moment, if I could, please. Thank you. I wanted to just add to that, and I appreciate your comments, that there's also at least one, and actually there are multiple stories out there about a trade and services agreement that's being negotiated. These are rumors too, and there's not text to review, and if it is in classified, I don't know of anyone who's happened to have read that, but all of it, I'm talking about, but the part about trade and services, that component. And there's a story that says the first 10 pages are about immigration. And so I don't know that that's true. We're operating with a rumor, but I wanted to make it a point here that I don't think I emphasized it very much in the earlier discussion, that this language that I have drafted that is part of the manager's amendment that we've discussed, this language addresses all treaties that would be negotiated underneath the Trade Promotion Authority. And so however this shakes out in the end, if the president goes forward on TPA, negotiated any kind of trade agreements in the next 6 years and perhaps 9, no matter who the president is, as Mr. McDermott pointed out, that this TPA authority, if he violates that authority, that invalidates then the trade agreement that would come back to Congress. We have every reason then to say, no, we're not going to move forward with this, and kick it back again and say, go strip out those provisions that violate the provisions of the authority written within the Trade Promotion Authority. So, yes, I am uneasy about this. I am concerned about how difficult it is to enforce these provisions. But if the president signs Trade Promotion Authority and turns right around and violates the Trade Promotion Authority, I am confident that the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee will step up to defend the language that he has so actively and I think eloquently defended here before this Rules Committee. I don't think he has any doubt that I'll be standing next to him. And I don't think I'll be standing alone, but if that's the case, I will be standing alone, and there'll be others that will stand with me, you know. So I want to make sure I emphasize that. This covers all trade agreements that would be negotiated under TPA, and yes, this Congress will have an obligation to make sure that we stay within the boundaries that are created by the TPA. Thank you.
Thank you, and Mr. Stivers, you're recognized for questions.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the chairman. I would like to start with the gentleman from Iowa and thank him for his work and effort, and I think the way you went about this, trying to find a solution people could agree to and come together and negotiating in good faith is going to make this bill better if it passes and the process better for America. So I want to thank you for your work and appreciate your thoughtful approach.
Thank you very much.
And I do have a question for the gentleman from Florida, and I have a question about a couple things. I'll start with the Mulvaney Amendment, and since he's not here, we can chat about that a minute, maybe, Mr. Clausen. So my only concern and the difference of opinion I have with you is every subject matter in Congress has a committee of jurisdiction. And so you guys kind of claim that the rest of us have no say because it starts in Ways and Means, but everything starts in a committee. And I guess that part I have a little bit of an issue with on the Mulvaney Amendment, to ignore the fact that there are the rest of us just because something starts in Ways and Means. And I appreciate what you're trying to do. I think it may be worth a look, but I did think that was a little bit of a false argument when you implied that others of us have no say just because it starts in a committee of jurisdiction, but everything in Congress starts in some committee of jurisdiction. So there's no question there, but that was a concern about the statements you guys made. I do have a question about your currency manipulation amendment, and I appreciate your interest in it, and I care a lot about it. And I think that Amendment 26 and Amendment 6 are exactly the same. The way I read them, they're exactly the same. It was filed twice. Is that just?
Yeah, we weren't sure how that happened.
Okay, all right, no problem. So, so they're not. There's no difference. I didn't miss a comma.
I don't have a twin brother,
Okay,
so you know.
I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss something, that they are the same. So.
Thanks for embarrassing me here today. I
I
appreciate
apologize.
that.
No, because I wanted to make sure they're the same, but they. So.
Was there a small? I yield.
Small change in the effort.
Was there a small change? Because I read them and they look exactly the same.
They are the same.
There was a language change.
There was a thought that the language might not have been consistent with the Senate language, and it could be.
Right. It was not consistent with the Portman Stabenow language.
But it is the same. The two are the same, right?
The intent is totally the same.
Okay, no problem. So, which one are we? We're talking, since they're the same, it doesn't matter. So, okay, so. I guess one of the big problems with currency manipulation has been, Mr. Clausen, there's no definition of currency manipulation internationally accepted. So I think you tried to get at that here with the large-scale intervention, one-directional in the exchange of markets by a party to a trade agreement to gain unfair competitive advantage over other parties in the trade agreement. Is that your new definition then of currency manipulation?
I think you and Congressman Polis hit on something. I mean, I think that where there are so many variables in currency and competitiveness, to have hard, fast rules that we all can say, this is black and white, yes or no. I mean, come on, I'm not.
No, I understand.
I'm not saying, what I'm saying is, if they punch me in the nose, let me punch them back.
So this is the spirit under which you want to define it. I understand it's not an exact definition.
I don't think it's possible to write a bill which would, or an amendment, which would give the president or his negotiating team X, Y, Z constraints in order to come up with a Pareto optimal outcome here. I think that we have to give guidelines and that we have to say this is a priority and an objective, and therefore they can, from there, they can figure it out in order to put us on the same playing field as our competitors.
Sure, and so I appreciate that, and I think this is a pretty good definition, but I do worry that the last sentence undermines it, and Mr. Paul's talked about that a lot. And frankly, I know that the way you defined it, our quantitative easing, the way Mr. Kildee defined it, America's quantitative easing is not intended to impact our negotiating position with regard to trade agreements or anything like that, but it does impact our currency. There's no, and Mr. Kildee, I think, admitted that.
Agree.
So, I mean, that is the difficult part here.
We agree.
And it's unclear what would qualify under the domestic exemption, what wouldn't. I guess it's about intent. So the bottom line is, both of you, Mr. Kildee and Mr. Clausen, you both feel comfortable allowing the IMF to have discretion on what a definition and what would be considered domestic policy is, or how would you intend to make that work?
If I could just briefly comment, the function of that last sentence is simply not to say what it is, but what it isn't. It is not a provision that would be read to believe, to imply that domestic monetary policy that may have a secondary effect of marginally affecting currency value would be the subject of the agreement. And that's been the pushback from some who I think have really using hyperbolic language to imply that routine currency, monetary policy that would have as a part of the effect an impact on currency value would be in the same basket, as Mr. Clausen said, of a conscious routine, sustained, long-term effort.
Long-term, one-directional intervention.
Right.
Remember, Congressman, can I jump in real quick?
Oh, sure.
Yeah. Remember, what we're not asking for our country to play offense. We have never played offense with respect to currency because we may have had some monetary easing, but historically we have never set exchange rates in order to penetrate foreign markets. They do that to us, and they've done it for decades. I'm saying let's at least play defense. Let's at least be able to say, we're calling you out. And the fact that we have monetary easing during a crisis like everyone else did does not keep us from calling them out. And I just want our folks, our president, our negotiators, to have a little bit of chance to play defense.
Sure.
And this idea that the quantitative easing would therefore make us hypocrites, we're not playing offense here. And I just really don't think it's that deep of a concern.
I'm not saying that we are playing offense. I just am saying other countries may try to imply that we are manipulating our currency. That's all. That's my point.
I think if
not
they,
to say that they are even right, but and I'm not saying that's a reason not to do this. But
I hope we get to that day, Representative Paulus and Stiver, that we have somebody calling us out, which means we've actually tried.
Yeah. So, but my underlying question, nobody answered yet. You both feel comfortable allowing the IMF to be the arbiter of what currency manipulation is and when somebody's doing it?
Well, from my perspective, somebody ought to, and the point of this is that the reference to the IMF and WTO is to, there are principles that are articulated that demonstrate what is and what is not. I understand there's not an international definition that has enforceability, but this is not an abstraction that nobody's ever thought about. There's a lot of developed thought on what is and what is not currency manipulation, and much of that will be found in IMF and WTO language. The point would be the enforceability would be in the context of the agreement. And again, to Mr. Sessions' point, we suggest this as a provision, an objective of the agreement, that it be within the agreement, and that then would be the enforceability. It would be the agreement itself based on those principles.
Sure.
In my view, that language is a compromise. I accept the compromise.
So who was it a compromise with?
All
Yourself?
all stakeholders that we put together all stakeholders that we got together to come up with this amendment.
Will the gentleman yield for a moment?
Sure, I'll deal to the gentleman
from
Colorado.
Does that include any Fed governors or the Secretary of the Treasury?
Oh, no, when I meant stakeholders, I mean internal folks in Congress.
Well, I would argue that those are critical stakeholders to involve in any effort to impact our monetary policy. And I would encourage further efforts to have a broader perspective on stakeholders.
And I think that if
yield back.
the amendment actually were to get out of rules and get voted on, we could actually have a conversation.
Yield back.
Thank you. I appreciate the gentleman yielding back. So I guess I would just concur with what the gentleman from Colorado said, is I hope through this process we can expand the stakeholders to include folks at Treasury, the administration, and if there's a way to do what the gentleman from Iowa did and try to find common ground where people can agree. I want to get you where you want to go. I just hope we can work with the folks who would have to administer this and carry it out. But I mean, I'm from Ohio. We are feeling it. Ms. Captor's district, my district, we're all feeling it. So I want to try to be helpful. I would urge you to maybe grow your circle a little.
But I just want to say that we had this conversation with Representative Ryan. And, you know, we've been told pretty clearly that the administration, and therefore, in my view, the Treasury folks and others that you mentioned here, are dead set against any currency provision in this bill. And so, you know, it's hard to...
And a lot of people are dead set against an immigration provision, but
I got you, but you hear my point.
I understand your point, and my point is, you know, you've got an inspiring member of Congress who worked it out right next to you. You know, be inspired. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. And I wanted to go back without taking, I think one of the things, the great thing about the Rules Committee is what we have been going through for about an hour and a half now, hour and 45 minutes, discussing currency manipulation, discussing this part. Yeah, it'll get better. Everybody's sort of went in and out, which I think is sort of amazing. But the issue here, though, goes back to a principle that I learned a long time ago when I was in the state legislature, and it was that we vote on words on paper, not ideas. And in defense of the chairman earlier, and I agree with what's been talked about here, currency manipulation is something we've got to look at, and I think that was what the chairman was trying to point out earlier, is we've put this in the negotiating objectives. Nobody, at least I'll speak for myself, believes that all 150 of these objectives will be met in any trade agreement. It's just to make progress. It's just say, here's what our aspirational goals are. And I think that was the concern that, looking at this as far as how do we rule this out. And then, Mr. Clausen, and again, I appreciate the passion. We've talked about this. I think it's highlighted why these things are so important, why they do need a debate, and why they do need a forum. But your comment that just struck me there at the end was, if we could get a vote on this, we'll work that out later. Again, it goes back to something that we worked on before. It was, well, if we just get it to the Senate, we'll work it out in conference. The problem here is we're not working this out in conference. This is to be done and finalized. And I think the International Monetary Fund, if we accept their definitions or that parameter on how we're looking at this, and I think Mr. Kildee's answer was very informative in the sense of, well, that's at least what we can start with, and I think not trying to use exact words. But so I think what we've got here is an objective that is accurate. It's an objective that does cause us. My district is Northeast Georgia. Textiles, a lot of places. This is a huge issue. Manipulation has always been a part of that. I appreciate what the highlight that has been done here, and I think the objective part. The question, always comes is how do we work that out? And I think all I'm wanting to do is here's one say thank you for what you brought out this afternoon. I hope that we can move forward. And also in defense of really what the chairman was talking about earlier was this isn't requiring anything before the agreement. It's just stipulating and specifying an objective to a better degree as they are negotiating the process. And with that, like I said, I just want
I just want
waited it out, so I just want to say thanks.
I just want to say that we did not, and I did not intend to have hard, fast rules on a topic that is so nebulous. We want to give those that negotiate this objective and enough leeway to where if they can walk and chew gum at the same time, they can make this work. You all are now taking that language and putting it back on me and saying if you're not specific enough, we don't want to vote yes on this. You're right, I'm not specific enough because I don't think it's a specific topic when you sit across the table from international competitors. I purposely want to leave leeway, put the objective out there like the other objectives here, and let them go for it. And I'm not sure what's wrong with that, and I think we ought to have a vote on it, and that gives them the tools they need to defend the American company and the American worker.
If I might just quickly respond as well. I think it is important. The chairman did address me on this, and it is true that when we get engaged in this conversation, often we conflate our own prerequisites to what would make for an acceptable agreement with the way we try to get to that agreement. The language is clear that it would be a negotiating objective. But I think we have to make sure we understand that that is how much of the TPA language is read when it comes to environmental standards, when it comes to labor standards, and even when we start thinking about other questions about what the resolution or the dispute resolution process might be. I'm not so concerned that I don't believe that if Congress made it clear, and this amendment would make it clear, that when negotiating an agreement of this type, that we insist that as an objective to pursue language that deals with currency manipulation, we would like that to be an objective. Well, just think, while it might not be a prerequisite, an objective is a fairly clear statement. There are many other objectives that people have hung their hat on as a reason to vote for TPA. But it's very clear that if it is not an objective, it won't be even contemplated in the agreement. And to many of us, at least 22 of us, and I'm sure a whole lot more, that's what makes this unacceptable without this sort of language.
And going back on that, I think the understanding of what I'm saying is also possibly being misconstrued. I agree with because what your language basically does from page 27 of actual bill to your amendment is by setting or establishing these guidelines and not just seeking to find those. That's a good goal. That is something that needs to be debated. I agree with you in that point. I'm not trying to be specific here, but I think these are questions just as anything else that are brought up. How do we look to do what you were talking about and make us in a position to where we're not at the whim of those countries? I, like you, believe that China is on the outside looking in, but will probably be on the inside of this agreement if it goes through and how it goes through at a certain amount of time. And then it's got to be addressed. I, again, am glad you were here. Glad this is being brought up, just as Mr. King's amendment is being discussed as well. This is something that this allows that opportunity. I think people can take from that. They can watch this and they can move forward with it. So I do appreciate it. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlemen, yields back this time. Thank you very much. I want to thank this panel for their long discussion with this committee. I hope you know that this chairman, against the best wishes of almost everybody on the committee, enjoyed what we did. I think this is what the committee is about. I think we're here to hear from you. Ms. Capter and I often ride the subway together. She knows that I am engaging this way. Mr. King knows me. Mr. Clausen knows me. I think it allowed a lot of people a lot of time to learn a lot. And I'd love to go to breakfast with you sometime, Mr. Clausen. I'll help you out. Thank you very much, brother. The committee would now call up the next panel. Panel will include the gentleman, senior member of the Ways and Means Committee from Austin, Texas, Mr. Doggett. The gentleman, Mr. Pecan. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Grayson. The gentlewoman from Maryland, Ms. Edwards, and the gentlewoman from Michigan. Debbie, sit wherever you want to. Yes, ma'am. We're going to vote out. We're going to try. We've got votes tonight. We've got votes later. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Rules Committee. I think everybody in here knows that what we try and do is to talk about things that are objective and related to your amendment. I want you to know that I note that at least Mr. Grayson has about a good number of them. I'll let Mr. Grayson decide how he approaches that, but I want you to know anything you have in writing, our awesome stenographer would love to get that in writing if you give it to her before you leave. And the gentleman from Austin, Texas, Mr. Doggett, is recognized. Yes, sir. Judge, thank you. Yes, sir. Well, I'm every minute I'm here, Louise is here too.
Please, she is. And I really will, I have 3 amendments. I think I can discuss them briefly.
Great.
I'm very concerned about a 4th issue. Like all of the other Democratic amendments that were presented in the Ways and Means markup, which extended for many hours, all of them were rejected with the approval of a lawyer from the administration who was there to say reject every one of them. With that level of success, after I lost on 3 amendments, offer a 4th one, but I did make inquiry about it because it's a matter of great concern to me, and that is human trafficking. I asked Mr. Ryan to ensure that any human trafficking amendment that had been adopted by the Senate was fully protected. Both Mr. Ryan and USTR declined to do that. The sickening mass graves that we're hearing about in the jungle camps in Malaysia are extremely troubling. Human Rights Report recently noted, and I quote, that these were hardly a secret on either side of the Malaysian border. The only way these kinds of camps could operate was with the support of military, police, and politicians who were either directly involved or were paid to look the other way, end quote. Maybe Malaysian officials can look the other way, but we here in this Congress don't have to look the other way. On the State Department's Trafficking Persons Report, Malaysia has the lowest ranking possible, Tier 3. It is in a category by itself, along with North Korea and a handful of other countries who permit or encourage sex trafficking and trafficking of laborers. I would urge the committee to not reward Malaysia with new trade benefits at a time that it fails to address human trafficking.
Don't use the customs bill or any other bill to facilitate this modern-day slavery. We can support increased trade without supporting the trading of people. Forced labor and sex trafficking is not the trade that we want to grow. With reference to the 3 amendments that you have before you from me, the first one simply is directed at the fact that members of Congress ought to know at least as much about this trade agreement as the Vietnamese Politburo, and we do not. A bureaucrat has stamped confidential on these documents to limit our access and that of our staff. Our staff members who have secured clearance can learn more about ISIS or any other major foreign relations issue than they can learn about this trade agreement, and that is wrong. I would correct it, at least in part, in that amendment. The second amendment I have that says, with reference to the environment, at least hold this administration to the level, to the standards that the President George W. Bush administration agreed to. That is not done in the agreement at present, and I think that that standard, while I would like a higher standard, that at least we ought to meet what President George W. Bush agreed to with regard to our international commitments on the environment, such as the trade in endangered species, which has only gotten worse in recent years. The third amendment simply says we don't believe that foreign corporations ought to have more rights than American corporations have. It concerns the investor-state dispute resolution system. We have been fortunate to prevail in a number of those cases. One of the cases in which we prevailed in is a case called Glamis Gold. And this simply puts in place the standard for reviewing our health and safety regulations in this country and in others with the standard that the court adopted in Glamis Gold. It is designed to assure that foreigners don't take advantage of this system. I think we need to do more in this area, but these are modest amendments that I think deal with important problems, and I respectfully ask the committee's support for them.
Thank you very much. Mr. Doggett, the chairman is using some discretion that he believes he has at this time. Does the gentleman have any questions for Mr. Doggett?
I would just say that all the issues that you raised, I am very sympathetic with, and I think if we have that we should have a process that allows for these amendments to be debated and voted on. And I fear that we're not going to have that kind of process, that this is a very closed process. You talked about all the secrecy, but I think this is in our control, what we can make in order and what we can't. And I think all the issues you raise are issues that I think most Americans are concerned about and would want to make sure we're on the right side in any trade agreement. So I thank you very much.
I appreciate that very much. You know, in my time here and before coming here, I've supported legislation for more trade with a majority of the countries that are in the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement. And I had hoped that we could have an agreement in which there was real participation for Congress. The administration, and particularly the United States Trade Ambassador, has been resistant to that. Too much information has been hidden from us. They're ready to meet all the time. They're ready to consult. They're just not ready to change direction on these key issues. And so I think we're not on the right direction with this fast track. We could move on the right direction if we took some of these steps toward having trade, but having trade in an open way. Open trade seems to me to be about open access to this information and assuring that we rely on our courts, and where we don't, that we have a fair process and that we don't go backwards on the environment. We at least sustain the level we achieved way back in 2007.
I said earlier, one of my problems with the way all this is unfolding is that if you're well-connected, or if you're powerful, or if you're rich, you have a seat at the table. If you're a working person, the working people of this country, or the working people of the countries that we're talking about, you're invisible as far as these negotiations are going. If you care about the environment, or you care about issues about human rights, or human trafficking, or women's rights, you're an afterthought. And I think that's troubling, because we have an opportunity to raise the standards in terms of trade agreements and to lift people up. And unfortunately, this reminds me of previous trade agreements where we settle in ways that keep people down. So, but anyway, I thank you very much for your testimony, and you know, I certainly support what you're trying to do.
Thank you. Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman from Washington seek time. Gentleman does not seek time. Mr. Doggett, thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much,
I encourage
Mr.
you
Chairman
to
and
go
members.
get dinner. I will be back for votes tonight. The gentleman's excused.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess.
You know, Mr. I took it that way. Thank you very much. Judge, thank you for taking time. I know you spent a lot of time up here. Judge Doggett, thank you for taking time with us. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'd like to go at the end of this panel.
The gentleman's request will be handled. The gentlewoman, Ms. Edwards.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and to Mr. McGovern, all of the panel. I appreciate being here. As you know, Mr. Chairman, I don't come up to rules very often. But today I'm here because although I have many of the same concerns expressed by many of my colleagues, I was very fascinated by the previous discussion on currency manipulation because I think, you know, as a Democrat who's sometimes described as all the way over on one end, I found a lot of common ground with some of my Republican colleagues on the previous panel. Today, I'm here to discuss an issue, and I've joined with my good friend, the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Dingell, and Ms. McCollum, who is not here from Minnesota, to express a concern about the domino effect. And so I play a lot of dominoes. I play Scrabble. And one of the things that concerns me is, so if you imagine dominoes, you add one piece, and then you connect to another piece, and then you go to another piece, and the next thing you know, you've got a whole table that's filled. This trade agreement is very much like that. And so what our amendment seeks to do is to circumscribe the agreement so that it really only does cover the nations that are included, and so that any other nations that would seek to be included in that domino effect would have to come back to the Congress of the United States. The President would have to come back to the Congress and seek our approval going forward. We've joined in this amendment because we're concerned with the authority that could pave the way for the inclusion of new member countries like China. We've had a robust discussion about China without thorough congressional oversight or approval. And in fact, we've heard some of the reports in recent press, both from the administration and others, that, well, China is next. Well, I would say, well, not under this agreement, that we, in fact, should limit the ability of this agreement to include other nations down the road that we don't even envision now. U.S. negotiators have indicated that a final TPP agreement could also include a special docking provision that would allow the inclusion of new members in future years, including Korea and Thailand, the Philippines, and China. We've heard already that even since the agreement that we negotiated with Korea, that we now have over 104% increase in our trade deficit with Korea under an agreement that was supposed to benefit the United States. As a member of the Science and Technology and Transportation and Infrastructure Committees, I can see firsthand that the negative effects of past trade deals have had on working families. And so I come before this committee, Mr. Chairman, asking for congressional input on a multilateral trade agreement as large as the proposed TPP, where these countries account for 40% of the world's GDP. Representative Dingell and I have concerns about the agreement that would welcome countries with a history of currency manipulation, intellectual property theft, failure to abide by existing global trade norms, including human rights protections and worker rights protections, without any prior approval by Congress, without any debate, and without any oversight. This is, in fact, I think, very dangerous. Since the 1994 North American Free Trade Agreement that was implemented and the WTO was established in 1995, our nation has lost nearly 5 million manufacturing jobs. Representative Dingell's home state of Michigan, home to the auto industry, has seen repeated job loss and little export growth because of previous free trade deals. And in fact, as Representative Dingell will testify here today, Michigan has lost more than 254,000 manufacturing jobs during this
time period. My own home state of Maryland has experienced similar economic pain. We've lost more than, a small state we are, and we've lost more than 70,000 jobs since 1994. And even more startling, manufacturing workers lose jobs, and then they find that they aren't able to be reemployed, and they take pay cuts as a result. And so we're here today to say, you know, even if you go forward on this monstrous agreement with almost a dozen nations, stop it there. Stop it there. Don't add more nations onto this agreement in the domino effect without any oversight. And so it's bad enough, as Mr. Doggett has testified earlier, that we've not had any real congressional oversight on this agreement or input to the agreement because of the way that it's been negotiated. Heaven forbid that we would add to this over a period of time so that nations could come in without additional oversight by the Congress. And so our amendment is very simple. It's saying, you know what, let's just limit the deal to the extent that you have a deal, limit it to the countries that are included under these circumstances so that any future president, whether it's this president or any other president, has to come back to the Congress first before adding other nations to the agreement. And with that, I would yield to my colleague from Michigan.
Thank you, my dear friend, Ms. Edwards. First of all, I have to say to all the members of the Rules Committee, as you know, I am a freshman. Your patience and your willingness to engage is something I deeply respect. So I'm going to be brief because I know how many hours you've been here, and I'm really impressed by this committee. Having said that, I'm here with my colleague to just ask you to please consider this amendment because this trade agreement, you've heard the whole discussion in the last hour and a half about currency, but I believe we need to ensure that Congress has a voice in the process of adding any other countries to TPP. Last week, the president said that China is putting out feelers about joining the TPP. While there are both advantages and disadvantages of China joining a major agreement like TPP, let me be clear that there is no doubt if something like that were to happen, it would be a major moment in trade policy for the world. And I'm here in front of you as somebody who did not agree with my husband on NAFTA. And we lost 1 million jobs because of NAFTA. We've now, so that's why I'm so frightened about what the outcome is going to be from all of this. China is the second largest economy in the world. Even more importantly, there's significant concerns about China's record of currency manipulation, human rights violations, environmental devastation, and quite frankly, look at what we've been watching, the theft of intellectual property, the privacy invasions. And China's not the only country that raises concerns. Actions by South Korea to undervalue its currency and prevent auto access to its markets is also a major concern. I supported the Korea Free Trade Agreement. Well, let's talk about what happened after the Korea Free Trade Agreement. South Korea has imported into this country, exported from its country, 461 vehicles to this country since it took effect. Let's talk about what's happened in this country. We've exported 20,000 to Korea. We keep having this disbalance. And like China and Japan, South Korea has benefited at times from what I respectfully call the mother of all trade barriers, currency manipulation. So given these significant concerns, we believe that Congress should have a voice before any more countries are added to the TPP. Our amendment doesn't stop anybody from joining the TPP. If they're willing to adhere to the high standards we should expect in a trade agreement. It simply ensures the Congress, Republicans and Democrats, no matter who's the president, Democrat, Republican, has a voice when it's such a critical decision in United States trade policy. So we respectfully request that you consider making this amendment in order.
Awesome.
Does the gentleman wish to engage these two women on the issue?
I just wish to say that I think they raise an important point that we all should be concerned about. And again, I regret that it seems like we're going down a road where the majority is going to shut everybody out. But these are important issues. And again, I think most Americans, share your views on this stuff. So I will vote to make your amendments in order. I hope that my colleagues on the other side will do the same. So thank you.
I have an opinion. I have two opinions. The first opinion is I would love to have China follow international law and stop what they are doing. Thuggery, theft, violation of every federal law that I can think of related to intellectual property, rule of law, and common sense. I can't believe that someone would even suggest, I'm not taking advantage of you, I'm talking about in an official capacity, where someone would speak as though they were speaking for or on behalf of our country as opposed to a congressional district, that they would suggest that China would be a good candidate or in line for this. There is no way that is possible unless the Chinese decided that they were going to do an about-face and follow the rule of law, intellectual property, and they would subject themselves to that same. I would love to have the Chinese do that. I don't think that's going to happen. I'm not arguing with you. I'm simply saying I'm not the least bit worried about China trying to sign up for this or us wanting to sign them up for this, because it would put them under a change that they have to accept and look at. And if they apologize and quit doing it, I'd be for it. But I was in China and heard a major bottling company talk about them having essentially a license to 2 major cities, markets in China, and yet their product is everywhere across the country. The Chinese, for years, have taken every single bit of American product and taken it apart, and they may have the company over there, but they are licensing it on their own. They are taking full advantage of intellectual property, and we should call them by what they are, thugs. So I appreciate you guys coming out and saying this, but I'd love to have the Chinese all of a sudden get in line. I'd love to have the Chinese decide they were going to admit they were wrong and quit doing these things, but I can't imagine the United States of America, no president, no trade ambassador doing that. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, so I share the concerns that you've just expressed. Every time I look at my device and you wonder what's going to be stolen next in terms of our technology and our intellectual property. And so if that is true, this amendment, actually, it won't stop those who want to support it going forward. All it says is, let's put on the brakes and make sure that the Congress has an affirmative role should anyone decide that they want to open up that kind of negotiation with China. And I think it would be appropriate for this Congress to say, we want to put on the brakes. Not that it will happen, but that it may, and to forestall the possibility that any future president would decide that they're going to go forward with a negotiation process without the Congress being involved. And so this amendment will not stop those who want to support this agreement going forward. All it says is we're not going to allow anyone else to come in unless the Congress has a say in it. And I think that that is just an appropriate role for the United States House of Representatives. It's and Senate. It is our appropriate role to make certain that we have a say before a president goes forward with negotiations. And again, it won't stop anything.
Dr. Burgess? Mr. Newhouse? Gentleman does not seek time. I want to thank both of you for taking time to be with us. The hours that you spend in here are important to you. They're important to me. Mrs. Dingle, last time you were here, you followed up and did what I asked you to do. Will you please tell John Dingle that he has friends on this committee, and that at least I said, I miss you. Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Mr. Spokane, welcome.
Sure. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members. I appreciate this. I'll tell you, watching your committee just inspired by amazing marathon that you go through. Appreciate your time and commitment for all the issues that come before Congress. So thank you so very much. And I especially appreciate your comments on China. In fact, one of the reasons I follow trade so closely is I've had a small business for 28 years. And one of the things I did is source American-made products. Thank you. And you see that competition when people just take something from China, from American manufacturer. It's very frustrating. This amendment, what we have, is something that I have heard people on both sides of the aisle bring up repeatedly as one of the major issues that's wrong with how they see this process moving forward. This is an amendment that specifically would prevent fast-track procedures in the underlying bill from applying to trade deals that include investor-state dispute settlements provisions, which allow foreign companies to challenge U.S. laws and undermine our U.S. sovereignty. And again, both sides of the aisle, this has been a real concern that we have our ability to have our laws, whether it be local laws, state laws, or federal laws, that can't be challenged in really an end run around our legal system that everyone else has to follow. American manufacturers have to follow our legal system, but the fact that a foreign company or another country can sue if they see something that's going to take away their profits in a special system, a tribunal through this ISDS provisions, a 3-person tribunal of corporate lawyers who on Monday may work for a corporation, Tuesday and Wednesday they're the fair arbitrators of the law, and by Thursday they're back on the payroll of a corporation, doesn't make a lot of sense. And I'll tell you, there's a law that I passed that I think about all the time around this. Back when I was a state legislator of Wisconsin, we had passed a law that said tax dollars had to stay in the U.S. We had a call center for people who were receiving food stamps that used to be in Green Bay, and there were good paying jobs at this call center, and all of a sudden one day it got outsourced to India. So to get help for your food stamps in Wisconsin, you called halfway around the globe to India to get help on your food stamps. So we passed this law, and it happened in a bipartisan way because we wanted to make sure that people's tax dollars were spent in the U.S. Another issue that is just in the news right now, Los Angeles is about to pass a $15 an hour minimum wage increase. Now, you might wonder what that has to do with it, but if you look at previous times that the ISDS has been used in other trade agreements and between other countries, specifically there is a French transportation company, Veolia, who's suing Egypt right now for raising their minimum wage. So this is something where in many ways it's an end run around our regulations, but it's a direct financial hit to the whoever entity passed this law if something happens that can take away from their future profits even. So what happens is they're going through this extraordinary system. They're going outside of our legal system to a system, this tribunal of 3 corporate lawyers, and yet a U.S. company that might have an issue follows the legal system. And if this were such a good system, this was originally put in place, as I understand it, because they thought the legal system in some developing countries wasn't developed enough. If this were such a solid system, the problem is in other provisions within the trade agreement, labor, environment, and others, they don't have this. You follow the normal legal system. Well, recently, there was a labor law violation in Guatemala, and by recently, I mean 6 years, because it took 6 years to go through the normal legal process for us to get that resolved, and yet you have this extraordinary process, this ISDS process, that goes directly around our legal system, directly at our sovereignty to have our own laws. And I think this would be good to have a debate on the floor of Congress. I think, again, there are people on both sides of the aisle who would engage in this debate, who have a concern about our sovereignty and our laws, and I would hope that we could consider ruling in order so we could have that full debate on the floor of Congress.
From Florida, I've got a stack of amendments. Do you want to summarize your amendments?
I'd like to run through them as quickly as
Okay.
is appropriate and make some general comments as well.
With the emphasis on quickly?
Can I suggest that if anyone has any questions of Mr. Buchanan, we can ask them and then he can leave?
Well, generally we do it as a panel.
I know, but we've been doing it individually up until just now.
Oh, okay. You requested to go last, Mr. Grayson, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just
Chair yields to the gentleman for questions for Mr. Pocan.
Well, I just want to say, I think he makes a lot of sense, and I think, that something's happening here. I mean, we have lots and lots of amendments, Democrats and Republicans offering amendments. People are very concerned about this. I would hope that that's a message to the leadership of this House that we ought to maybe open this process up a little bit so that people have an opportunity to be able to debate these issues on the floor. To the best of my knowledge, no member has any input in any of this stuff. These may be good ideas or bad ideas. I think these are good ideas, but there ought to be a debate. We ought to have a vote, and and let the majority of the House work its will. And so I thank the gentleman for being here. I thank him for his patience, and we're going to fight to try to make this as open as possible. I yield back.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia for questions for Mr. Pocan. No questions. Gentleman from Colorado, no questions. Well, thank you very much for your
thank you.
perseverance and your endurance and
Absolutely.
bringing the amendment to the committee. Certainly appreciate the fact that you cared enough to bring it.
Sure. thank
Mr.
you.
Grayson, we will now tackle the stack of amendments that I've got in front of me.
Thank you. I think that the fast track bill is probably the greatest example I can think of the exaltation, the elevation of form over substance. The microphone is on. Can you hear me? Actually, the microphone just went off. Can you hear me now? A little closer. How's that? All right. As I said, the fast track bill is the greatest elevation of form over substance that I can think of. We're debating how to debate, literally. We are voting on how to vote. And what we need to be doing is paying attention to the substance of the matter. The substance of the matter is the government's and the American people's towering, staggering trade deficit. And that's the missing element, the thing that is never discussed. It's the 800 trillion pound elephant in the room that seems to escape everyone's attention. And that's remarkable because it's been with us for 20 years now, ever since we enacted NAFTA. Before the North American Free Trade Agreement went into effect, there wasn't a single year in our 200-year history up to that point when we had a trade deficit as high as $135 billion. Every single year since then, we've had a trade deficit of $135 billion or more. And in the past 14 years, we've averaged over $500 billion in trade deficits every single year. The past 14 trade deficits of the U.S. economy are not only the greatest trade deficits in the history of the United States, but the greatest trade deficits in the history of the world. And I use the term great very loosely here because maybe I should say the most awful, the most terrible, the most staggering, the most malignant trade deficits in the entire history of the world. That's the issue here. As James Carville would say, it's the trade deficit, stupid. That's what this is all about. That's what we should be debating rather than debating how to debate. That's a fundamental mistake that we're making right now. And if we talked about the trade deficits, we'd realize what a terrible effect they've had on the U.S. economy. It's not only a question of numbers. There are 5 million jobs we've lost in the United States in manufacturing alone since NAFTA went into effect. Add to that 10 million to 15 million other jobs that we've lost, depending upon those manufacturing jobs. That manufacturing worker went to a restaurant and spent some money in the restaurant. The waiter took the cash, the tip, and then went to the barber shop. The barber took that money, paid his rent, and round and round and round. That money recycled through our economy, and now that money is gone. The manufacturing employee lost his job, so did the waiter, so did the barber, so did the landlord. All those people are now out of work. And the result of that is that we've had barely any employment increase at all in this country since NAFTA went into effect, even though the population has increased by tens of millions of additional people, including tens of millions of adults. No more jobs, same number of jobs, more or less, but a huge increase in population. And it didn't have to be that way. What's happened, in effect, as we've accumulated a staggering $11 trillion trade deficit over the past 20 years, what's happened, in effect, is not simply the basic fact that we're buying their stuff and putting them to work, but they're not buying as much of our stuff and they're not putting us to work. That alone would be bad enough. But what's happened in addition to that is that we've gone deeper and deeper and deeper into debt. Not the federal debt that we hemorrhage our thoughts over, that we obsess about, but rather the trade debt. You know, the federal debt could be paid off tomorrow because most of it is still held in U.S. hands. We could increase taxes and pay off that debt. We'd be taking it out of the left pocket, putting it into the right pocket. You can't do that with a trade deficit. You can't do that with a trade debt. That's all money that we owe to foreigners. And it's incredible at this point that we have this conversation about how to pass trade bills without giving any thought to the fact that trade, free trade, fake trade, whatever you want to call it, has been the worst economic disaster that this country has ever seen, apart from the Great Depression. And the fact is that the American people have suffered the worst economic mismanagement under both Democratic presidents and Republican presidents that the world has ever seen. There is no other country that has even come close to running up an $11 trillion tab. There's no other country in the world where each individual in that country owes $35,000 to foreigners. And there's no other country in the world where the government has a $7 trillion debt to foreigners, that it would have to tax you and me and the other 320 million Americans in order to pay off and see that money leave the country.
Chair would ask if the gentleman would yield for a moment.
Yes.
You do have a number of amendments that I have in front of me. It has been a long day. Could you perhaps summarize your feelings on the Trade Promotion Authority bill that's in front of us, and then move on to your amendments?
Well, that's sort of what I've been doing, Mr. Chairman, but I'll continue. Thank you.
Well, you know, the gentleman's correct. We don't have a clock here in the Rules Committee. But at the same time, I would ask the gentleman to show some consideration for the members of the Rules Committee who are here to listen to his amendments. There are other members who have amendments to offer after you conclude. So it's not just your work that needs to be done. There is other work as well. I yield back to the gentleman to discuss his amendments.
Thank you. If you want me to yield to another member offering an amendment, I'll do that right now.
The chair would recognize the gentleman to discuss his amendments.
All right, well, I'll continue in the same vein that I've been speaking. Thank you.
The chair yields to the gentleman to discuss his amendments.
Thank you. So, as I was saying, we have a situation now where we are deeply, deeply into debt, not just to ourselves, not just poor people owing money to rich people, not just parts of our government, state, local, federal government owing money to bondholders.
Gentleman,
Yes,
which amendment are you talking about?
the first one.
Number,
1.
okay, is it, I mean, is this the editorializing of this one amendment, or are we going to get to the specifics of your amendment?
I think I have been talking about the specifics of my amendment. It's right in front of you.
Well, and you are as well.
I'll reclaim my time. Thank you. So, as I was saying, we have a situation now where we don't just owe this money to ourselves. We can't simply take the money in the left pocket, put it in the right pocket, but we owe it to foreigners. And not once in the course of this debate I've heard any recognition of that simple, basic fact, that it's the trade deficit that is damning us to a bottomless pit of debt that we will never be able to climb out of. The fact is that when we are trading chickens for clothing, you can't run a trade deficit. It's going to equalize. But once you introduce an element of borrowing, once you introduce an element of debt, then you are on the road to debt hell, debt imprisonment. And America, it becomes a country of cheap labor and debt slavery. So I would like to see some consideration in this debate of the fact that America has already gone deeply into that hole, that $11 trillion hole. Now, my First Amendment says, prior to entering into any trade agreement, the U.S. Trade Representative shall certify to Congress and the President that the proposed trade agreement will lower the U.S. trade deficit. What could be simpler than that? Why do we enter into these trade agreements in the first place? Do we enter into them so that we have the privilege of buying cheap foreign goods and then going deeper and deeper into debt to pay for them? Do we enter into them to lose twice, to lose our manufacturing jobs, and then in addition to that, to go deeper and deeper into debt as we head headlong toward debt slavery? Presumably, we enter into these agreements not only so that foreigners can sell us goods, but that we can also sell an equal amount of goods and services to foreigners. So it isn't asking that much in my mind that the U.S. Trade Representative shall certify to Congress and the President that the proposed trade agreement would lower the U.S. trade deficit. Now, I've had this conversation with the U.S. Trade Representative, and what the U.S. Trade Representative told me is that he doesn't know whether TPP or any other agreement that is now being negotiated is one that would lower the trade deficit or increase the trade deficit. And we hear all these glowing tales how earlier agreements have increased exports without any consideration of whether they've increased imports, or without any consideration of whether they've increased imports more than they've increased exports. Apparently, simple subtraction is beyond the capability of the U.S. Trade Representative and his office. So I don't think it's asking too much with regard to the first Grayson Amendment to have the U.S. Trade Representative certify to Congress and the President that any proposed trade agreement would lower the U.S. trade deficit. I don't think that's asking too much. Now, of course, the Trade Representative could always fake it. He could always certify in the same way that both Republican and Democratic presidents have certified over time that there is no trade currency manipulation by China, when, of course, that is obviously not the case, and there is trade manipulation and currency manipulation by China. So we could get the problem of the false certification, but at least we'd be elevating the problem, and people could realize that if we're going to have a trade agreement, it shouldn't be a fake trade agreement, but one that actually adds, not subtracts, jobs within the United States. Now, the second Grayson Amendment says, prior to entering into any trade agreement, the U.S. Trade Representative shall certify to Congress and the President.
Gentlemen, yield for a moment.
Yes.
Chairman Sessions has shuffled your amendments, so I don't have a Grayson 1. The smallest number I have is a Grayson 15. Is that the one you're talking about?
Well, for the sake of clarity, Mr. Chairman, I will hand up an additional copy to you that's numbered at the bottom. May I do that? Would you like to have a staffer approach, and I could hand it off to a staffer, and the staffer could take them? They're numbered at the bottom of the page. Would that be helpful, Mr. Chairman?
Well, the ones I have are numbered at the top of the page.
I
Again, I don't find a number 1 in the stack that Chairman Sessions left here.
All right. Well, I'll hand them up right now.
Mr. Chairman? I showed number 28 through 50, I think, are the numbers of the Grayson amendments that I have on my summary sheet. The lowest being 28, the highest being 50. Is that the same numbering system that you have, 28 to 50? Or do you have a different number, or do we have a different numbering system?
I've got Grayson 15 through 23. I beg your pardon, 25.
Okay, and I'm working off the summary sheet.
Well, he's provided me another copy, so we're good. Proceed.
Thank you. Would the gentleman from Colorado like me to hand him a copy that's numbered at the bottom of the page and indicates?
If you brought another copy, that would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Yes. If you could have a staffer come here, I would hand it up to the staffer. The staffer can hand it to you. Thank you. Continuing, Mr. Chairman. Amendment number 2 says, prior to entering into any trade agreement, the U.S. Trade Representative shall certify to Congress and the President that the trade deficit, meaning the annual trade deficit, is lower than or less than $100 billion. Now, $100 billion may seem like chump change these days, but the fact is that I indicated earlier that we never had a trade deficit in any year up until when NAFTA was enacted that was as large as $135 billion. So I don't think it's asking so much that before we enter into any new trade agreement, destroy more jobs, go deeper and deeper into debt, that we have the Trade Representative certify to Congress and the President that the U.S. trade deficit is less than $100 billion. Now, I'm well aware of the fact that we've been running enormous, staggering trade deficits for the past 14 years that have been averaging $500 billion, more than 5 times what we're talking about here. But the fact is that that can't go on any longer. The end game is national bankruptcy. So before we enter into any new trade agreements, we should make sure that the old trade agreements, and trade in general, is working for the benefit of U.S. consumers and producers, people who buy things and people who make things. And if that's not the case, it makes no sense whatsoever to enter into any new trade agreement. That's just greasing the skids to hell. The third Grayson Amendment says that if at any time after the United States enters into a trade agreement, the U.S. trade deficit rises more than $1 billion, the United States shall withdraw from the trade agreement. What that means is very simple. It's not working for us if we increase the trade deficit. Every time we increase the trade deficit by $1 billion, what's happening is that we are destroying hundreds, if not thousands, of jobs in the United States. So, before we enter into it, we should make sure that's not going to happen. And after we enter into it, we should make sure it's not happening. That seems simple enough to me. So that once we're in an agreement, if it turns out that it's going heavily against us, that we're losing money, losing jobs, going deeper and deeper into debt, we should stop. That's not asking so much. These things aren't drawn in blood. They're not signed in blood. It's not asking so much. If it's not working out, we should just stop. And when we're already borrowing and spending $500 billion a year, maybe it's time that we did stop. Now, the fourth Grayson Amendment says as follows. Prior to entering into any trade agreement, the U.S. Trade Representative shall certify to Congress and the President that the proposed trade agreement will decrease unemployment in the United States. And if at any time after the United States enters into a trade agreement, the U.S. unemployment rate rises by more than 1%, the United States shall withdraw from that trade agreement. Let's talk about this. Why do we do these things? Is it simply in order to import cheap, shoddy Chinese goods? Or is it because we want to increase our employment, decrease our unemployment, put our workers to work and put them to work in decent jobs with decent pay and decent benefits? Once again, if the U.S. Trade Representative is unable or unwilling to certify that the proposed trade agreement would decrease unemployment, we simply shouldn't do it. Now, I've seen a lot of discussion at the beginning of this bill, the first 39 pages or so, about all the beautiful things that we're going to try to accomplish through a trade agreement, whether it's the TPP or some other trade agreement. What I don't see is any commitment to actually increase employment and reduce unemployment in the United States. In fact, what we're doing through these agreements is we're guaranteeing that 11 other countries will have more employment, less unemployment, and our workers can go to hell. That's pretty much what we're guaranteeing simply by entering into the TPP or any other trade agreement under these particular rules. Again, it's not asking so much to have the trade representative certify to Congress and the President that any proposed trade agreement would decrease unemployment. If you can't make that promise, that trade agreement shouldn't be on the table. The next Grayson Amendment says, prior to entering into any trade agreement, the U.S. Trade Representative shall certify to Congress and the President that every signatory and proposed signatory has a statutory minimum wage at least as high as the minimum wage in effect in the United States. Now, our minimum wage is certainly no source of pride to us at this point. To have a minimum wage that's in single figures in terms of dollars per hour is shameful in the modern world. In Australia, the minimum wage is over $16 an hour, more than twice as high as the minimum wage in the United States. What is it about Australia that makes it different? Well, maybe the fact that they have a political system that's responsive to the needs of ordinary people, and we seem to lack that here. In any case, we have Australia with a minimum wage of $16 an hour, proposing to enter into an agreement with the United States with a minimum wage of $7 plus per hour. And then we have the United States proposing to enter into an agreement with Vietnam, where provincial and local workers make as little as 28 cents an hour. So we at least have the courtesy to guarantee to our workers $7+ an hour, while Vietnam can't even guarantee its workers 30 cents an hour. What's the fairness in that? Are we actually trying to drag down labor standards all the way so that American workers are making only 28 cents an hour? Is that what we're trying to do? Now, it's a fair deal to say if your minimum wage is not as high as ours, it's time for you to elevate it. Maybe that would be a good thing. Maybe other countries should learn that if they want to trade, they should do so and trade with us without cheating their own workers. And certainly, whether we do that or not, we should guarantee that we're not cheating our workers out of a fair living, a fair wage that will provide them with the money that they need in order to survive. The Sixth Grayson Amendment says, prior to entering into any trade agreement, the U.S. Trade Representative shall certify to Congress and the President that every signatory and proposed signatory has environmental standards in place that are at least equivalent to those in the United States. Now, in this country, we recognized when I was a teenager, when I was a boy, that we need to have clean air and clean water. What good does it do to us to import our goods from places that don't have clean air and clean water, that are literally choking their workers to death, poisoning their workers with bad food, bad environmental standards, bad air, bad water, bad everything? What good does it do for us to import our goods from countries like that, where they don't even attempt to have the same clean air and clean water standards that we have here in the United States? Why are we trying to exploit workers in other countries in order to undersell our workers here? Why are we doing that? What's the point of that? Are we trying to turn the rest of the world into slaves while we turn our workers into slaves at the same point? Or is there some end game here so that we actually undermine the environmental standards in place in the United States as well? I don't think it's unreasonable to insist that other signatories to trade agreements have environmental standards that are at least equivalent to those in the United States. If we don't raise everybody up, then we will be dragged down ourselves. The Seventh Grayson Amendment says that prior to entering into any trade agreement, the U.S. Trade Representative shall certify to Congress and the President that every signatory and a proposed signatory has worker safety standards in place that are at least equivalent to those in effect in the United States. Now, in our country, for 80 years now, we've recognized the basic fundamental principle that we shouldn't put people to work and have them risk loss of life and limb simply to meet consumer demand. In fact, when the coal mining the industry was cleaned up in the 30s and the 40s, we saved thousands of lives in the United States. Once again, why are we using our purchasing power to destroy the lives and limbs of people in other countries? Do we need their cheap goods that badly? Or should we try to elevate worker safety standards around the world? And if we don't, aren't we risking the fact that ours will be dragged down to their level? Grayson Amendment number 8 says, prior to entering into any trade agreement, the U.S. Trade Representative shall certify to Congress and the President that every signatory and proposed signatory has consumer protection standards in place that are at least equivalent to those in the United States. Here, once again, in the shadow of a recall of millions of cars, having seen the import from China of goods that are so shoddy that they're potentially dangerous and poisonous to both adults and children here in the United States, when we've reached the point where even toys can kill, isn't it time to make sure that we don't undermine consumer protection standards in other countries by our consumer demand? Why shouldn't other countries have to meet the same requirements that are, for goods that are sold here in the United States? Why not? And again, don't we risk dragging our own standards down to their levels? Poisonous toys, for goodness sake, if we don't enact a law like this. Grayson Amendment number 9 says, prior to entering into any trade agreement, the U.S. Trade Representative shall certify to Congress and the President that every signatory and proposed signatory has in effect an old age pension scheme, otherwise known as Social Security. In fact, many countries don't. And that puts them at a wicked, undeserved, evil comparative advantage versus U.S. workers. We expect and demand that our workers and employees pay equally into Social Security. And we do so knowing that that will necessarily increase the cost of goods produced in the United States. How can we tolerate other countries saying we will not have any Social Security system, we will not have any old age pension scheme whatsoever, and therefore we will be able to sell our goods cheaply to you and you will buy them at the expense of your own employment? Isn't it obvious that we have to provide protection to our workers, our Social Security, our Medicare, by making sure that similar statutory protections exist in all other countries that we trade with? And isn't it obvious that if we fail to do so, we will not only be cheating ourselves out of our production of goods and services, We will be putting our goods and services at a competitive advantage, but ultimately, by denying that employment, by decreasing that employment, we will not be able to pay for our Social Security and Medicare ourselves. Grayson Amendment number 10 says, prior to entering into any trade agreement, the U.S. Trade Representative shall certify to Congress and the President that the proposed trade agreement provides for the opportunity for any U.S. citizen or any U.S. entity to appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court as a last resort. Now, in listening to the amendments that have been offered by other members, I've heard a great deal of concern here expressed today, and not just today, but for many months now, about the fact that we were setting up kangaroo courts for the benefit of foreign corporations only. These insidious ISDS courts at the World Bank and at the United Nations, for goodness sake, these courts are open only to foreign corporations and give them the right, if you can call it that, the privilege, if you can call it that, to sue U.S. federal and state and local governments whenever they deem that their profits are somehow being impaired by the police actions of our communities, even our local communities. How long will it be before some giant mammoth foreign corporation with billions of dollars in monthly revenue sues some poor town in Florida and forces them into bankruptcy simply because of the attorney's fee that they will have to pay in order to defend these cases before the World Bank and the United Nations? That makes no sense whatsoever. Now, that's a general criticism of ISDS, but here what this amendment does is far narrower than that. All it says is that if you're going to have these kangaroo courts, these fake tribunals that are open only to foreign corporations, then let's at least give the people who are the victims of those courts an opportunity, whether they're U.S. citizens or U.S. entities, to appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court as a court of last resort. Why do we elevate the United Nations and the World Bank above the U.S. Supreme Court? Why would we do such a thing, and how could such a thing possibly be constitutional? It makes no sense whatsoever on any level. It's an obvious violation of our oath of office even to consider it. And therefore, I suggest that we at least say that the U.S. Supreme Court's doors will be open to anyone who is victimized by the World Bank or the United Nations. Grayson Amendment number 10 says, prior to entering into any trade agreement, the U.S. Trade Representative shall certify to Congress and the President that the proposed trade agreement contains a sunset provision that establishes an end date no less than 5 years after the date the agreement is signed. This is a common sense provision. Many of the states now have a sunset provision for our careers. I serve in a state where you can't be a state representative for more than 8 years, you can't be a state senator for more than 8 years, you can't be a governor for more than 8 years. If we're going to have term limits for people, then maybe we should have term limits for trade agreements as well. Now, this is a situation that actually would allow a trade agreement to be extended. All it says is there's a sunset provision. You have to reenact it after 5 years. If it's not working after 5 years, my guess is it's not going to be working after 6 or 7 or 8 or 9. But in fact, the possibility is there to reenact it and to have it extended. Why would we do that? Because otherwise it shows it's not working. These agreements aren't meant to be handcuffs for the United States. They're not meant to lock us into a prison cell that we can't escape from. So having a 5-year sunset provision is an obviously plausible, reasonable way to deal with this fundamental problem. Grayson Amendment number 12 says that prior to entering into any trade agreement, the U.S. Trade Representative shall certify to Congress and the President that the proposed trade agreement contains no provision that would prohibit the U.S. Congress from enacting legislation requiring specified products purchased by the U.S. government be made in America. Now, time after time, while I've been here in Congress, and for many years earlier, we have regarded government procurement of U.S.-made products as being sacred. In fact, just last year, as part of a bill that we voted on last week, governing the trade representative's expenditures, we again confirmed by unanimous vote, by a voice vote, that no trade agreement should impair Made in America provisions. And yet, there's nothing in this agreement, there's nothing in the fast-track bill that ensures that that would be the case. On the contrary, it's clear that that would not be the case, that as soon as we have agreements that are in place that are made in America provisions, whether statutory, regulatory, or otherwise, they are subject to immediate attack at the World Bank, immediate attack at the United Nations, and the obvious consequence will be that we'll simply lose them. Why should taxpayer dollars be used to subsidize employment in Brunei? Why should taxpayer dollars be used to subsidize employment in Vietnam or anywhere else in the world? Taxpayer dollars are meant to be spent on behalf of the taxpayers for taxpayers. We have a government of the people, by the people, and for the people, and we're talking about the American people, not foreign people. Therefore, it seems reasonable, with regard to Grayson Amendment number 12, that we provide that the trade representative must certify that no provision in any trade agreement would prohibit Congress from enacting legislation requiring Made in America. Grayson Amendment number 13 says that prior to entering into any trade agreement, the U.S. Trade Representative shall certify to Congress and the President that the proposed trade agreement contains intellectual property protections that are at least as strong as those found in American law. Now, in fact, what we're seeing is a potential race to the bottom here. We are putting our intellectual property protections in the hands of the World Bank and in the hands of the United Nations. Why would we do such a thing? Why would we take the laws that are the function of the constitutionally prescribed process, passage in the House, passage in the Senate, signed by the President or overcoming its veto, why would we take those laws and toss them out the window in favor of some kangaroo court in the United Nations or the World Bank, operated by lobbyists? Why would we do that? It's unreasonable to think that they will come to the same conclusions that 200 years of case law and in fact, the basic laws that we've established here regarding copyright, regarding trademark, regarding intellectual property in general, regarding patents, it's unreasonable to think that they will magically come to the same conclusions as we've established by law, especially when you consider that they have no incentive to do so. On the contrary, their incentive is to make sure that foreign corporations are happy with their results when they go to these ISDS tribunals. Grayson Amendment number 14 says that prior to entering into a trade agreement, the U.S. Trade Representative shall certify to Congress and the President that no signatory or proposed signatory collects private electronic data on its citizens in violation of its own Constitution. There's been a great discussion in the past couple of years about whether the United States is in risk of becoming a police state, where, in fact, we have our own government spying on us in the name of protecting our security. I think it's reasonable to say that however our own debate comes out regarding the extent of the Fourth Amendment, our right to be free from unreasonable searches and seizures, and to expect that if there is an intrusion on our privacy, it be based on particularity and on probable cause. It's reasonable to expect not only that conclusion here, but in our trading partners as well. If not, we might as well be trading with North Korea. We might as well be trading with Big Brother state. We might as well be trading with any slave state that's established using private electronic data in order to intimidate its own citizens and deny them the basic right to be left alone. So I think that it's fair to say that if we're going to have standards like that in the United States, we should expect the same from our trading partners. Selling to United States consumers is not a right, it's a privilege. And with that privilege comes certain responsibilities, including freedom for your own people. Grayson Amendment number 15 says as follows. Prior to entering into any trade agreement, the U.S. Trade Representative shall certify to Congress and the President the expected trade benefits of the proposed trade agreement. If the United States does not achieve the expected trade benefits within 3 years of entering into a trade agreement, the United States shall withdraw from the trade agreement. Mr. Chairman, why do we do this? For the simple reason that we need to think a little bit about whether trade agreements are actually going to benefit the United States and how they will benefit the United States. In fact, discredited economic thinking from 200 years ago drives us to think that free trade is some kind of absolute good without regard to investment, debt, intellectual property, the trade of services, anything that makes the 21st century real. So it's not asking so much to have the trade representative certify to Congress and the President that expected trade deficits from the proposed trade agreement be real, and to enumerate them, and to hold us to a particular standard. It hasn't been so long since we entered into a trade agreement with Korea, South Korea, that was wildly different the reality of which was wildly different from what we were told. We were told that the South Korean trade deficit would decrease the U.S. trade deficit. The South Korean trade agreement would decrease the U.S. trade deficit. In fact, it has increased that trade deficit dramatically. Legislation is all about what the future should hold. It's all about making promises to the American people that their lives will be better. It's reasonable to think that the trade representative can spell out, in some particularity, what those promises are, and then, for goodness sake, maybe keep those promises. And 3 years is long enough to determine the truth of the matter. Grayson Amendment number 16 says, prior to entering into any trade agreement, the U.S. Trade Representative shall certify to Congress and the President that every signatory and a proposed signatory has a democratic form of government. Why? Because we have no business subsidizing dictatorships, whether they are in Vietnam, whether they are in Brunei, wherever they may be. Once again, what matters here is that access to our market is a privilege, not a right. And when we provide access to that market, the greatest market in the world, a market that accounts for, thank you, 1/4 of the world's gross national product or gross world product, we do so with the understanding that it's meant to be a fair deal for everyone involved. Nothing in the TPP, nothing in Fast Track prevents us from making a deal with North Korea, except if we pass this amendment. If we pass this amendment, the American people have some assurance that we won't be subsidizing dictatorship. For 50 years now, 50 years, almost my entire life, we have made sure that the U.S. government and the American people are not subsidizing dictatorship in Cuba. Many people refer to Cuba as the last dictatorship in the Western Hemisphere. For 50 years, we've made the decision that we will not allow the Cuban government to exploit its people by means of selling cheap products to the United States market. That's a sound principle that we should extend to every country labeled a dictatorship, whether it's in the Western Hemisphere, the Eastern Hemisphere, the Northern Hemisphere, the Southern Hemisphere, anywhere on planet Earth. Grayson Amendment number 17 says, prior to entering into any trade agreement, the U.S. Trade Representative shall certify to Congress and the President that no signatory or proposed signatory engages in active and pervasive Internet censorship. Now, just this week, we had a vote in Turkey for the Turkish Parliament that followed several instances where the Turkish government shut down parts of the Internet. The Internet is a means by which people communicate with each other, they find their common interests, and they call to the world's attention any shortfalls in the respect of their rights. A country that engages in active and pervasive Internet censorship, like North Korea, like other countries do, has no place in the list of countries with which we will do business. If you shut down the Internet, if you shut down major websites, if you engage in active and pervasive Internet censorship, then you're creating a dictatorship that shows no respect for human rights, and you have no right to sell to the U.S. market. Grayson Amendment number 18 says that prior to entering into any trade agreement, the U.S. Trade Representative shall certify to Congress and the President that every signatory and proposed signatory provides for freedom of its press, freedom of the media, to at least the same extent as the United States. Why? Because short of that, we are subsidizing the worst kind of dictatorship that the world can offer. The freedom of the press is part of the First Amendment. The First Amendment is first for a reason, as the Supreme Court has said. It is the keystone of our freedom as people, as human beings, as autonomous creatures. Any country that denies freedom of the press has no right to access to our consumer market. Grayson Amendment 19 says, prior to entering into any trade agreement, the U.S. Trade Representative shall certify to Congress and the President that every signatory and proposed signatory prohibits forced labor. Why is this an issue? Because there is a history in several countries that are proposed TPP countries of forced labor. Not just in China, which may or may not ever join this deal, as Chairman Sessions has pointed out, but rather countries like Vietnam, countries like Brunei, where there's a genuine issue about whether there has been forced and slave labor in order to produce products. You know, when we buy something here in the United States, we're not just engaging in a transaction where we hand over a credit card or some cash, and in return we get some good, some manufactured item. What we're doing is we are invoking a long series of transactions all through the supply chain that reach all the way back to hundreds, if not thousands, and occasionally even tens of thousands of people. When you think about the phone that's in my pocket, you think about the phone that's in my pocket, in your pocket, in everyone's pocket in this room, there are tens of thousands of people who've contributed in some way to the production of the items inside that phone. And the same thing is true when we buy any item in the modern marketplace. There's a chain of supply reaching all around the world to tens and thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of individuals, and that makes every purchase decision that we make a moral decision. It's a moral decision. And therefore, when we buy an item that's imported from a country that has slave labor, that has forced labor, we're saying to that world, we are okay with that. We have no problem with your enslaving your own people. Well, I'm not okay with that, and I think that if we're going to have trade rules at all, we should have a rule against forced labor. That would seem to me to be a bare minimum of what we should expect of other countries if they want to trade with us. In the same vein, Grayson Amendment number 20 says that signatories and proposed signatories of trade agreements must prohibit child labor. How many of us, I have to wonder, have seen pictures of what it's like in Indian workshops, to give you just one example, where children as young as 8 years old are put to work for not just a few hours a day after school, not just 8 hours a day, but sometimes 10 or 12 or even 14 hours a day without the benefit of school, because the country that they're in tolerates that, tolerates it. Well, perhaps things haven't advanced far enough within India to be able to prohibit child labor. Maybe their democratic system hasn't advanced to that point, but our democratic system has. And once again, every purchase decision is a moral decision. If you buy any item that reflects the use of child labor, incorporates into it the sweat off an 8-year-old's brow, then you are making a bad moral decision, and we can get together as a country and decide that that's not good for the United States, that we tolerate the use of child labor in the modern world, and we subsidize it through the import of products from countries that allow for that. Grayson Amendment number 21 says, prior to entering into any trade agreement, the U.S. Trade Representative shall certify to Congress and the President that every signatory and proposed signatory grants freedom of religion to its citizens at least to the same extent as the United States. Sometimes we focus a little too much on economic issues. It's worth considering what kind of country would deny freedom of religion to its own citizens. Obviously, only a dictatorship could do that effectively. And once again, why do we want to enter into commercial arrangements with dictatorships? How is that any different from entering into a commercial arrangement with the Stalin regime or the Mao regime or the Hitler regime? How is it any different? Isn't it just a modern version of that kind of tyranny when a country denies freedom of religion to its own citizens? If we're going to talk about standards, it shouldn't just be economic standards, but moral standards. Standards of freedom. Standards that reflect our judgments as human beings about what other human beings deserve in their lives. Grayson Amendment number 22 says, prior to entering into any trade agreement, the U.S. Trade Representative shall certify to Congress and the President that every signatory and proposed signatory grants freedom of speech to its citizens at least to the same extent as the United States. Once again, if a country does not grant freedom of speech, if you could be locked up and put in prison simply for saying what's on your mind, then a country like that does not deserve to have a government subsidized by U.S. taxpayers or by U.S. consumers. It's a simple moral principle. If you deny your own people freedom, you don't have any right to sell your goods, your services here in the United States. Grayson Amendment number 23 says, prior to entering into any trade agreement, the U.S. Trade Representative shall certify to Congress and the President that every signatory and proposed signatory grants freedom of assembly to its citizens at least to the same extent as the United States. Again, if you don't have the right to speak your mind, if you don't have the right to get together with other people who are similarly minded, have a similar framework in their mind, then what good is freedom? What do we expect of other countries? Why do we go to war in a place like Iraq? Why do we go to war in a place like Kuwait, if not to make some effort to see to it that countries like that respect some degree of human dignity on the part of their population and not just our dignity on the part of our population? What moral justification do we have? How much fortune has been spent over the years in trying to assert through military means the kind of standards that we could easily and cheaply, without any detriment to ourselves, assert through trade means? If we told these countries that you are denied access to 1/4 of the world's consumer power, wouldn't that have just as much impact as threatening them with military force? Grayson Amendment number 24 says, prior to entering into any trade agreement, the U.S. Trade Representative shall certify to Congress and the President that every signatory and a proposed signatory grants its citizens the right to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures, at least to the same extent as the United States does. Again, it's a simple matter of moral principle. We have come in this country to understand that the Fourth Amendment means more than just the literal terms within it, but rather connotes a degree of privacy, the simple right to be left alone. And that's not just an American right, that's a human right. It's a right that exists and ought to exist throughout the entire world. I've traveled to every country in the world, and I can tell you that there are certain universals. One universal is everyone, everywhere, wants the right to be left alone. So why not use our power as a country with enormous purchasing power? Why not use that power for good? Why not say, if you want access to our market, it's fair to assume that you will at least leave your own people alone, that you will not spy on them, that you will not invade their privacy, that you will not go into their homes the way the Third Amendment of the United States prevents us from doing, that you will not actually go ahead and interfere with their respect for as human beings. What's wrong with that? We should do that. That's what trade should be all about. Grayson Amendment number 25 says, prior to entering any trade agreement, the United States Trade Representative shall certify to Congress and the President that every signatory and proposed signatory grants its citizens the right to be secure from the taking of private property for public use without just compensation to at least the same extent as the United States. This is a reference, of course, to the Fifth Amendment. The Fifth Amendment was meant to ensure that the tyranny that we experienced before our own independence, the tyranny of the British king seizing property within the United States, taking it for the benefit of the king, relying upon sovereign immunity and not providing just compensation to the colonists, was something that would never be repeated here in the United States. Well, we've had that right now for over 200 years. Why don't we make sure that everyone has that right? Isn't that what trade actually is all about? Isn't it just something more than making sure that we have access to cheap goods, but rather ensuring that there are certain minimum standards that are enforced through our purchasing power throughout the world? It's not unreasonable to think that we would help other countries and people in other countries guarantee their own liberty, guarantee their own safety from their government, guarantee their own security against their government by means of trade. Grayson Amendment number 26 says, prior to entering into any trade agreement, the U.S. Trade Representative shall certify to Congress and the President that every signatory and proposed signatory prohibits cruel and unusual punishment from being inflicted upon its citizens at least the same degree as the U.S. government protects American citizens. This, of course, is a reference to the Eighth Amendment and to what we call the Bill of Rights. Now, it is true that in the 200 years since we've enacted the Bill of Rights, we've had some good pickups. We've had other countries, particularly in Europe and in some parts of East Asia, that have recognized that a system that guarantees liberty is a fair system, a just system, and a productive system. However, not everyone has come to that realization. There are still many places around the world, including the 11 countries who are the putative beneficiaries of the TPP, that don't quite see things the way that we do. And the result of that is that there is, in fact, a war over time. Either we're going to have to drag them kicking and screaming into the 21st century and respect for individuals and individual rights, or they're going to drag us down to their level. So this is a simple plea that we make sure that we are elevating them to our level rather than being dragged down to their level. Whether it's the Fifth Amendment, Second Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the Eighth Amendment, these are our rights as American citizens. And trade is one of the most powerful tools, if not the most powerful tool that we have to elevate world standards of human rights. Grayson Amendment number 27 says, prior to entering into any trade agreement, the U.S. Trade Representative shall certify to Congress and the President that every signatory and proposed signatory guarantees its citizens the right enumerated in Article 23, Section 2 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which states everyone, without any discrimination, has the right to equal pay for equal work. Equal pay for equal work. We've had a law guaranteeing that to women for almost 50 years now. And it is an idea, clearly, whose time has come. That the work that you do should be the determinant of how much you're paid for, and not who you are, what you look like, where you're from, what your religion is, which God you believe in, if any, and who you love. These are things that are irrelevant. And you should be judged in the workplace on the basis of your work. That's not asking so much. But in fact, there are many places around the world, including these 11 putative countries that seek to be joining the United States in a free trade agreement, that deny that disavow it, that don't even consider it. You know, I have to say this, I think that the Japanese people in general are exquisitely kind people. But there is an enormous amount of gender discrimination, pervasive gender discrimination in Japan. If Japan joins the TPP and enters into a free trade agreement with the United States that extends to a large part of the Pacific countries, it's not asking so much to see to it that we take a stab at trying to reduce, if not eliminate, the pervasive gender discrimination in Japan. That's one of the great powers that we have, and it's a power that we should use. Grayson Amendment number 28 says, prior to entering into any trade agreement, the U.S. Trade Representative shall certify to Congress and the President that every signatory and proposed signatory guarantees its citizens the right enumerated in Article 23, Section 4 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which states as follows. Everyone has the right to form and to join trade unions for the protection of his interests. Now, I realize that this is controversial because there's been so many efforts recently to deny that right to Americans. But it's a right that's been embodied in our laws since the 1930s. And it's a right that provides some hope, some kind of hope, that people working together in the workplace can actually elevate their existence and not make the labor force a war of all against all. We've had a lot of difficulty in getting any progress toward an increase in the minimum wage. But just this year, in my district, Disney World entered into a new labor contract. They elevated the lowest paid workers' pay from $10 last year to $11 this year and $12 next year. That's a 20% raise to the people who make the least amount of money working at Disney World. That's the kind of raise that trade unions can provide that workers could never negotiate on their own behalfs individually in the workplace. So, once again, are we going to elevate the world standards, or are we going to be dragged down to the abyss where even our Americans are denied the right under the First Amendment as part of our freedom of association, freedom of assembly, the right to form and to join labor unions for the protection of our interests? Grayson Amendment number 29 says, prior to entering into any trade agreement, the U.S. Representative shall certify to Congress and the President that every signatory and proposed signatory guarantees its citizens the rights enumerated in Article 26, Section 1 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which states as follows. Everyone has the right to education. Education shall be free, at least in the elementary and fundamental stages. Elementary education shall be compulsory. Technical and professional education shall be made generally available, and higher education shall be equally accessible to all on the basis of merit. Now, it just so happens that free public schools were invented here in the United States. It was 200 years ago. Not many people remember it. But the fact is that this particular article in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is one that we made possible. We Americans made this possible. We came up with the idea of free, universal, compulsory elementary education. We created it. And how much better would that be if we not only had it adopted here in the United States, which we have, but also made sure that every child, every single child in any country around the world, certainly any country that engages in a free trade agreement with us, had the same benefits. The world is better off. The entire world is better off if every child can be all that he or she can be. And that's not possible unless that child is properly educated. Ignorance is not bliss. Ignorance is ignorance. And it's the ultimate impairment toward our seeing a world where everyone can contribute to the extent that they can. The great opportunity of the 21st century is to make sure that every child grows up to be an adult with all the benefits that his own particular combination of skills and abilities and talents can possibly muster. That every human being anywhere in the world can be all that he can be. That's the American dream, and that should be the world dream. And we have the ability through these trade agreements to make that possible. Grayson Amendment number 30, and Mr. Chairman, you'll appreciate the fact that this is the last one I'll be offering. Grayson Amendment number 30 says that prior to entering into any trade agreement, the U.S. Trade Representative shall certify to Congress and the President that Section 108 of this Act shall be explicitly stated verbatim in the final legal text of a trade agreement. Section 108 says as follows: sovereignty. U.S. law to prevail in an event of conflict. No provision of any trade agreement entered into under Section 103B, nor the application of any such provision to any person or circumstance that is inconsistent with any law of the United States, any state of the United States, or any locality of the United States shall have effect. Now, the problem, Mr. Chairman, with this is that this particular provision in this agreement, this legislation, is not enforceable. And I was sitting here earlier when I heard the same observation made by Congressman Mulvaney. In fact, this is a pig in a poke. This is bait and switch. This is trading off actual prerogatives, constitutional responsibilities that we have, that we assume when we took the oath of office, in exchange for something that simply isn't real. It's a mirage. Now, it's not asking so much to expect that trade agreements be consistent with U.S. law, not denigrate U.S. law. In fact, one would take that for granted, except for the fact that it's not going to be true unless we make it so. We have a standard set forth in Section 108 that U.S. law should prevail in the event of conflict, but we do nothing to include that provision in the resulting trade agreements. So we pass this provision, it becomes law, it says what should be in the trade agreements, and there is no enforcement mechanism whatsoever. And the absence of an enforcement mechanism makes this whole thing, this whole undertaking, this whole effort at legislating a fraud. It's not a word I use lightly, it's a fraud. We have 39 pages of good wishes, well wishes, things that you'd want to see in these resulting trade agreements, everything from motherhood to apple pie. And yet, none of it is enforceable. So we give up our right to amend at the subcommittee level, we give up a right to amend at the committee level, we give up our right to amend on the floor. In the Senate, they give up the filibuster. We give up our right not to take up the matter at all if we think it's inappropriate. We give up our right to debate anything beyond 83 seconds for each one of us. That's how much time we get, 83 seconds to debate agreements that will be determining the entire course of the economy for the rest of our lives. In exchange for what? In exchange for sections like Section 108 that are fake, that don't actually promise us anything, that lead to a circumstance where we think we've got all these things in the resulting trade agreements, but in fact we don't, and that's just too bad. Well, I don't think it should be just too bad. I think if we're going to wave these carrots in front of Congress and ask us to give up our constitutional requirements, our constitutional responsibilities, things that I think you can't even waive, whether through its legislation or otherwise, at least let's make sure it's in return for something real. And that's what this last amendment is meant to accomplish, at least with regard to this seminal and important section, Section 108. Now, Mr. Chairman, I understand that going through these matters has been possibly tedious for some of the people present here. But what I've tried to do is to demonstrate in a fundamental way what's missing, what isn't here, what isn't here and belongs in here and ought to be in here. In other words, these are the debates we should have been having all along. These are the things that we should have been talking about, in particular, above all.
Will the gentleman yield? The chair
Yes.
does thank the gentleman for summarizing his amendments. I would ask if there is a Democratic member who has a question for the gentleman.
I thought I was yielding to the chairman. I wanted to
And
finish
I am
what was-
yielding to any member on the Democratic side for a question.
All right, I'll recall my time.
Well, I would just say that I think the gentleman from Florida said it all. I don't have very much to add other than the fact that I appreciate the point he's trying to make here, and that is that this is a very flawed process and is leading to a very flawed trade bill that we're going to have to live with for the rest of our lives. And I don't think the American people approve of the way we're going about doing this. And I think we have a choice. We'll see when the rule is reported out whether it's going to be a choice that allows us to have a more open debate and more involvement by members, or whether it's going to be kind of business as usual. But I appreciate the gentleman's appearance here, and I will yield back my time.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Mr. Polis? Very well. Your testimony here is concluded. This panel is excused. Mr. Polis, do you wish to testify from the dais or the witness table?
Which would the chairman prefer?
Oh, it's your preference.
I'll go down.
We're here at your disposal.
Yeah, I'll go down there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My first amendment would prohibit illegal trade in wildlife, timber, and living marine resources. It is similar to an amendment under Schatz in the Senate. Includes the prohibition of illegal trade in wildlife, timber, and marine resources as a negotiating objective. It aligns with pre-existing, widely popular and respected laws, the Lacey Act. In 2008, Congress amended the Lacey Act to make it illegal to import and trade in illegal timber. And this is a type of amendment that can really buoy our economy by ensuring that American businesses and workers aren't competing with low-cost products that are made from illegally sourced timber, wildlife, and marine resources. The provision also promotes our values around the protection of plants and animals in our environment globally. It's strongly supported by a wide variety of businesses and industries and environmental organizations, including the Forest, Paper, and Lumber Procurement Associations, major corporations like Lowe's and Walmart, unions like Teamsters, Steelworkers, and Furniture Production, fishing, crabbing, and seafood marketing and processor associations, home goods and improvement companies. I think it's a common sense amendment that would align the TPA with current law, and I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment, and I'll move on to my next amendment. My next amendment is, I believe, number 70, if that's the same numbering scheme. It's an amendment to TPA that would require the President to study the impact of any new free trade agreement on global greenhouse gas emissions. This amendment would add a provision in the environmental review and reporting sections of the bill that would require the President to study the impact of all new free trade agreements on global greenhouse gas emissions. As we know, these trade agreements can impact positively and negatively gas emissions and climate change, and I think it's very important that we look at all of the data around that as part of understanding these bills. I think a critical first step would simply be to study the impact of these agreements on global greenhouse gas emissions. That doesn't mean It doesn't mean that it's a requirement. It doesn't mean that it is an objective. It is a study, very, very simply put. Information, I think, would be valuable to future Congresses. Polis Amendment 71 this deals with what I talked about with Mr. Ryan, the sovereignty issues that have been one of the main concerns I hear from my constituents, that people are worried that somehow the TPA or TPP will allow for foreign companies to somehow overturn local laws or go around them to some non-governmental panel. And for my constituents, this concern is often associated with local control of fracking or protecting our clean air and clean water or organic and non-GMO food. My constituents know that I share their beliefs on these issues around whether it's GMO labeling or local control of fracking. And that's why when I talk to President Obama and his team, this is always on my list of questions. Can you assure me that no trade agreement will allow for our local laws to be overturned? I've gotten those assurances from President Obama. I've gotten those assurances from Mr. Ryan. But assurances are never enough, and that's why TPA is so important with the very strong sovereignty language that it already has. It has strong, clear language directly stating that foreign investors are afforded no more rights than domestic investors, and that no trade agreement can take away the power of our local government to regulate in the public good. But TPA is an opportunity to make these issues even more clear, and I hope that we can take this opportunity to add in language consistent with that pre-existing promise. And that's what my amendment does. We require that any trade agreement in its preamble confirm that foreign investors are not afforded more rights than local investors. To state that clearly twice, we make it perfectly clear in my second amendment that foreign corporations and foreign subsidiaries of domestic corporations have no standing to overturn local laws, especially those pertaining to public health and safety. So this is our opportunity to provide even more crystal clear language consistent with the language already in the bill, so that both Democrats and Republicans can reassure our constituents that this bill does not impact our sovereignty or the lawmaking prerogative of this body or our state and local governments. Polis Amendment 63 would set out limitations and exceptions to intellectual property rights that are consistent with American law. It adds just a few words to the intellectual property section of the bill, very important for the internet economy, the internet ecosystem, for consumers. The TPA bill rightfully calls on the President to ensure that trade deals include robust intellectual property protections consistent with U.S. law. And we want to include that we also include the limitations and exceptions to exclusive rights, such as fair use, that are present under U.S. law. Researchers to study, build upon, and apply each other's work. They really give life to the innovation economy. Intellectual property laws should protect inventors, but also foster creativity, which means that exceptions for copyright protections that allow for fair use of copyrighted works are just as important for the growth of our economy as the copyright itself. And this amendment makes it clear that the same balanced intellectual property system that we have in this country should be an objective of our trade agenda. Fair use exceptions are part of the very foundation of a free and open internet, and they're not just important from our economic perspective. If we want to export our respect for human rights to our partner nations, we also must export a copyright system that allows scholars and citizens to share information with each other and express their views on the ideas shared by others uncensored. This amendment simply calls for the President to make a balanced intellectual property system, one that reflects both the protections and exceptions in U.S. law, a negotiating objective in our trade agreement, and I urge the committee to make it in order, and I'd be happy to yield for any questions.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I support making the gentleman's amendments in order. I hope they are. Yield back.
Chair thanks the gentleman for his forbearance. This panel is dismissed.
Well, Chairman, yield, do we have any clue when we might come back, or?
Oh. Back after the vote, or we might come back before our vote on the floor. You will be given.
Mr. Chairman, I have one additional amendment, if I may. It's to the other bill, so that's why I didn't mention it yet. It's not to the TPA. This is to the...
Ask unanimous consent that the gentleman be allowed to offer his amendment, because we really haven't heard enough amendments tonight.
Thank you.
Objection is heard.
This is to the other bill, though, H.R. 644. So this one would simply modernize our de minimis threshold that removes barriers to small businesses from incidental trade. It's supported by, for instance, companies like eBay, as well as many of the merchants that make their living by sending items that might be worth $300 or $400 or $500 across borders to Canada or to Mexico, and effectively would raise the de minimis amount that is exempt from any customs or duty, really to keep up with inflation and to harmonize the low-value custom thresholds globally and encourage our trading partners to allow for similar changes as well, and encourage USTR to try to get commitments from our trading partners to ensure that the international marketplace is open to U.S. exports and that we can facilitate the individual, person-to-person, amateur side of trade, in addition to the corporate side of trade that's already dealt with under the trade agreements, and I'd be happy to yield for any questions.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. Does anyone wish to have a question? Seeing none on the Republican side, on the Democratic side, again, the committee will stand in recess, subject to the call of the chair. I do not have the information as to when that will be. We do have a series of votes on the floor.
Isn't that what, 9:30, I think, is the votes?
I've been sequestered up here with the gentleman, as you know, so I haven't heard when the vote's on the floor. But I will say that the committee will be given sufficient notice as to when to return. And this will close the hearing portion of the bill.
Tell me when you quit guessing.
It's like saying I'm trying, right? Okay. My staff just decided it would be better if I didn't do it, but I'll do it.
If you did it,
I didn't. That's okay.
we'll wait till you say you're ready.
I'm ready.
Rules Committee will come to order, and thank you very much. Sorry for the delay, but we're now prepared, and the chair will be in receipt of a motion from the gentlewoman from Grandfather Community, North Carolina, Vice Chair of the committee, Mrs. Fox.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee grant a rule providing for consideration of the Senate amendments to H.R. 1314, the Trade Act of 2015. The rule makes an order or motion offered by the chair of the Committee on Ways and Means or his designee that the House concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 1314. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the motion. The rule provides that the Senate amendment and the motion shall be considered as read. The rule provides 1 hour debate on the motion, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means. The rule provides that the question on adoption of the motion shall be divided as follows. 1, concurring in section 212 of the Senate amendments, concurring in the matter comprising the remainder of Title II of the Senate amendment. 3, concurring in the matter preceding Title II of the Senate amendment. First portion of the divided question shall be considered as adopted. The rule provides that if any remaining portion of the divided question fails, then the House shall be considered to have made no disposition of the Senate amendment. Section 2 of the rule provides for consideration of Senate amendments to H.R. 644. The rule makes an order, a single motion offered by the chair of the Committee on Ways and Means or his designee that the House 1, concur in the Senate amendments to the title, and 2, concur in the Senate amendments to the text, with the amendment printed in Part A of the Rules Committee report, modified by the amendment printed in Part B of the report. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the motion and provides that the motion is not subject to a demand for division of the question. The rule provides that the Senate amendments and the motion shall be considered as read. The rule provides 1 hour debate on the motion, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means. Finally, the rule provides that if the motion is adopted, the chair of the Committee on Ways and Means or his designee is then authorized to move that the House insist on its amendment to the Senate amendment to H.R. 644 and request a conference with the Senate thereon.
You've now heard the motion from the gentlewoman from North Carolina. Is there discussion or amendment to that? Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you very much. First, a question on the rule is section number 6, dividing it up the relating to Medicare. That self-executes that. Is that correct?
Just a few minutes ago, I believe I went down, not that section. Okay, I'm sorry, it does consider it as adopted, so it is self-executed.
So then number 7, would you just tell me exactly what that means exactly? If any remaining portion of the divided question is TAA and TPA. If any portion of that fails, the House will be considered to have made no disposition, right?
Yeah,
okay.
that means
it's
2 or
over.
3.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, I do have an amendment, Mr. Chair. It's an amendment that I'd like to have considered. What? Okay, yes. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for my amendment to H.R. 1314 and number 18, which would prohibit fast track from applying to any trade agreements that permit the import of food that does not meet the U.S. standards of food safety. And may I speak on it for a second?
Yes, ma'am.
One of the many dangers of TPP is the potential for contaminated foreign food making its way into grocery stores and onto our kitchen tables. About 90% of the seafood sold and consumed by Americans is imported, much of it from countries with little of the controls on sanitation and water quality that the American consumer expects, and less than 2% of that 90% is inspected. And one of the biggest threats come from shrimp imported from Vietnam, which will be a TPP partner. The presence of dangerous bacteria in Vietnamese shrimp is nearly ubiquitous and has included shrimp contaminated with MRSA and drug-resistant salmonella. The threats to our food safety exist on both sides of the Pacific. Another TPP partner, Chile, uses up to 350 times more antibiotics per pound of farm salmon than U.S. industry leaders. The lax focus on food safety in foreign countries has been linked to widespread disease outbreaks in the United States, and according to the CDC, there were 39 outbreaks and thousands of illnesses caused by imported food just over the last 5 years. The amendment would ensure that our trading partners at least meet U.S. standards for food safety. This will protect the American consumers and our right to know that the food we serve on our families is safe to eat. Up until this afternoon, we would have had origin of labeling, but the country of origin labeling, but that's gone, I understand, for the House. So at least if we could put in this bill that we demand those standards. The amendment also protects the American farmers who play by the rules and shouldn't be forced to lower their standards to compete with countries with food safety records, poor food safety records. I would like to thank Representatives DeLauro, DeFazio, Pasquarello, and Edwards for co-sponsoring the amendment, and Representative Pasquarello for offering it in the Ways and Means Committee, and I ask for its consideration and request a yes vote. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further discussion of the slaughter amendment? Seeing none, the vote now be on slaughter amendment. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
Could I have roll call, please?
Ask for a roll call vote.
Ms. Fox? Ms. Fox, no. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall, no. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Stivers? Mr. Stivers, no. Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins, no. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne, no. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Slaughter?
Aye.
Ms. Slaughter, aye. Mr. McGovern? Aye. Mr. McGovern, aye. Mr. Hastings? Aye. Mr. Hastings, aye. Mr. Polis? Aye. Mr. Polis, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. Further amendment or discussion. The gentleman from Massachusetts recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move to amend the rule so that the Ryan amendments to H.R. 644 and H.R. 1295, as well as the Senate amendment to H.R. 1314, are all subject to amendment on the floor and considered under an open process.
Further discussion?
Yes, may I add to that? Just that
Gentleman is recognized.
inasmuch as the Senate was allowed to have amendments and make changes in the bill, we would like to have the same consideration and amendments could be accepted. This is a very important one, and I request a yes vote.
Further discussion? Vote now be on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
Roll.
No votes.
As for roll call, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman asks for roll call vote.
Ms. Fox? Ms. Fox, no. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall, no. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Stivers? Mr. Stivers, no. Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins, no. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne, no. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Slaughter?
Aye.
Ms. Slaughter, aye. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Hastings, aye. Mr. Polis? Mr. Polis, aye. Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The amendment's not agreed to. Further amendment or discussion. Gentleman from
Chairman, I have one other amendment. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for the amendments to H.R. 1314 by Representative Doggett, numbers 20, 21, and 22.
Now heard the amendment from the gentleman. Further discussion? Those in favor of the McGovern amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Those have it.
As for roll call, Mr.
Gentleman asks for a roll call vote.
Ms. Fox? No. Ms. Fox, no. Mr. Cole? No. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Woodall, no. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Stivers? Mr. Stivers, no. Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins, no. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne, no. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Slaughter?
Aye.
Ms. Slaughter, aye. Mr. McGovern? Aye. Mr. McGovern, aye. Mr. Hastings?
Aye.
Mr. Hastings, aye. Mr. Polis? Aye. Mr. Polis, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. For amendment discussion. Gentleman, floor is recognized.
Thank you.
Yes,
Mr. Chairman, I want to revisit the subject that Ms. Slaughter raised with reference to number 6 under the proposed resolution, where it speaks to concurring in Section 212 of the Senate amendment, and then in parens relating to Medicare. Just what specifically is that, and does it have any implications for the African Growth and Opportunity Act?
It's a very good question, and I will be very pleased to provide that. I know that that's a new provision. But tell me. This was dealt with in the House and the Senate, and it's in the preferences bill, and it has to do with the agreement about those offsets. And I know that it was a big struggle.
Yeah.
And I know that it's like a lot of these, not a perfect deal, but there was an agreement.
All right. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule, and I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for the following amendments to H.R. 1314. Pocan, number 1, Lipinski, number 9, Levin, number 16, Tonko, number 24, Cicilline, number 25, Lewis, number 27, and Becerra, number 61.
You've heard the amendment by the gentleman from Florida. Is there further discussion? Vote now be on that amendment. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
I ask for a roll call, Mr. Chairman.
Roll call vote.
Ms. Fox? No. Ms. Fox, no. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall, no. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Stivers? Mr. Stivers, no. Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins, no. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne, no. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Slaughter?
Aye.
Ms. Slaughter, aye. Mr. McGovern? Aye. Mr. McGovern, aye. Mr. Hastings?
Aye.
Mr. Hastings, aye. Mr. Polis? Aye. Mr. Polis, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The amendment's not agreed to for a minute of our discussion.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's recognized.
Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule, and I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for the amendment to H.R. 1314 by Representative Clausen, number 26, which would address the practice of currency manipulation in trade agreements. Very briefly, Mr. Chairman, I do have, and I believe all of us do, ongoing concerns about currency manipulation and how it affects our trade. I'd also take cognizance of the fact that Mr. Clausen today, this is unrelated to the substance of the amendment, but Mr. Clausen today indicated that his mother was gravely ill, and all of us, I'm sure, extend our sympathies to him. He had a measure on the floor earlier that I felt that we need to give a lot of consideration to, but this one, as pertains to currency manipulation, I think is a valid concern, and the amendment should be given the necessary waivers and made in order.
Thank the gentleman for his discussion and for his moving the amendment on behalf of the currency manipulation issue. I spent, and this committee spent, a long amount of time. I'm not sure exactly who all was in at that time, but a long period of time whereby I feel like it was fully discussed and some more opinions came out on that issue. And while I'm very sympathetic to them, I did not make it an order, and I can discuss it further, but I've told Mr. Clausen I'd be very pleased to work with him and pursue this matter in some ways that would allow the issue, which I believe is very important also, to be moved forward.
All right.
Further discussion? Vote now be on the
Mr. Chair?
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
No, we got to vote on this.
Oh,
one.
sorry. We're now going to vote on the Hastings Amendment. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. Noes have it, noes have it.
I ask for a roll
Gentleman
call,
asks for a roll call vote.
Ms. Fox? Ms. Fox, no. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall, no. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Stivers? Mr. Stivers, no. Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins, no. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne, no. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Slaughter?
Aye.
Ms. Slaughter, aye. Mr. McGovern? Mr. McGovern, aye. Mr. Hastings?
Aye.
Mr. Hastings, aye. Mr. Polis? Mr. Polis, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The amendment's not agreed to. Further amendment or discussion, gentleman from Colorado.
Mr. Chairman, I have amendments to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for my amendments to H.R. 1314, number 3, 4, 5, 7, and 8, as well as my amendment to H.R. 644 concerning de minimis customs, number 5.
Okay, further discussion? All right, vote now be on the Polis amendment. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
Noes have it, noes have it.
Roll call vote, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman asks for a roll call vote.
Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox, no. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall, no. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Stivers? Mr. Stivers, no. Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins, no. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne, no. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Slaughter?
Aye.
Ms. Slaughter, aye. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Mr. Hastings?
Aye.
Mr. Hastings, aye. Mr. Polis?
Aye.
Mr. Polis, aye. Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The amendment's not agreed to. Further amendment or discussion? Seeing none, the vote will now be on the motion from the gentlewoman from North Carolina, the Vice Chairman of the committee. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
Ayes have it, ayes have it.
Roll call.
Gentlewoman asks for a roll call vote.
Ms. Fox? Ms. Fox, aye. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall, aye. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Stivers? Mr. Stivers, aye. Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins, aye. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne, aye. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, aye. Ms. Slaughter?
No.
Ms. Slaughter, no. Mr. McGovern?
No.
Mr. McGovern, no. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Hastings, no. Mr. Polis?
No.
Mr. Polis, no. Mr. Chairman?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, aye.
Clerk will report the total.
9 yeas, 4 nays.
Is agreed to, and I will be handling this for Republicans.
And I would do it for
Mrs.
minority.
Slaughter for Democrats. I might make a couple observations. Number one, thank you to everybody, in particular our staff and all the people that worked so hard. Also to Dr. Burgess, who took a lot of time for several of our witnesses this evening. And Mike, I really appreciate your help, and it was allowing me a chance to go and review all the documents, these secret documents, which allowed me time to get that accomplished. And I want to thank the trade ambassador for making those arrangements to make sure that members had an extra opportunity for people who did request special hearing, special opportunity to be able to do that. It did allow me to do that and one other member of the committee, and it was greatly appreciated. Lastly, I would say this, Doug, anytime you tell your son that you're working all day, you're up late, I think he'll get it. I think he'll get it. I have nothing but admiration to him. When a 16-year-old will hang around to watch his dad, that is a darn good day. So, Cameron, thank you very much. I appreciate you doing this. Is there anything else from the committee before we get out of here tonight? Thank you very much.
Excellent. I'll give you this. What? I don't understand either. It seems like there's a vote.